time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Spookins, huh? Welcome to another Podoween. 31 days, 31 podcasts, as it said. As was specified. So today, for those of you unfamiliar with Podoween, I don't know, go fuck yourselves. Look it up. It's been several years in a row. You can figure this out for yourself. I'm not going to waste everyone else's time bringing you up to speed. For those of you unfamiliar with this show, that's how this works. I berate you for not already being a fan of this show, and sometimes for being a fan of the show. It really doesn't matter to me which one you are, whether you're a fan or you're not a fan yet. I still have something terrible to say to you. So welcome. I don't know why I did that. That just kind of happened. Today, we're going to talk about a film. A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2. AKA, Freddy's back. Now, this movie has an interesting reputation as sort of the quote-unquote gay Nightmare on Elm Street.
Something is trying to get inside my body.
Yeah, and she's female and she's waiting for you in the cabana. And you want to sleep with me.
Not a totally unearned reputation. Like, as you watch the movie, and there's a pretty good documentary about Nightmare on Elm Street. It's like 6 hours long, but and it's kind of about the screenwriting and stuff that went into this one. So here's the thing. Nightmare on Elm Street, right? Starts out, well, okay. There's an interesting angle to this that I don't think has been explored as much, which is like, there's kind of this gay panic about this movie at the time, but at the same time, the first Nightmare on Elm Street, Freddy has sort of become this, horror character like a Jason or whoever, who it's just like, yeah, he's that burned up guy with the knife glove, right? But we've never really, I feel like people sort of forget that Freddy's origin was he was a child molester, or like a child murderer at least. He was killing kids, and so then a bunch of parents got together and killed him because, the court case got fucked up or something, and they were like, well, we're not going to let this happen, right? So, but we're all upset because it's like, this might be gay. Now, there is some stuff in this movie that is definitely gay. For example, the main character, so the main character at one point goes out to a leather bar. And I don't know if this is a gay bar. I don't know if this is like a gay bar circa when the movie came out. But everyone's in leather. I think this was like 1985. Everyone's in leather. And I think most of what appear to be women are actually guys in drag or, transgender or whatever. Like, it's, this is not an in-depth explored scene, so, I don't know exactly what's going on, but it seems super gay, right? And he runs into his gym coach, who's there, like, in a leather vest with no shirt underneath. And then, the coach takes him back to the school to make him run laps, I guess, to punish him for going out to the gay bar or something. And then the way the coach is killed, there's not a lot of kills in Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2. Until Freddy ends up at a party and kind of goes ape shit, but he doesn't even kill that many people there. But anyway, he kills the coach by sort of, he's in the shower, the coach, and he's completely naked and gets sort of lashed to death with, like, towels. He's got, like, towels, like, whipping him, the way kids would do in a shower. So he's, like, completely naked. There's a lot of man ass in this movie and no female nudity whatsoever. So that's pretty opposite the horror conventions of 1985. But then there's also this kind of undertone of the main character being gay, like he's about to have sex with this girl at a pool party, and then he kind of runs off because he's being possessed by Freddy. So Freddy, and there's a lot of jokey lines about him being inside me and so on. Freddy is inside him, and at one point in a pretty cool special effect, like emerges from him and like casts him off like a shell, basically. But the main character leaves his girlfriend, and they're about to go hang out with his buddy. Now, what I think is interesting, though, the sort of unsaid part of this movie, is that I think there's a also understanding of high school-ish male friendship in this movie that's not necessarily apparent in every other movie, right? So it's these two guys, and they're in gym class together and they're playing baseball, and one of them like strikes the other one out or something, and then the guy who got struck out like tackles the other guy, or he like pantses him, and then they tackle and they're fighting. And so the coach makes them, basically do what we would call planks these days, which is like push-up position, but you just sit there. And after that, they kind of become friends and, become real friends, right? And so like they're sitting together at lunch, and there's this great scene. This is a scene that you don't see in movies very often, or a thing that happens, which is like they're at high school lunch, and the friend is kind of like a jock asshole type. But what I liked about it, he's not a jock asshole type like you see in a lot of these horror movies where it's like, oh man, I can't wait for that guy to get his just desserts. Like maybe the first 5 minutes of the movie you're thinking that. But after that, you're just like, yeah, he's fine. He's a nice guy. And so they're having lunch together. It's like these two girls and these two guys. And the jock asshole guy is talking to everyone, and he's talking with his mouth completely full. And he's like saying stuff, and you can understand what he's saying, but he's like, what the hell, man? And it was like such realistic teenage behavior in that little moment that I'm like, this movie is not getting credit for that. But I think this movie also doesn't get credit for the like realistic male platonic friendship of like, we weren't really friends, and then we became friends. We were kind of not enemies, but it was just a little bit more. I think there's these friendships where guys rip on each other and stuff. This isn't every guy friendship, but it's many. And I think that's really well depicted in this movie, is where I'm going with this. So, like, I think lost amongst the sort of panic about this being so gay and, like, is the main character gay and so on, is this other idea, too, of, like, hey, this actually had, like, A, real teenagers in it, but B, their friendship develops in a way that feels real, which was pretty cool. I did not expect to see this in a Nightmare on Elm Street movie, let alone Nightmare on Elm Street 2, which is, rarely cited as the best one. Frankly, it's a little boring. There's some good effects and whatever, but they hadn't quite hit on the idea of, hey, you know what people want to see is Freddy doing crazy ways to kill people in their dreams. Like, that's what you watch it for, right? You don't really watch it for, like, the kids developing a friendship. Let's be honest. And I don't know if this is a kind of movie you watch where you're like, well, it's important that I'm rooting for these kids to not die. I watched that and the first one on an airplane. And the first one is, like, pretty good. It's got some cool effects. But you know what the problem is with the first one? If you had watched it, if you had just seen a preview for it and it was like a new nightmare, and blah, 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 and you didn't know what it was, it would be pretty good. But living in 2018, we all know what Freddy is, right? And we all know he comes to you in your dreams. And so when you fall asleep, you see him, and he can somehow, kill you in your dreams, and that kills you in your waking life. So we all know that, but you kind of have to, like, slog through everyone in the movie figuring this out. Because the movie kind of has a thing of, like, is the main character crazy, or is this really happening? And everyone thinks she's crazy. But, in 2018, however many Freddy movies in we are, it's hard to watch it and sort of be on that side of it. It's hard to watch it and be like, yeah, she is acting pretty crazy. Instead, you're just like, Jesus, come on. Can we get to the Freddy parts already? Can we get to the weird part where it's the girl in the bathtub and the Freddy glove is coming up between her legs, and you're like, oh my God. That is a cinematic shot. Although very distracting because she has this weird inflatable bath pillow that I was like, that's all I could think about. I was like, why do you need that? How comfortable is that? Is that really necessary? Isn't there some other... Couldn't you just use a towel? Couldn't you just roll up a towel instead of having this special inflatable bath pillow? Do you inflate it every time and then deflate it after you take a bath? How does that work? Inflatable bath pillow was the most noticeable thing about Friday the 13th. Not Friday, A Nightmare on Elm Street, Part 1, which I guess was just called A Nightmare on Elm. You don't call it Part 1 when it's Part 1 because you don't really know that it's going to be more than Part 1, right? All right. That's Podoween for today. This is how Podoween works, right? We go over a thing. It's pretty short, but the good news is that we will see you again tomorrow. So you have a good rest of the day, and we'll catch up with you soon.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Welcome back to Podoween, Day 2, Part 2, October 2nd, Podoween. Yesterday we talked a little bit about Nightmare on Elm Street. I keep wanting to say Friday the 13th. It's kind of weird that the Jason movies are called Friday the 13th, right? Like, why wasn't that called Camp Crystal Lake or something? I don't get it. But anyway, today we're going to talk a little bit more about Nightmare on Elm Street, sort of. Because the thing is, not everybody knows that Nightmare on Elm Street is based on a true story. Now, I say that in as much as I feel like the X-Files did this once in a while, right? They'd be like, based on a true story. And then you'd be like, how much of a story? But this is... Nightmare on Elm Street's based on a true story in that it was very much inspired by real events. Real deaths of a lot of refugees who were dying in their sleep, weirdly. I have a series of newspaper articles. I think this is the earliest from February of 1981. And these are from like legit papers. This is not the Weekly World News. This is the Los Angeles Times, right? Okay. By Bill Curry in Portland, Oregon. You know how newspapers do that? Portland, Oregon. I wonder if that's why they do that like on movies and stuff. You know, they'll be like Vancouver and they'll show it below because it's like we're used to getting news that way. Portland, Oregon. In search of freedom, opportunity, and a new life, young Lang Tao brought his life and 8 children to America from a Laotian refugee camp in Thailand last July. His search ended last month. Instead of finding a new life, young Lang Tao touched off with his death a medical mystery, one that has left the city and nations Hmong. Okay, this is Hmong, Hmong. Just so when I say it about 5 different shades of the same thing, you know what I'm trying to say. Hmong tribal communities in fear and prompted a call for a federal investigation. He had been up late watching television with an uncle and slipped into bed in the early hours of January 8th. That briefly awoke his wife, Zhang Yu, but both were soon asleep. Labored breathing. Then came his labored breathing, so loud that it awakened her. She shook him. The tears ran down her face as she recounted those next moments of horror, moments in which she realized that she could do nothing more. Suddenly, her healthy 47-year-old husband was dead. Yang Lang Tao's death would have gone unremarked as several other Hmongs already had, except that he was the second Hmong in Portland to pass across Dr. Larry V. Lumen's autopsy slab in 3 days. And for both Yang Lang Tao and Zhang Tao Zhang, 29, there was no explanation, no suggestion of a cause of death. not even after an autopsy, microscopic examination of the tissue, toxicology tests, and lengthy interviews with surviving relatives. Pending, Lumen, the county medical examiner, wrote of the cause of the deaths. Then he learned that 2 other morgue pathologists here had seen 2 other such deaths of Laotian refugees last year. Thus, in 9 months, 4 men were dead with no medical explanation. All were very, very similar, says Lumen. They were restricted to males, all relatively young, who died during their sleep. I don't know what we've got. He called medical officials in other cities that have large Hmong and Indo-Chinese populations, seeking indications of a more widespread pattern of death. He found none until Minneapolis officials told him that although they had not had any mysterious deaths of the Hmongs in St. Paul, St. Paul had 4 among the area's Hmong population of 8,000 had died mysteriously. 13 unexplained deaths. That spurred the search for more. Last week, after another Hmong man died in Minneapolis on February 17th, Lumen had recorded at least 13 sudden unexplained deaths since 1978 of sleeping Laotian refugees. Additional cases were found in Seattle, Des Moines, and Orange County, California. Within the Hmong communities, which account for most of the Laotian refugee mystery deaths, there is talk of still other deaths. There have been 1920 very similar deaths, says Ku Sheng Yang Chu, a Hmong leader here, and we have never had any legitimate explanation. Some attribute the deaths to chemical agents that the Hmong and other hill tribes were exposed to during the prolonged warfare in Southeast Asia. Vang Pao, a Hmong tribal leader, who now lives in Missoula, Montana, has been quoted as saying that deaths are almost certainly linked to chemical nerve agents used against the Hmong, many of whom once worked for the CIA. It just doesn't make sense to me, said Lumen, disputing the claim. Nerve gas doesn't act this way. There's no evidence. Secondly, if it was nerve gas, why does it affect only males and only during the night? And if nerve gas doesn't affect people right... Hold on, I gotta turn. It's like go to page 9A4. If it takes 4 years, it's not very effective. Nonetheless, Republican Jim Leach has asked for a federal Representative Jim Leach, who's a Republican from Iowa, has asked for a federal investigation of the deaths and any lingering effects of nerve agent exposure. Lumen wonders whether the remote mountain people have long experienced such swift, inexplicable death, which only now, for the first time, is being scrutinized by modern medicine. Way out of whack. We do see sudden, unexplained death in younger people every year, Lumen said. Maybe 4, 5, 6 in a population of 1 million. But 4 out of 2,000 refugees in Portland is way out of whack. We don't know whether this occurs in the native country to this extent. He cites Bangungut syndrome, named after the Filipino word for nightmare, that is known to strike and kill young Filipino men in what appears to be a similar manner. But for an explanation of their deaths themselves, if not their bizarre frequency, he observes, the way in which they died suddenly suggests it was the heart, a cardiac nerve conduction problem. All in their sleep suggests a defect in control of respiratory arrest. But neither leaves any physical evidence. In our village, says widow Jiang Yu, we have never had such a drama as the death of her husband and the others. People talk about their frustration, their hopelessness over the deaths, said Ku Sheng Yang Chu. He calls the mysterious ailment a strange threat and asks, what can we do to have a good, legitimate explanation for the deaths? The Hmong community would like to see all those autopsies brought here in one central place and have a medical task force do investigation and research. Fatherless children. That will come too late for Jiang Yu and her 8 fatherless children aged 3 to 15. Except for public assistance, she says, I do not know what I will do for a living to support my children to fulfill my husband's promise. Does she wish they had never come here? I wish, she said, there had not been the political disaster and the warfare situation and we could remain in our native village. If we could have, I don't think this would have happened to my husband. However, she said, I do not blame this country. It was like a weird end to that. Do you think it's because you came to America? It seemed like she was trying to be like, well, I mean, yeah, I didn't particularly want to leave, but we didn't have a choice. But I'm not stupid. I don't think it's like, it's because we came here. So interesting, right? An unusual level of similar deaths without explanation in the night. So this one came a little later. This one is very tiny type. Hold on. I need to plug in a lamp. I'm an old man. I need a lamp to read this shit. All right, please hold. Okay, I brought over a candle. It's wooden wicked, so it may crackle. So then this came out in the Los Angeles Times, July 12th. So a few months later. The attacks were all unexpected, fatal, and utterly mysterious. The 20 victims now, all but one of them young, apparently healthy men, were stricken in the middle of the night, and they died in agony. Autopsies by some of the best pathologists in the country have been unable to explain the cause of the seizures, at least 4 of them occurring in Orange County. We are still baffled, said one medical investigator who has been studying the matter for almost 6 months. What is even more vexing is that all of the victims are members of the Hmong tribes, Southeast Asian refugees dispossessed of their Laotian mountain homeland because they backed the United States in an ill-fated war. These sudden and unexplained deaths are deeply distressing to the Hmongs, fiercely independent and superstitious nomads who did not even have their own written language until 30 years ago. About 35,000 of the Hmongs have come to the United States in the past 5 years. Many of them were mercenaries for the CIA during the Vietnam War. They have settled in Southern California, particularly in Orange County, and in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, Seattle, Portland, and in the highlands of western Montana, among other places. In several of these places, the mysterious seizures are the leading killers of Hmong adults, according to medical detectives who are studying the problem. That study, which involves local health officials and investigators from the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta, has not uncovered the cause of the attacks. But according to the experts, it has begun to yield information that may help prevent or treat these mysterious attacks that kill in the night. We believe they are cardiac in nature, perhaps some kind of spasm or disturbance of the electrical mechanism of the heart, said one doctor. We may never know exactly what causes them. There are so many variables, but at least we may teach the Hmong how to treat and prevent them. The malady is so new that neither the medical investigators nor the Hmongs themselves have a formal name for it. The refugees have told investigators that such deaths apparently never occurred while the Hmongs lived in the remote highlands of Southeast Asia. The first documented case apparently occurred in Orange County in 1977 when a healthy young man named Lai Dawa died in his sleep. Joanne Gill, then a county social worker, recalls the death because she knew Lai Dawa so well. He was such an extreme example because he was so big and robust, and he had been a medic. He was at least sophisticated enough about health matters that he would have known if he was sick. Gill said she was unable at the time to convince anyone else that the death suggested a problem. There was an autopsy which put down the cause of death as acute cardiac insufficiency. That is a fancy way of saying they didn't know exactly what killed him, she said. Other deaths followed during the next several years and throughout the country. Only in retrospect did authorities begin to pay attention. I first learned of the possibility last spring when I received a call from a reporter in Minneapolis asking whether we had any unexplained deaths among Hmong men. Among Hmong, said Dr. Tom Pendergast, Oregon County epidemiologist. Before I even had a chance to check, I had another call from Portland asking the same question. That was when we began to suspect we had a problem. What Pendergast and his colleagues found on further study was a total of 20 clearly establishable cases, 19 men and 1 woman between 25 and 65 who went to bed seemingly well and died during the night. All were either found dead in the morning or were observed during the night to be making some gurgling noises in a collapsed state from which they could not revive. Pendergast said that since the deaths were not attended by physicians, they became coroner's cases, adding, in all the cases, an autopsy was not able to uncover an adequate explanation of the deaths. Pendergast said the 4 of these cases were discovered in Orange County. In addition, 2 other cases, which he calls possibilities, have occurred, but not enough is known about them to say definitively they were caused by the mysterious syndrome. The number is relatively limited, even for a community of 7,000, the number of Hmong refugees in Orange County. But it becomes more meaningful when you discover that there have only been 13 deaths among Hmong adults in the county at that time, he said. In other words, it may be that half of all deaths of Hmongs have been caused by this. When Prendergast said the federal public health officials began exploring the phenomenon in the rest of the country, they found similarly alarming figures. It was reported in Portland, for instance, that in 1 year there had been only 4 deaths among Hmongs. Pendergrass said, and all 4 of them were unexplained. According to Dr. Roy Barron of the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta, the heaviest concentration of cases is in Minneapolis-St. Paul, where between 10,000 and 12,000 Hmongs have settled, and where 6 cases have been reported. 4 confirmed cases each have been reported in Orange County and in Portland, and single cases have been reported in Los Angeles, San Diego, Toledo, Lawton, Oklahoma, Seattle, and Des Moines. The extent of the disease has spawned an intensive national study. One of the first concerns was whether the deaths might involve a disease that could be spread from the Hmong to other groups. The investigators have been able to rule that possibility out, they say. But the search for the cause of the attacks has not been otherwise successful, according to Dr. Barron. I'm afraid we are still fishing. We are accumulating data which may soon allow us to discard some possible causes, but we have not narrowed the field very far. This lack of success in explaining the attacks has given rise to widespread speculation about causes. The most widely circulated speculation revolves around the enormous stress or culture shock which the Hmong people are presumed to be encountering in their efforts to adapt to life in the United States. It is all but impossible for any of us to understand how much change these people have experienced, said Prendergast, and there is no question that such change can have fundamental importance to death. But the medical investigators say that it is all but impossible to chart the effect of stress since it is so hard to measure. In addition, such stress would have to be more severe on men than on women if it is to be a viable explanation. And besides, the most recent death in Orange County was that of a well-adapted individual, a social worker who participated in the American system and was helping his fellow refugees, said Prendergast. He was serving a useful function and appeared to be adapting quite well. A second possible explanation for the attacks, that they are delayed reactions to gas attacks by the North Vietnamese, is widely held by the Hmongs themselves. Most of them believe it is somehow related to the gassing, said social worker Gill. Hmong leaders have sought in the past several years to draw international attention to the plight of their people, focusing on the alleged campaigns of extermination being waged against the Hmongs in Laos. General Vang Pao, the most powerful single leader in the Hmong community in the United States, has made clear his desire to mobilize international opinion against the Vietnamese. The allegations of gassing have played an important political role in that effort. But U.S. medical investigators say they have not been able to find any indications that gas attacks might be responsible for the mysterious deaths. None of the next of kin were aware that any of the victims had been exposed to gas, said Orange County's Dr. Prendergast. On top of that, there aren't any known toxic materials that would induce those kind of delayed effects months or years after exposure. In addition, he said, the Orange County Coroner's Office Toxicology Lab, which has an international reputation, found no signs of poisoning in any of the Orange County victims. When we don't have an adequate explanation for the deaths, anything is a possibility, he said. We cannot rule out gassing. But if we found no evidence of it either, and none would usually expect that kind of evidence if it were the cause. Even though gassing and stress do not seem particularly promising explanation of the mysterious deaths, the medical detectives studying the 20 cases say they have made some progress in the past several months. Dr. Vu Dinh Minh, a U.S.-trained Vietnamese physician who has worked extensively with the Hmong, said that the cause of death may still be in question, but it seems relatively clear now that the mechanism is cardiac. Min and others say that the victims display the symptoms of some form of heart attack, perhaps a disturbance in the rhythm of the cardiac muscle. This diagnosis is supported by the discovery of at least one survivor of an attack who was saved by emergency medical aid and hospitalization. The unidentified victim, a member of the Hmong community in Seattle, has become in effect a living laboratory for the study of the malady. When he arrived at the hospital, he was found to be in ventricular fibrillation, said Prendergast. The heart muscle was contracting without affecting normal beats, just sort of quivering. With appropriate treatment, the patient survived and went on over the next several weeks to develop the typical electrocardiogram pattern of a person who had suffered a heart attack. But, said Prendergast, when the man was examined surgically, he was found to have no sign of cardiac artery disease or the type we traditionally expect with a heart attack. That suggests that the attacks may involve disturbances in heart rhythm, perhaps spasms which appear quickly and then quickly dissipate without inflicting the kind of long-term damage that might be discovered in autopsy. It also suggests that victims of the attacks might be saved by emergency medical aid and cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Our study also indicates that the deaths may not be as abrupt as we first thought, said Min, who is also a UC Irvine professor of medicine. The victims may have as much as 15 minutes before death arrives. That 15 minutes would be more than enough time to summon help, he said. A cardiac mechanism can be handled, Min said. It just takes organization and training. For that reason, he and Prendergast have recommended to the Hmongs that they seek assistance from Orange County health officials and from other sources to begin a CPR training program for the wives and other family members of Hmong men who might become victims. The Hmongs also need training in the kind of emergency care available so that paramedics and others could be summoned quickly to help any stricken men. The fact that there is so little evidence of damage to the heart may be a sign that we can intervene with CPR and save lives, said Min. But the important thing is that rather than just calling it a mystery, may have a positive way of dealing with the problem. There you go. A little more info. More deaths. The deaths continue. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. There's another article in July 14th. They still had not come up with any answers. Mysterious malady. And it was basically the same shit. Then there was another one from September 12th. Puzzle of Laotian refugee deaths is probed in South Dakota, San Diego. SD, that's South Dakota, right? But is probed in San Diego. At this point, it was up to 35 deaths, all at night while they were sleeping. Some people have found the victims gasping for breath and having difficulty breathing, and no one has found out what the cause is. We are all baffled. Then we had another one, July 10th of 1983, night deaths of Asian men unexplained. Healthy Indonesians, Filipinos, Japanese expire with a snap. Tokyo. Each year, hundreds of apparently healthy young Japanese die suddenly in their sleep, sometimes with a gasp or shout, and doctors do not know why. Reports of similar deaths in the Philippines and among Indo-Chinese refugees in the United States have given rise to speculation by medical experts that the disease might be common to ethnic groups throughout Asia. In Japan, the mysterious killer is called pokuri, an onomatopoetic term that suggests a demise that strikes unexpectedly with a snap. Although the fatal episode in pokuri disease is much like a heart attack, experts say victims mostly are men in their 20s and 30s and are generally robust and rarely have a history of symptoms related to heart disease. It's not a matter of the heart being good or bad, said Dr. Michio Inoue of the Tokyo Metropolitan Medical Examiner's Office, which studies pokuri. They seem to be dying of heart failure, but we can only guess about the cause. 80 deaths were reported in Tokyo alone in 1980. All but 4 of them were men. They estimate at least 500 Japanese and perhaps more than 1,000 a year die in a typical year. Pretty wild. Cambodians, Vietnamese in the United States. A deadly disease called Bengungut that we talked about before attacks sleeping young men in the Philippines. There are no statistics about the death, but it strikes those who go to sleep immediately after a heavy meal. And tradition has it that the death is preceded by nightmares. So there you go. So there was like this whole rash of these mysterious things, right? Where people were dying in their sleep unexplained. And this is a little bit of what kind of fed the idea of perhaps there's a nerve agent. You know, perhaps the government is evil. But perhaps it's Frederick Krager, killer, Night Stalker. I'm sure that name's not already taken. All right, well, we're way over time for October 2nd. But the good news is we'll still see you again tomorrow.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Dun, dun. Hey, everybody. I smell terrible. I have not showered yet today. Spooky, huh? So today we're going to talk about a film I saw. And I use that word very lightly. I have no respect for the term. The movie I saw is a little movie called Wish Upon from 2017. Now,
Hey, Carl, look at this.
Seven wishes.
Trying to drive here!
I wish Darcy Chapman would just go rot. It's given me everything. Money, love.
At what cost?
You have to get rid of it.
Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine.
okay, so Wish Upon is about well, okay, let me set the scene for you. The opening scene is very important in this film because it introduces you immediately to the caliber of thing that you're watching. So it opens with a average-looking suburban house. A little girl comes outside with a, puppy. And her mom follows her out onto the porch, and the girl runs into the yard where there's a bicycle that she jumps onto. And, the mom is like, "Are you going to go check on him again?" And she's like, "Uh-huh. Come on, Max." And she pedals off on her bike with the dog. They go about 20 feet. So she took a bicycle 20 feet to look inside a bush where there's, baby birds in a nest. And then she reaches in and she's petting baby birds, which I'm like, I don't know if that's should not be encouraging that behavior, but whatever. Then she rides her bike back home. She somehow manages to find her way back home. And then her and Max go back inside, and she finds her mother has hung herself in the attic. Also important to note is her mom has a mysteriously cloth-wrapped object she puts in the garbage. And then promptly kills herself for her young daughter to find. So we cut to the present. Now, we cut to the present. The house is all fucked up looking. Everything's gone to crap. The same bike is still in the front yard. So this has got to be 10 to 15 years later, right? The bike is right where it was left in the front yard when Mom died. Max is now an adult dog, etc. So she wakes up, she goes to school, and her dad is there. And so the girl who plays the main character is knockoff Alexis Bledel from Gilmore Girls, right? And so she gets up and her dad is there. And her dad, I was like, oh, they found knockoff Ryan Phillippe to be her dad. And upon looking, I was like, oh, I think that's actually Ryan Phillippe. I think at this point, knockoff Ryan Phillippe and Ryan Phillippe are competing for the same jobs. And so she goes to school. And when she gets to school, she sees her dad and her dad's friend Carl, dumpster diving right near the school. So she's like, "Oh, seriously?" And she has to go over there and be like, "Hey, I told you not to dumpster dive at the school." Now, apparently her dad is some kind of professional dumpster diver / hoarder. I'm not exactly sure. That part's not really clear. There are things in this movie that are not clear. For example, she's riding her bike to school, and there's like a neighbor who's like, "Oh, you look so pretty today," and she's like, "Thank you." And then she almost gets hit by a car being driven by someone else at the school. Like they sideswipe her on her bike and knock her into garbage cans. And it's almost like the opening to some kind of teen comedy or something. But then, and it's like at this old man's house. He looks like the tall man from Phantasm. And she's like, "Oh, hey, uncle, whatever." And apparently this is her uncle who lives in this huge mansion. And the uncle just seems like doesn't really give a shit, but whatever. So she rides off to school. She's in a Chinese class, which is important because then her dad finds this thing in the garbage. And it's like a big box. It's kind of an octagonal box. And it's got Chinese writing all over it. So he's like, "I thought you might have liked this thing I got out of the garbage, And so then she's looking at it, and she can't necessarily parse what it says, but it says something about wishing, right? So we get this scene where she's at school, and she's with her two friends. One is, ethnically unclear friend that they're just like, that covers that base, check. And then the other one is Barb from Stranger Things, reprising her role as Barb from Stranger Things, but I guess in 2017, which means she basically looks like Barb from Stranger Things, except she doesn't have the glasses. And they have this encounter with the popular kids where the main character calls the popular girl Ultimate Smegma. And they both and she's like, "What does that mean?" And so then someone looks it up on Urban Dictionary and is reading it out loud. And the entire lunchroom is like wrapped with attention because it's like, she just called her ultimate smegma. What does that mean? And they're reading that it's like this secretion from the genitals and blah, blah. And everyone's like, "Oh, shit." And then they just start slapping each other. And then a slap fight starts and just whatever. It's this like hilarious... I talked before about Nightmare on Elm Street being like, this is actually it rang true to me as far as like relationships with people in high school. This did not, because this was more like, who did people have this kind of encounter in high school? And also like, if someone comes up to your table and is just like, "Oh, whatever," they're laughing. It's like, okay, our main characters are laughing as the popular girls go by. And the popular girls are like, "What are you laughing about? Are you laughing at me?" And she's like, "Oh, I was just laughing because I called you Ultimate Smegma." And then you go through this whole thing, and it's like, I mean, I know you don't like these popular girls, and she did almost kill you with her car. But on the other hand, you're kind of an asshole too. Like, I'm not sure that you don't deserve it. So anyway, she has this box. She figures out that she can make a wish, right? So she's like, "I wish that this popular girl would go rot," And then, of course, what happens is she gets necrotizing fasciitis from a nail salon, right? So she's going to lose part of her face and whatever. She's all fucked up. So then, but then what happens is the dog dies somehow. It's not really clear. The dog's just under the porch and it's like mutilated or something. So they bury the dog and we all go about our lives. Now, you and I watching this movie know exactly what's going on. Because also the dog does not like the Chinese box. The dog is like, "What the fuck?" Now, there's also a weird thing that I'll just bring up right now because I don't know. It doesn't make sense to bring it up. But so clearly Claire's mom, that's the main character, threw away the wish box at the beginning of the movie, right? She threw away the wish box, killed herself. Well, then her dad finds the wish box again in a dumpster at some point and brings it to Claire. And it's never really clear why the mom threw it away, and then also it's not clear if the mom threw it away, like why in the narrative did she throw it away? What was her reason? But also why, if I'm writing this story, why wouldn't I just put it in the attic or something? Because then it would make sense for Claire to find it again, right? I mean, it doesn't really make sense that it was in their home, the mom threw it away, it has circulated in some way, and now has come back to their home again. It's overly complicated for no reason, but whatever. But so you and I know what's going on because we're all very familiar with this monkey's paw type story, right? Where it's like, okay, well, obviously you make these wishes and there's consequences. So Claire goes on to make really stupid wishes the whole time. Like, she makes a wish that this guy in school will be totally obsessed with her, which of course means like, well, he leaves his popular girlfriend and then is totally obsessed with her, and not in a good way. I don't know if there's a good way to be totally obsessed with something. Probably the way I am with Demolition Man, where it's like, I am not really prepared to buy a Demolition Man pinball machine, but if I owned a home and, only had to put off retirement for 8 months, I would consider it. So she wishes for that, and then her uncle dies. I think this is the one that calls her uncle dies. And her uncle's death is hilarious because her uncle, looks like the tall man. And we see more of a nude old man than I would have liked, which isn't a ton. But we see like a lot of his legs and then his torso. And you're just like, I don't know if I needed to see this. And he slips getting into the bathtub and cracks his head on the side. And then he's going under the water, and you're like, okay, well, he's dead. And the bathtub is still filling, so he's going to drown in there. But then his eyes pop open, and he sits up quickly in a panic, hits his head on the spout the water's coming up from, smashes his head into that, and then you're like, oh, okay, now he's really dead. So, he dies, and then Claire makes this wish, because this is also completely unexplained, is like why... Apparently, there's some kind of relationship with this uncle that's no good, right? And Ryan Phillippe is like, fuck that guy, and we probably won't get anything from his will. He hated us. So she wishes that they do get everything from the will, and they do. So now they're living this rich lifestyle, and you've got that sequence where the girl and her friends are buying expensive handbags and doing all this shit. Basically doing nothing for anyone ever. Then it's like the girl's neighbor dies. And it's sort of funny because, like, she's not even their neighbor anymore. She's, like, at home cooking dinner. She gets killed by the garbage disposal. Lots of people get killed by the garbage disposal in movies, which I don't know how often that's happening in reality. I mean, I feel like if you got hurt by it, you might, like, lose a finger or maybe something comes shooting out and hits you in the face. But to die from the garbage disposal seems unlikely. I mean, it seems unlikely we would all have these in our homes if so many people were dying from them. And the way she dies, too, is like her ponytail gets stuck in it and it like breaks her neck or something. Also, a complaint I have about the garbage disposal in this movie is this lady, she's like chopping vegetables and stuff, and she's putting like half of a carrot and half of an apple into the garbage disposal. And I'm just like, you deserve this. You obviously do not know. A garbage disposal is meant to get the little extra pieces that, happen to fall through the cracks. It's not like you just put a whole carrot in there and you're like, oh, this will be fine. No, absolutely not. So anyway, she's dead. And it's funny because, like, people are dying, but they're kind of peripheral to Claire, our main character. They're not, you'd expect, like, maybe her dad will be dead, maybe her friends, you know what I mean? But it's like their old neighbor, an uncle that they didn't associate with, the dog, which you're like, yeah, okay. So then Claire has a Chinese guy in her Chinese class who at one point offers her he's like, my sister could translate some of this for you, because some of it's in ancient Chinese and some of it's modern. So they can read the modern part, but the ancient part they don't know. But he's like, my sister is like studies Chinese or something. And he's like, if we go to her house, she'll do it for you. And she's like, what's the price? And he's like, well, she's a slut for wontons. So they're driving to this lady's house, and then they have a discussion about multiverses, because it's a long story, but basically the guy's like, well, in the multiverse, things are probably different. And Claire is like, yeah, well, in a multiverse, maybe blah, blah, blah. And the guy's like, you're into multiverses? And she's like, totally. And you're just listening to this and you're like, this does not sound like a conversation anyone has ever had ever. Like, oh, I went on a date and we discussed the multiverse. Come on. Anyway, they get up to this lady's house. She translates it. And basically what she translates is like, okay, you can make 7 wishes. You can't throw this away or get rid of it in any way. Otherwise, everything you've wished for comes undone. And also, with every wish, there's a blood price. And after 7 wishes, the box owns your soul. So, she's basically expository plot device, right? Here's what's happening in the movie. And then, in one of my favorite parts, this Chinese lady is like, all right, well, it's time for you guys to go. I need to be alone with my tons. She's calling her wontons tons, which I've never heard. I don't know if maybe this is a thing that I just don't know because I'm like not that into wontons. But it was like, I'm going to be alone with my tons. And I was like, okay. So then, of course, she dies because they make some kind of wish or something. Because Claire wishes she'd be the most popular girl in school. Now, I just want to point out, I think we've made 4 wishes at this point. That so-and-so would go rot, which is fine because you're like, we're in that stage of, I don't really believe this because I don't know that I'm in a horror movie. And then there's the wish of, like, dating the guy, and that comes true. And then there's the wish about being the most popular girl in school, and that comes true. There's also, she makes a wish about, this is probably the best scene in the movie. Her dad is dumpster diving, and she's like, Dad, what are you doing? We live in a mansion now. And he's like, I'm hanging out with Carl, my friend. And you're like, okay. So she wishes her dad wouldn't be embarrassing. Cut to the next scene, which is they're in the mansion, and the dad is playing jazz saxophone in the middle of the room, like a smooth jazz song. There's a guy we've never seen before lightly playing the drums who may or may not be his friend Carl. We don't actually see him very much. And another guy we've definitely not seen before who's playing the piano. And her dad is like playing, jazz saxophone and is real fucking into it. And this girl and her 2 friends are sitting on the steps in the house and they're watching him. And Barb from Stranger Things, in a moment that I was like, oh, Barb, I'm so sorry for you. She's like, your dad is hot sauce, like sriracha hot. I have never heard anyone say hot sauce. Also, I was like, couldn't you just say your dad is hot, like sriracha hot? Isn't that a much better line? But they're watching him play jazz saxophone, and these teenage girls are super impressed by this. Now, to be fair, Ryan Phillippe is pretty good looking for like an average suburban dad. I mean, he can't be that old, but also you're like, okay. But the fact that it's like, they hated him before, and then they're like, now that he's playing this jazz saxophone, I'm pretty into it. So anyway, they try and smash the box. That doesn't work. The crazy guy gets crazier. The girls all hang out, and then one of the friends dies. An elevator crashes. I don't know. It's weird. And so then, she tells her friends about the box. And her friends have some of the most rational horror movie reactions ever. The one friend is like, so wait a minute. You've made like 4, 5 wishes at this point? I think she had made 5 at that point. She's like, you've made 5 wishes, and none of them have benefited your friends at all. They've all been in for you. And the girl's like, well, I didn't really think it was working. And I was like, oh, come on. And then the Barb friend is like, if I had this box, I would have like cured, I would have made world peace and cured world hunger by now. And, and you're like, yeah, I mean, you are kind of shitty, right? Also, and the Barb friend is also like, sorry, I think the one friend said the world hunger. And then the Barb friend is like, well, I mean, obviously you have to stop using this because it's not worth it, right? She's like, is it worth it to be the most popular girl in school that your neighbor was killed? And you're like, these girls are talking a lot of sense. These high school girls, when presented with an object that grants wishes, are being very logical about this and saying like, okay, let's lay it out here. If you had wished for world peace and someone close to you died, that would probably still be worth it, right? I mean, in the grand scheme of things, if you could be a selfless person and you're like, maybe my dad's going to die, but no one else will die in a war ever again, I mean, that's a pretty small price to pay. But anyway, she completely ignores their advice. And so Claire uses a wish. Oh, she gets crazy and wishes her mom was still alive. So then her mom is alive. She goes downstairs. She has 2 younger sisters. They're like celebrating her birthday. And her dad, her dad is outside trying to trim a tree he's holding a ladder for his friend Carl, who's up there using a chainsaw one-handed to trim like a tiny branch off a tree. And of course, then he falls, slices open Ryan Phillippe, and he's dead. So then Claire's like, shit, I just traded my mom for my dad. So now she's made 6 wishes at this point. And we've been warned that the 7th wish, the box owns your soul, right? And she's like, I still have one more wish. So she's like, I wish, none of this had ever happened. And so then, everything's back to normal and blah, blah, blah. And she's like all happy. And of course, then she gets killed at the end. She gets hit by the car by those asshole students who, she hated from the beginning. And what I thought was really weird about this is I was like, okay, if you make 7 wishes and then this owns your soul, bitch, when you've got 5 wishes, she kept saying, I have 2 wishes left. No. When you have 5 wishes left, you have 1 left. Because you want to make 6 and then stop, right? Because you're like, all right, if I'm going to make the 6th wish that everything's back to normal, then there will be a blood price to pay. But then after that, everything's good, right? And then I just stick this thing in the attic and forget about it. But she was like, I'll just count up to 7. And I was like, okay, well, you're going to die, right? Like, do we not know this? Are we not supposed to know? I was trying to keep track, too. I actually, during this movie, paused the movie to count up how many, because I was like, I wonder if this movie did something clever and was like, made a sneaky wish. You know what I mean? Like, if she said something early on and just said, like, some weird thing about, like, oh, I wish you wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? And then the box was like, dun, dun, dun. I thought that might be what's going on, because then, it would make sense for the movie to trick me into thinking 6 wishes had been made, and she was making the 6th wish, but really she was making the 7th. But that didn't happen at all. They didn't even bother. They're just like, fuck it. Let's just, have her be dumb. So a bunch of dumb dummies got what they deserved, basically, is the lesson from Wish Upon. This is a very incompetently made film. It's poorly written and poorly directed. It's also like one of those, like, hey, fellow teens kind of things where you're like, whoever made this knows nothing about teenagers and didn't bother to try and learn. I recommend it. I recommend it if you want to just watch a terrible movie like, if you've ever been tempted to watch Snoop Dogg's Hood of Horror, which I've seen, and is pretty bad other than one part where a guy gets like a 40-ounce bottle shoved through his head. But the rest is just boring. This one might be up your alley. If you can appreciate a movie for being crazy stupid in ways that you've never really imagined, this might be the movie for you. And with that ringing endorsement, we end yet another Podoween episode. I guess we'll see you tomorrow.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Dun 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 dun. Theme songs. Theme songs are an important element of any radio show. You like that? You like that intro where I'm like, I'm going to intro this for real and get serious. So we have a normal theme song on this show. And it goes a little something like this. A little something like this. Oh boy. Oh boy.
You're not gonna say it. Somebody should. Let's talk about two times. Let's talk about ball wine, yeah. You're asking the questions that nobody could. Like where the bone thugs and are they in harmony? Do helpful snowman.
So that's what the normal theme sounds like, right? And I thought we would do a little experiment here. There's much ado about the idea of backwards masking, right? Like this is a thing that super metal people would do. So the idea being like, okay, if you play the record backwards, you hear a secret message. So what do we hear if we play my theme song backwards? Let's find out. So far, not so spooky. So far, kind of sounds similar to me. That sounded like the voices of boys. Listen. The voices of boys. Yes, yes. And murder. That sounded like murder. Something about Satan was definitely in there. I definitely heard Satan. Satan. There it was, right there. He's like, oh, Satan. Like this. Okay, that says show us. Show us Satan. Watch. When you play this part, it's show us Satan. Show us Satan. Right? Did we know? How were we to know? Oh my God. If only I'd known that all this time this was a devil worship podcast, I never would have allowed this to happen. Never in a million years would I have allowed something like this to happen. What a disaster. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. Well, that's pretty much all I've got for you today. That was a quick one today. We had some long, some short. But to go out with, of course, where would I be if I didn't get maximum use out of our Podoween intro and play it backwards as well? So enjoy. Enjoy about a minute and a half of terror. And I'll see you tomorrow.
nameless for her. Was the raper? I felt no reader, said no reader. Now I speak. It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Okay, you ready? I'm going to do like a lore intro. Damn it. I blew it. Hold on. Now it's going to happen. This is the sound of a music box note. One little note, but when put together with others, can create a soundscape of terror. You like that shit? I did want to do a little thing about music boxes because I found, so I'm making the Podoween intro, right? And it starts with that music box. And I was like, I don't know what it is about music boxes, but they do sound like weird and fucked up, don't they? Don't they just sound a little fucked up to you? I mean, all right, here's one. Is that not like a nightmarish sort of thing? I mean, like, you hear it and it's like maybe it's not that bad. But then I'm like, okay, imagine you're hearing this like music through the walls at night. And it's like, it's just very faint. So you get out of bed in your apartment and you put your ear up to the wall and what you hear is... Or you go into the living room, and you see the cat is sitting there, looking at something. It's a mysterious little box, and the cat tilts his head as the music box opens, and you hear. Or you are walking through a cemetery at night, and you come across a grave that's got a small music box next to it. Right? I mean, isn't there something that's like not quite right about this? Or how about this one? You're in a graveyard and you notice a mausoleum, and you step inside and you notice that each shelf, drawer, mausoleum hole is attended by a music box. And as you step in, the door closes behind you and all the music boxes open at once. And the sound gets louder and louder. And you feel trapped and claustrophobic, and you're never gonna get out. I mean, it's some weird shit, right? Something weird going on with these music boxes, and I don't know if I approve of it. But you know, them's the breaks, right? And I leave you with this. A single note. Is it a note of terror or a note of childhood joy? And really, is there that much of a difference?
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Hey everybody, welcome to October 6th, Podoween, our 6th episode. So far, I'd say so good. So far, so good. If I'm giving a progress report, which I guess I am, so far, so good. Today's topic, yokai, Japanese monsters. So I read this book called Yokai Attack, the Japanese Monster Survival Guide. And it looks, like this kind of fun, cheesy thing. And it talks about different Japanese monsters. Talks about, where are you likely to encounter them and what is likely to happen and, what is their size and whatever, which I would have loved as a kid. But what was really interesting is the more you read about it, the more you figure out this book is actually pretty well researched and kind of interesting. What made me decide, of course, to do it on this show is the kappa or kappa. I'm not sure exactly how they'd say it. There's a pronunciation guide though, so I would guess it's kappa. So it's kind of this goblin-y thing, which lives in like lakes and streams and stuff, and it has a sort of dish-shaped indent on its head that fills with water. And if you can somehow trick it to drain that, then it like loses all of its power and stuff like that. Also, it has to take off its skin and sleep on land during the day. So if you take its skin, it's also like extremely weak. So if you can trick it to bow by bowing first, it'll drain all its water, and then it's like, shit. Or do it in the sunlight. But what's especially interesting about these is that one of their tactics is to remove a swimmer's intestines from below by punching a slimy hand through your butthole. The kappa isn't after the entrails themselves, but rather a shirikodama, a mysterious organ said to be located in the colon. So basically, it'll shove its hand up your ass and try and pull out your colon, right? Also, there's a old print that seems to suggest that these creatures can be repelled by farts. So if you fart in their faces, they'll go away. So, obviously, at that point, I was like, well, we got to read about this, and then maybe two later is the Wanudo. And basically, so this is like a wagon wheel with a face in the middle, which is kind of a crazy, and it's also on fire. So it's got a human face in the center, and it's outside is a wagon wheel, and it goes flying around. And it'll run down and rip people's limbs off. It's kind of its big thing, and leave their remains smoldering in the streets. And that looking at one of these is a mistake. In one famous urban legend involving the Wanyudo, a woman who peeked out of her home to get a glimpse of the creature was spared death, but startled to see tiny human limbs dangling from its spokes. If you have the time to gaze upon me, tend to your own child, it is reported to have roared at her. When she did so, she discovered to her horror that her infant's legs had been reduced to bloody stumps. Pretty fucked up. And there was but then, okay, so the first one, the kappa, right? Basically, that was designed. It's why would this fucked up thing, why? There's a lot of why, right? But the reason it exists is to keep kids from screwing around in the river, right? Because you don't want your kid to drown. And kids are not scared of that, but they are scared of this thing's going to rip through your butthole. Or there's a cat one, a Nico Mata, which is a two-tailed cat. And basically it's to get people to be hey, be nice to cats. Don't be a jerk, because otherwise this monster will come get you. This is one of my favorites, Konaki Gigi, which is basically, it looks like an old man. It's a tiny old man that impersonates a baby, right? And then it tries to trick you to pick it up. And when you pick it up, and it lives often in a pumpkin patch or something. But once picked up by a kindly stranger, the quote-unquote baby, Konaki Gigi, cannot be set down. It begins increasing in weight, slowly at first, and then unbearably quickly, crushing the life out of the hapless individual who attempts to save it. So basically, it just increases its mass and crushes you if you pick it up. So it's trying to trick you to pick it up, and then once you do, it fucks you over hard. Good shit. There was, let me see. I marked some pages in here of my favorites. One of my favorites was the Tenome. So this is a guy who looks, if you've seen Pan's Labyrinth, and there's that creature who has its eyes outside of its head, and picks them up and puts it in his hands. That's what this looks like. This kind of looks like a shriveled old man, like Popeye, let's say, but both eyes are popped. But then it's got its eyes in the palms of its hands, right? And it's a mostly harmless thing, because supposedly the legend is that this was a blind person who was killed on a road in between towns in Japan. And so it's looking for its, murderers. But there's also a version of this called the Shirime, which stands for butt eye. So it's kind of the same thing, except instead of having its eyeballs in its hands, it has a single working eyeball in its anus. And so, according to the folklore, it surprises passersby by disrobing to reveal its eye, then pursuing them on all fours, back end first. No fatalities have been reported from this yokai, though. That's the good news. But then, you're reading this book, and it's talking about, this monster with the eyes in his hands, and it's saying how, oh, yeah, people who come to Japan are surprised at, the roads and railways and stuff, but it's because that's how the country developed, even in old times, there were roads that went everywhere, right? Pretty good shit. There's all kinds of stuff in here. Oh, there's one that usually shows up in the girl's bathroom. It's a seemingly normal little girl, and then it haunts kids in the restroom. It's kind of like a Bloody Mary type thing. You'll call out and say, "Are you in here?" And then it'll say, "Yes, it is." And then it'll, scare the shit out of you. If it's present, it will respond. But yeah, I like that. That's in a bathroom. That's very helpful, Snowman-y. I also, though, so I was reading these and I was like, oh my god, these are so metal. There's a fucking skeleton that's made out of a bunch of skeletons, and this wagon wheel that's on fire that'll cut your baby's legs off, all this shit. And the skeleton made out of skeletons is pretty awesome. It is a giant skeleton. And then there was this one, the Tsuchigumo. It's a giant spider. I mean, we're talking about a 10-ton spider for real. But this is an interesting story. So it's where the Tsuchigumo come from. Long, long ago, Japan was a hodgepodge of various tribes and villages. Sometime around the 5th or the 6th century AD, a single group emerged as the dominant force in the country, the Yamato people, whose increasingly powerful emperor began to conquer his rivals and unify the country. His armies waged war against those who refused to pledge allegiance, killing or chasing them from areas that the Yamato Empire controlled. There were many such refugees who scattered throughout the Japanese islands, seeking the isolation they needed to preserve their own cultures. The Yamato people coined the derogatory term tsuchigumo, ground spiders, to portray these rebel tribes as savage cave dwellers too primitive to submit to civilized authority. The word is a catch-all covering everything from different ethnic groups to those who simply resisted Yamato cultural imperialism, but they were probably less like barbarians and more like political refugees who simply wanted to live their lives in peace. Alas, it wasn't to be. These pockets represented a thorn in the side of any emperor or warlord who wanted to claim that they ruled everything under the rising sun. And so, for a time, ventures to wipe out one or another Tsuchigumo enclave became the standard feather in any would-be Yamato hero's cap. Over the years, the combination of the gruesome-sounding ground spider nickname and the ferocity with which some tribes attempted to defend themselves from imperial crusaders gave rise to many legends about the Tsuchigumo. Chief among them was what they had mutated into giant insects and spiders over the centuries, laying traps for any who dared to invade their territories. These creatures are often referred to as yokai Tsuchigumo to distinguish them from the actual tribes. Although Tsuchigumo settlements persisted for centuries in the deep countryside, Yamato emperors and warlords eventually succeeded in subjugating and assimilating them into mainstream Japanese culture. Today, hazy tales of yokai Tsuchigumo are essentially all that remain of these outlaw tribes. These visual caricatures are essentially political cartoons created by the winners of history. So there you go. Isn't that a neat little piece of Japanese history? It's like, oh, it turns out that this thing is not just a, berserk crazed monster. It's like how the monster developed. And so, like, reading this book, you find out about the monsters, and you find out how Japanese culture developed and, I don't know, where it all came from and stuff. It's pretty fascinating. You know, sometimes, by looking at our monsters, we can see ourselves. But then there's also tanuki, which is like a raccoon thing, which is a trickster that'll steal your money and put leaves in your pocket instead, and also has a giant, enormous ball sack. Like, seriously, it'll use its ball sack as like a weapon, or like, it'll use its balls as like a raincoat or a drum or a weapon, and even as a disguise to impersonate other creatures. Some accounts claim that their ball stacks can be extended into a sheet some 8 tatami mats in size, which is more than 130 square feet. There's a famous children's rhyme that goes, "The tanuki's testicles swing, swing, even without any breeze." So, there's some amazing shit. And then there's also a raccoon with enormous balls, just to kind of round things out. And that's yokai. We'll see yo tomorrow. Huh? Seriously. That was a 10.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Oh, hey everyone. Welcome to day 7. We've made it a full week. We did it. We made it. Can't believe you ate it. Podoween. Today, we're going to talk about death. Specifically, there was a paper in the Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology from the 60s. And it set out it basically set these things, these 7 rules, or these 7 reasons that humans fear death. Why are we afraid of death? And it kind of came up with these 7 things. So I thought, well, if I could eliminate these 7 things from my life, then would I not fear death? That's kind of the theory, right? Like, if this is truly why people are afraid of death, if these things didn't exist, would we fear death? So let's go through and see, because I don't think all of these would be true. Number 1, my death would cause grief to my relatives and friends. I don't really think about that so much. Not to be an asshole, but fuck y'all. But also, I'll be dead, so I won't be there to experience that. And I don't know. I guess it's weird to think of. Maybe this is a real dick thing to think. But I guess I think, when I think about my own death, I don't think about my friends will be so sad. Because I'm kind of well, I'll be dead. So really, who's got the worst end of the stick there? Come on. I mean, are people going to be coming to my deathbed, and being like, dude, it's going to suck when you're gone. I'm going to be so sad. You should feel bad for me. And I'll be like, yeah, I mean, I'll do my best. That's what I'll say. And then I'll be like, maybe you should go. 2, all my plans and projects would come to an end. That's probably true. Like, if I died now, there's unfinished things that I would never finish. And that I don't like. However, I always thought that if I died, what I would do is pay up the hosting and stuff for this website. And then it's podcasts could continue coming out for years after my death. I mean, they'd be way spaced out and shit. Wouldn't it be great, though, if a Podoween happened after I was dead? It was I recorded it in my final days, and then it was oh, from beyond the grave comes helpful Snowman Podoween. The message so important that it came from beyond the grave. So, I mean, I think that this sucks, but at the same time, I'm I have an answer to it, which is I need to finish my shit, and then also you can lay in some shit that'll continue on after you're gone. I could put on Kindle books on the store that and then set the publication date for years in advance. So it's you'll just have to wait for the next one. The process of dying might be painful. Yeah, I think that's possible. I wouldn't say that's something I fear, not because I don't think it's likely or possible, just because that's so abstract because you don't really know what's going to happen and all that kind of. I guess to me that feels like fearing something that is maybe not, and fearing it isn't going to change that. So I guess I don't fear that per se. Not that I don't think it's likely. I'm not I'll probably be fine. I just think that there's no getting around that one. I could no longer have any experiences. Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't know if I fear that again. It's more like a regretful thing, where I'm just I couldn't do any stuff anymore. You know what I mean? That seems like a real short way to summarize basically the whole problem of death, which is I couldn't have any more experiences. And it's yeah, you'll be dead. That one, it might as well say number 4, I would be dead. And that's the problem. I feel like maybe the answer there is to have... Well, I think there's a couple answers. I think you could have enough experiences in life where you feel I didn't get to do everything, but I got to do a lot. I did a pretty good job. And the B is to experience something horrific so that when you die... In that same yokai book, there was from the last episode, there was a guy, a samurai who fought this demon over and over and became immortal, but he had to keep fighting this demon. And so then finally he defeated this demon, and some, kindly spirit was like, I'll grant you any wish. And he was just like, I just want to have an eternal restful sleep. And that's it. Because it was just like, I've seen too much horrible shit. So that's another route to that, is to have, you can either have a great life or a terrible life. I guess you want to skip the middling life and go to one end of the spectrum or the other. 5, I would no longer be able to care for my dependents. Well, I have none of those at the current, so that's good news. I guess if I end up getting a cat or something again, I'll set something aside for the cat to, make sure it gets adopted and everything taken care of. That'll be fine. I don't worry about that. I don't think I'm such a good, such a great person that it would be like, well, now if I died, my cat/kid would be a homeless on the street. Because what would they do without me? Because I am so great. 6, I am afraid of what might happen to me if there is a life after death. I guess I don't fear that either, because I don't think it's true, but also I think if it is true, I think I've led a generally good life. I mean, I don't know. I suppose it's possible that the rules of it could be extremely unfair and arbitrary. I think that's kind of funny is, when people try to logic out the afterlife, where they're like, well, I've been a good person. I'm not going to end up the same place as Hitler. But part of me is like, I mean, if there is an afterlife, like, isn't it entirely possible that, okay, the circumstances of your birth are so random, right? Like, there's so many factors and so many things. Isn't it entirely possible that after you die, the determination of like heaven and hell and all that is also 100% random? Like, that seems very possible to me. But I don't know. I guess like the prospect of life after death doesn't scare me just because I feel like I've led a good life. So if there is a determination to be made, that at worst I'll end up in somewhere that's just super boring, which would kind of suck. But, I feel like I could come up with activities. But I think also, okay, like the idea of an afterlife to me that would be great would be basically, it'd be similar to my current life. It would just be like I'd have all the time in the world to like read the books and play the games and write the things and do all that, right? Like I could just I wouldn't have to go to work. Obviously, I wouldn't have to like cook and clean. But other than that, if I could remove the parts of my life that were responsibilities, that would be pretty rad. But so like the opposite of that is, I guess, my current life, kind of, except just the proportions are different. Like, I guess my hell is sort of a, if I'm not just being tortured to death and stuff, it's just like, I just work a lot and I have no time to myself and all my things go undone. But that's only really hell because, you know that death is coming at some point and you'll eventually run out of time. Like, I don't know how hellish that is if I'm like, well, this is eternity now, so whatever. But anyway, all that to say, that's not really a fear of mine. 7, I am afraid of what might happen to my body after death. No, I wouldn't say that at all. I wouldn't say that I'm even remotely afraid of what will happen to my body after death. I mean, I think I'll leave instructions, but if those instructions are not followed, I'm not super worried about it. I kind of just see it as, it's your flesh, right? Your vessel. It's like I owned these atoms for a while and now they don't belong to me anymore. So they go back to the earth or whatever. I mean, that's the way of things, right? So yeah. So wait a minute. When I look at this, of course this screen goes to rest right then. My screen has passed away. Let's see. I fear my project's coming to an end. I can no longer have experiences, but that was about it. So 2 out of 7. I only have to get rid of 2 out of 7. So I got to finish all my projects and lay in some stuff for if I die. And then I guess have some experiences or have some terrible experiences. Either way, the answer here seems to be experiences. So I guess maybe I should do some writing today, huh? Get some shit done so that when I'm going to die, I'm like, all right, well, I did things. Well, those are the 7. Think about how you feel about those. Maybe you can get rid of your fear of death. And then, be fearless and then end up with me in purgatory doing nothing. See you tomorrow.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Hello, friends. Hello, listeners. I put you in 2 different categories. If you're my friend, you're my friend. And if you're my listener, fuck off. So in doing some research for this year's Podoween, I came across a sort of a funny thing, which is that many folks, it seems, have written sort of funny obituaries. And so I found this website. Now, this is a very cheesy website called Love Lives On, and it's 17 insanely funny obituaries that will make you laugh and cry. I doubt I'm going to cry, but we'll see. But here's the thing is, this episode is going to inspire this year's contest, for which the prize is pretty amazing. And everyone who succeeds in the contest will get the prize. Last year, it was, just a button, a headless snowman horseman button. But this year, it's something a little better. And I'm not going to tell anybody what it is, but trust me, it is worth your time. This is like a $25 value. And just in money. In feelings, it's like a lot more. So anyway, let's look at some of these obituaries, and then we'll get to our contest. Let's see. Emily Phillips died March 25th, 2015 from pancreatic cancer, but she'd managed to write her own obituary first. So we'll just start reading this. It pains me to admit it, but apparently I have passed away. Everyone told me it would happen one day, but that's simply not something I wanted to hear, much less experience. Once again, I didn't get things my way. That's been the story of my life, all my life. While on that subject, the story of my life, on February 9th, 1946, my parents and older sister celebrated my birth, and I was in blah, blah, blah. I can't believe that happened in the first half of the last century, but there are records on file in the courthouse which can corroborate this claim. Middle sister, something planted a seed which made me become a teacher. That's not a sex joke. Teaching young children. I remember their mother wearing an apron. I remember Daddy calling square dances. I remember my older sister pushing me off my tricycle. I remember my younger sister sleepwalking out of the house. Okay. Well, I don't know about this one. I'm going to just move on to the second one. This one's not, whatever. 2, funny obituary for William Ziegler, written by his kids. He died July 29th, 2016 at the age of 69. Okay, the first one, is fine. No disrespect. It was just a little cute for me and seemed kind of standard, so that's fine. William Ziegler escaped this mortal realm on Friday, July 29th, 2016 at the age of 69. We think he did it on purpose to avoid having to make a decision in the pending presidential election. Ha 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 ha. He leaves behind 4 children, 5 grandchildren in the potted meat industry, for which he was an unofficial spokesman until dietary restrictions forced him to eat real food. William volunteered for service in the United States Navy at the ripe old age of 17 and immediately realized he didn't much enjoy being bossed around. He only stuck it out for one war. Before his discharge, however, the government exchanged numerous ribbons and medals for various honorable acts. Upon his return to the city of New Orleans in 1971, thinking it best to keep an eye on him, government officials hired William as a fireman. After 25 years, he suddenly realized that running away from burning buildings made more sense than running toward them, and he promptly retired. His parents were great. Following his wishes, there will not be a service, but well-wishers are encouraged to write a note of farewell on a Schaefer light beer can and drink it in his honor. Ooh, that's good. He was never one for sentiment or religiosity, but he wanted you to know that if he owes you a beer and if you can find him in heaven, he will gladly allow you to buy him another. He can likely be found forwarding tasteless internet jokes. Check your spam folder, but don't open these at work. Expect to find an alcoholic dog named Judge passed out at his feet. Unlike previous times, this is not a ploy to avoid creditors or old girlfriends. He assures us that he is gone. He will be greatly missed. Not bad. That's a little closer. This is for Mary Pat Stocks on July 2015. Pat Stocks, 94, passed away peacefully at her home in July 1st, 2015. It is believed it was caused from carrying her oxygen tank up the long flight of stairs to her bedroom that made her heart give out. She left behind a hell of a lot of stuff to her daughter and sons who have no idea what to do with it. So if you're looking for 2 extremely large TVs from the 90s, a large ceramic stork, we think, an umbrella cane stand, a toaster oven slightly used, or even a 2001 Oldsmobile with a spoiler, she loved putting the pedal to the metal with only 71,000 kilometers and 1,000 tools that we aren't sure what they're used for. You should wait the appropriate amount of time to get in touch. Tomorrow would be fine. This is not an ad for a pawn shop, but an obituary for a great woman. Blah, blah, blah. She leaves behind a very dysfunctional family she was very proud of. She's world-renowned for her lack of patience, not holding back her opinion, and knack for telling it like it is. She had to walk for miles to school in a blizzard, extensive vocabulary. Her extensive vocabulary was more than highly proficient at knowing more curse words than most people learn in a lifetime. Blah, blah, blah. She was a master cook in the kitchen. She believed in overcooking everything until it chewed like rubber so you would never get sick because all germs would be nuked. Freezing germs also worked, so by Friday our school sandwiches were hard and chewy but totally germ-free. All 4 of us learned to use a napkin. You would pretend to cough, spit the food into it, and thus was born the Stocks diet. If anyone would like to copy her homemade gravy, we would suggest you don't. This is pretty good. Not bad. Aaron Permont's obituary. Now, this is a self-written one, age 35. Age 35, died peacefully at home on November 25th after complications from a radioactive spider bite that led to years of crime fighting and a years-long battle with a nefarious criminal named Cancer who has plagued our society far too long. Civilians will recognize him best as Spider-Man and thank him for his many years of service protecting our city. His family knew him only as a kind and mild-mannered art director, a designer of websites and T-shirts and concert posters who always had the right cardigan and right thing to say, even if it was wildly inappropriate. Aaron was known for his long, entertaining stories, which he loved to repeat often. Well, there you go. He was a comic book aficionado, no kidding. Like, this has one joke, but then it kind of goes whatever. So here's one a guy wrote for himself also. James Jim Groth made his last wildly inappropriate and probably sarcastic comment on July 28th. Jim was born and immediately dubbed our favorite child to John and Joan Groth in March 1963. Their constant love and support and caring far exceeded anything Jim deserved. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. His regrets were few, but include eating a rotisserie hot dog from a convenience store in the summer of 2002, not training his faithful dog Rita to detect cancer, and that no video evidence exists of his prowess on the soccer field or in the bedroom. Not bad. Cremation will take place at the family's convenience, and his ashes will be kept around as long as they match the decor. Let's see. Here's one written by a daughter. Ding dong, the witch is dead, but the memory of our mother lives on. Whoa. She was sweet with a side of zest. Nah, that's not good. Here's one about himself. So the world doesn't have Angus MacDonald to kick around anymore. I'm gone. The devil finally called my name. The Grim Reaper came for me on Friday, March 25th, 2016. I bought the farm. I bit the dust. So I guess I'm off to the promised land, eh? The promised land, imagine. Here's when I was born. Here's a bunch of people. So anyway, I think I was a pretty nice guy despite being a former punk and despite what some people would say about me. What did they know about me anyway? I loved my family and cared for them enough through good times and bad. I did my best. I don't want a funeral. That's a waste of money. I don't know. This one's a little dark that I'm not jigging. Walter George Bruhl Jr. of Newark and Dewey Beach, Delaware, is a dead person. He is no more. He is bereft of life. He is deceased. He has rung down the curtain and gone to join the choir invisible. He has expired and gone to meet his maker. Blah, blah, blah. He was surrounded by his loving wife, 57 years, Helen, who will now be able to purchase the mink coat, which he had always refused her because he believed only minks should wear mink, his 2 sons, their wives, and 4 grandchildren. He was preceded in death by his tonsils and adenoids in 1935, a spinal disc in 1974, a large piece of his thyroid gland in 1988, and his prostate on March 27, 2000. I drifted through this, blah, blah, blah. This is way too long. Again, okay, here's what a lot of these have that I don't like. It starts out with, a good joke or, a jokey thing, and then it turns into kind of a, pretty serious. It's like, okay, now that we've had our fun, we need to get back to business. Which that's what I would not want. I don't want it to be like, okay, we had our joke, now let's be serious. Because that's like, come on. Harry Weathersby stamps. Let's see. As a point of pride, he purported to remember every meal he had eaten in his 80 years of life. That's pretty good. One of his regrets was not seeing his girl, Hillary Clinton, elected president. Okay. He loved to use his oversized, quote, old man remote control, which thankfully survived Hurricane Katrina, to flip between watching the Barefoot Contessa and anything on the History Channel. No. Harry took fashion cues from no one. Now, see, this is the thing. If that wasn't surrounded by, he also took pride in his service during the Korean conflict, serving the rank of corporal, just like Napoleon, he would say. And he traveled extensively. And you're like, okay, well, if you had an obituary that was basically just like Harry took fashion cues from no one, that would be fucking amazing. But, there's too much. There's too much. Let's see. What else we got? Scott E. Ensminger died. Retired from General Motors. A lifelong Cleveland Browns fan and season ticket holder, he also wrote a song each year and sent it to the Cleveland Browns, as well as offering other advice on how to run the team. He respectfully requests 6 Cleveland Browns pallbearers so the Browns can let him down one last time. Boom. That's a good one. Now, I don't need to know, in addition to his parents, he was preceded in death by a brother-in-law, Harry Courtwright. I think this is the weird part of the obituary, especially these funny ones, because it's like, okay, if I don't know this guy, I'm going to assume that his parents died before him, but also, I'm like, oh my God, his brother-in-law died before him? Harry Courtwright's gone? I don't know who that is. Why would I care about that? Boring. There's lots of boring in here, I gotta say. Big Al. This guy's known by a Big Al. He liked anything to do with the Kardashians. He loved milkshake. Not Big Al did this. Big Al did that. Life is harder if you're stupid. Well, that's good. See, that's the kind of thing I want, like, on, if I was going to have a gravestone, that's the kind of thing you want on there, right? It's like, life is harder if you're stupid. That's good advice. So there's a lady named Pink. If a possum takes up residence in your shed, grab a barbecue brush to coax him out. If he doesn't leave, brush him for 20 minutes and let him stay. Let a dog or 2 or 3 share your bed. Say the rosary while you walk them. Go to church with a chicken sandwich in your purse. Cry at the consecration every time. Give the chicken sandwich to your homeless friend after Mass. Put a picky-eating children in the box at the bottom of a laundry chute. Tell them they are hungry lions in a cage and feed them veggies through the slats. Do the jumble every morning. Correspond with the imprisoned and have lunch with the cognitively challenged. Keep the car keys under the front seat so they don't get lost. Make the car dance by lightly tapping the brakes to the beat of the songs on the radio. I think I've been driving behind this person. Well, she sounds like a nice lady, but I don't know if I would say this is, like, hilarious. Let's try. Waffle House lost a loyal customer on April 30, 2013. Antonia W. Tony LaRue died after a battle with multiple illnesses. Lupus, rickets, scurvy, kidney disease, and feline leukemia. She had previously conquered polio as a child, contributing to her unusually petite ankles and the nickname polio legs given to her by her ex-husband. It should not be difficult to imagine the multiple reasons for their divorce 35 plus years ago. But see, then it's like, here's their family, blah, blah, blah. She had sisters. They liked her. Meh. Let's see. Here's someone who died. They always say what they died of, too, which I think is sort of interesting. I had a lot of fun. Thanks. Okay. Here's the point. These don't seem to be hilarious to me. I mean, I don't know. There was one I read. I was reading one looking up to this. It must have been on a different site, but it was like, basically it was just a bunch of lies. It was about this guy who died, and it's like he leaves behind his grieving widow, Britney Spears, and like, it was basically just a bunch of bullshit. And that brings us to our contest for this year. Because I thought maybe what I'll do is I'll get my obituary squared away. This is part of my death process, right? And I'll be like, okay, so then when I die, they know what to run. So your task, if you want to be a winner this year, there's only one task. So that's not too bad. You need to write a line for my obituary. And I'm going to try and put these in, Mad Lib style, right? So my suggestion to you would be to write a full obituary, keep it brief, and keep it silly and stupid. And complete lies are okay. Anything about how much he will be missed by his family and stuff like that, or friends, or anything like that, is not going to help your case. So my suggestion is you write the full thing, because then what I can do is excise the lines from the different ones, right? Because if everyone sends in one line and it's the line about how I died, I'm going to have to pick one and the rest go in the trash. Or just, some random lines would work too. And then what I will do is create an obituary of these lines and incorporate them into the full thing. So what I'm asking you to do is help me crowdsource a stupid, funny obituary for myself. No schmaltz. That is the big rule. No schmaltz. Unacceptable in this case. I feel like this is my big chance sometime in my life to put something in the newspaper that has no business being in the newspaper. That, people will be like, this is trash and garbage, but this guy's fucking dead. So I guess that's all we can do. So, lick the tip of your pencil for whatever reason people did that. I guess do that to your pen too, if that's your custom. Get to writing, and you need to get it to me no later than October 20th, so that I have time to put this all together to announce winners and read my final tract before the end of Podoween. So that is your task, should you choose to accept it. Make it better than these jerk-offs, all right? None of this garbage. And feel free to include a line about how I died if you're going to do the whole thing, because I'd like to know how everyone thinks I'm going to go. Headlock is my bet. All right, we'll see you next time.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Welcome. Well, for today's show, we have a cornbread recipe. Terrifying. But there's a good reason for this. Well, let's start by talking about a little tribe called the Huari. This is a tribe that lived in some different parts of the world, but this particular part lived in Brazil. And they had an unusual practice, which is called endocannibalism or mortuary cannibalism. And this was considered a very respectful way to treat the dead. So someone would die, and then, the closest relatives would hug and embrace the deceased person. And then the body would be kind of left alone for a few days. There wasn't like a set time, but it was kind of about getting people to the funeral and stuff. And the body sort of decomposed in the heat and humidity, of course, bloated, discolored, and so on. And then they prepared the body. So it involved some ceremonies, building a fire, removing the organs and stuff like that, and finally roasting the body. Now, when you died, it wasn't your closest relatives that ate your body, but it was other attendant relatives and friends. And now this is this would be considered an honor for you to do, if you were eating your friend's body, because it's supposed to make the family feel better, because it meant that like the soul of this person was, inside of your body rather than just being abandoned to wander and that kind of thing. So it was considered compassionate cannibalism and a gesture of grief. And the relatives were encouraged to eat what they could, but it didn't usually amount to a lot. And a lot of times people would go, they would eat a little bit, they'd go and they would vomit, and then they would eat a little more and that kind of thing. It was kind of also a way of disposing of the body, of like making, the relatives didn't have to see the body anymore because it didn't really exist. This was probably their most efficient way of completely disposing of a body in making it unrecognizable, right? And apparently, cornbread was the best accompaniment for a cannibalistic ritual. So if you were going to eat human flesh, the thing to eat it with was cornbread. So I have this recipe here that I like quite a bit. Now, this is a sweet cornbread. There's a big debate in the world of cornbread over sweet versus non-sweet. I think especially a lot of Southerners don't like the sweet, which is, I think, crazy because it seems like Southern food likes sweet everything except for cornbread. Now, let me be clear about something. I do not like that bullshit where people put jalapenos in their cornbread. That's crazy. That is doctoring it up with something that has no business being in there. Those textures do not work together. It's crazy. So here's the recipe. Just in case you feel like eating it, I gotta say too, I read this and was reading about the cornbread, and then I was like, I wonder if human flesh is a lot like chili. Because that's what I like to eat with cornbread, for sure, is chili. So maybe make yourself up some chili, make yourself up some cornbread, and consider eating a dead relative. So it contains, you're going to need 1 cup of flour, 1 of cornmeal, 5 tablespoons of sugar, 2 teaspoons of baking powder, half a teaspoon of salt, 1 cup milk, 1/3 cup canola oil, and 1 large egg, slightly beaten. Do this at 400 degrees in the oven, in an 8x8 or a 9x9 baking pan. Grease that shit. So sift all the dry ingredients together. Then you make a well in the middle. You add the milk, oil, and egg. And you stir till everything is just combined. Like, you don't want to go crazy. This is a thing that often happens in baking that people can't understand. This is a similarity to baking and, like, mechanical things. Which is like, okay, if you're working on a car, you think like, I'm going to tighten down this bolt as much as possible. But that's not actually what you want. You don't want it fully tight. And in baking, sometimes you want things mixed, but you want them just mixed. Not crazy. Like, you should still see little tiny piece-shaped, BBs of cornmeal and flour and stuff in there. Like, that's what you want it to look like. So then you pour it in the pan and you bake it for between, 25, 30 minutes. You can tell it's done when it starts to brown a little bit, especially on the edges. And you can put a knife right through the middle and it comes out clean. Now you can make it less sweetened if you use 1 to 3 tablespoons of sugar and only a 1/4 cup of canola oil too. If you're feeling like, I don't want it as sweet. Because maybe the decayed corpse that you're eating it with is a little on the sweet side. Maybe the sweetness is a little sickening because it's, rotting and has a weird artificial sweetness. So you want to keep it down a little. So there you go. That's my human flesh eating advice for today. Cornbread recipe. Put it down, keep it down, do your relatives right.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Oh, hello, everyone. So today we're going to do a little meditation practice. I've heard that these guided meditation podcasts are very popular. And so today we're going to engage in a practice called Maranasati. Maranasati. Marinating. Let's just call it marinating. This is specifically a Buddhist practice, and it's kind of a meditation of death, mindfulness of death, death awareness. And sometimes, people would meditate over, they would have skeletons on display in the meditation halls, or they would even go to a cemetery and that kind of thing and meditate near a corpse. And so there's specifically 9 stages, 9 things to be thinking about. There are kind of like 9 stages of corpse decomposition to specifically consider as you meditate. So, go into a, should I find some like meditation music, I guess? Meditation music. I'm going to just put in meditation music Halloween, because I don't know if that's creepy, scary Halloween music meditation. What is this going to be? What is this even going to be, right? Like, who knows? Let's see. This doesn't seem creepy to me. I feel like the Grudge is going to pop out. All right. Well, this will work. So, find a comfortable spot. Have a seat. Take a couple breaths. I'm going to have you take a couple breaths. And as you breathe in, I want you to think about all of your concerns and cares attaching to that breath. And as you breathe it out, your cares and concerns go with it. Breathe in and breathe out. Do that a few more times. I'll wait. Now, along the way here, I'm going to guide you through some specific images. So let's start with image number 1, which is a corpse that is swollen, blue, and festering. So just consider, have your eyes closed, think about a swollen, blue, festering corpse. That'll be a nice way to go through your day. And now that you've thought about that, we'll go on to part 2. A corpse that is being eaten by crows, hawks, vultures, dogs, jackals, or by different kinds of worms. I don't know if that means all at the same time. It's kind of a little like animal party happening on a corpse. Crows, hawks, vultures, dogs, jackals, or by different kinds of worms. Ooh, the worms, for some reason the worms are grosser to me. I feel like I've seen plenty of movies with like a crow or a vulture like pulling out some dude's eye or something. Or, I don't know, some gross shit like that. But the worms crawl in, the worms crawl out. That's pretty gross. It's a little mantra for you there. Part 3 is a corpse that is reduced to a skeleton together with some flesh and blood held in by the tendons. Mostly a skeleton, but still pretty gross. Gross enough, I guess, that the crows, hawks, vultures, dogs, jackals, and worms have all left. Different kinds of worms, too. I like that it's like, it's not just all one kind of worm, all kinds of gross worms. Stage 4. I feel like we've advanced a lot in stage 4 already. Reduced to a blood-besmeared skeleton without flesh, but held in by the tendons. So I guess this is a skeleton, as we're used to seeing. But it's stained red with blood. A rusty skeleton. Rusty Skeleton was a great comedian back in the 20s. Stage 5. A corpse that is reduced to a skeleton held in by the tendons but without flesh and not besmeared with blood. So this is your very Halloween-y skeleton. Everything's still together, but it's not besmeared with blood. It's clean. Nice and clean skeleton. That's how I like my skeletons. I feel like that's like a, difference in a rating scale, like for movies, right? Like a skeleton, it's like, you could still be G-rated with a skeleton. And then it's like, you put a little blood on there, and it's like, that's PG, and then some flesh, and you're like, okay, that's a PG-13, buddy. Don't push it. Part 6. A corpse that is reduced to bones, gone loose, scattered in all directions. So it's just all over the place, just a pile of bones. Scattered about. Peacefully. Okay, this is meditation, so make it a peaceful, scattering pile. Number 7, a corpse that is reduced to bones, white in color, like a conch, or conch. I understand from things like NPR that the correct pronunciation is conch, but I'm like, it looks exactly like a conch. I don't take a rest on the couch when I get home. I don't kick back on a sofa or a couch. I sit on a couch. Number 8, a corpse that is reduced to bones more than a year old, heaped together. It's kind of a pile of bones swept together. Heaped. I like heaped. It's just like, just kind of there. And finally, number 9, a corpse that is reduced to bones, gone rotten, and become dust. So there you go. The bones have rotted. There's dust. There's basically nothing left. Boom. Well, there you go. And now breathe in and breathe out. And the next breaths you take, think about re-entering the, busy hubbub of the world, but as a calmer person, because you've been sitting here thinking about a corpse.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Hey everyone. So I hate to do this, but I'm going to have to interrupt our normal Podoween programming with a commercial. We've got a new sponsor here at Helpful Snowman, Stamps.com. Now, Stamps.com can help you with all of your shipping needs. Like, say you have a letter to send, or, I'm always running to the post office, and you got to wait in that long line because I'm always shipping out the things that I ship out to people that are stuff that people get from me in shipping. But it doesn't have to be that way. I would always be standing in that line thinking, if only there were a better way. I would be thinking, if only there were a way for me to give plague to everyone in this line so they would all get the fuck out of the way. But that's what Stamps.com says no. Don't get plague. Don't hunt down prairie dogs and find ones that have the plague and then give it to people. Even though you did find out recently that it's like 50% of people who are diagnosed with plague still die anyway. It would be a pretty effective way to clear out the post office. No. Stamps.com says no. Stamps.com can help you with any of your needs, including shipping cremated remains. They even have a helpful guide. Do you have cremated remains that you need to ship somewhere? Whether that be your beloved father, your hated father, your father that you were kind of medium on, your father who was pretty crappy early on, but then really came around later on and became a much better father to subsequent generations after you, which kind of pisses you off because you're like, where were you when I was a kid? Why are you, Grandpa is not like you think he is. But then he kind of is, because I guess that's who he is now. Whatever kind of father you have, and his cremains can be shipped, and Stamps.com can help. One thing you should know is that cremated remains can only be shipped through USPS. FedEx and UPS do not allow it. So you can use your powerful Stamps.com platform to ship the cremated remains through USPS. Now, you can prepare your package. You're going to have to ship it priority mail. And keep in mind that there are packaging requirements. The inner core has to be stable, shockproof, and sift-proof, so it does not leak. And the USPS requires full return and delivery addresses to be included on the outside of the package, of course, for which we recommend using the Stamps.com shipping label feature to meet this guideline and also receive free tracking. Under our packages section, you can select one of the shipping label options, where you can easily print a trackable label on plain paper or on one of the self-adhesive labels, such as a 4 1/4 inch by 6 3/4 inch shipping label, SDC 1200. Also remember, declare the special contents when you print your shipping label. After selecting the Priority Mail Express mail class and entering all of the appropriate criteria, click on the Select button to add additional options. Click on the special contents and select cremated remains. And for peace of mind and to ensure respectful handling, Stamps.com also highly recommends using the additional marketing provided by Label 139, a postal label indicating cremated remains which can be ordered for free at the USPS website. Now, for international mail, you can only use Priority Mail Express International to ship cremated remains. You may be wondering, can Stamps.com help that? Of course. Of course they can. However, make sure that you're shipping in a funeral urn. And remember to double check whether the country to which you're mailing allows this type of shipments. Some countries such as Belgium, Ireland, Kyrgyzstan, Portugal, and United Kingdom do not allow entry of cremated remains. Some countries also do not support Priority Mail Express International. So Stamps.com recommends searching prior to mail by accessing the individual country listings on the U.S. Postal Service website. Also, remember to fully and clearly identify the contents on your customs form. Stamps.com makes the process easy and efficient by combining postage and the customs declaration forms into the same documentation/international shipping label. In the customs information window, under Types of Contents, select Other and type in a detailed description under More Info. In the itemized package content deals, please also enter a detailed description to remain compliant with the USPS guidelines. Also, since you're using Priority Mail Express, you can schedule a free pickup to avoid going to the post office. Learn how to schedule a pickup on the Stamps.com website. You don't even have to stand in line, finally, with all the cremains that you're always sending around all the time. So this is great news. And I did confirm you can print off this cremated remains label from the U.S. Postal Service, which you might be wondering what that looks like. Like maybe it says, code 1394 or something like that. Or, it's label 139, so it may say like package contents 139. It's a big gray label that says in all capital letters, cremated remains on the outside, which you can just order and get. So I guess if you're interested in that, if you want some cremated remains labels, just order them. They come in a 2-pack. You can choose a quantity as well. And then you've got those good to go. So Stamps.com. Go to Stamps.com/helpful snowman super disrespectful and punch in the code LOL. My dad is dead, LOL, /helpful snowman. And you'll get 20% off your first shipment of cremated remains at Stamps.com. Remember, Stamps.com/disrespectful helpful snowman, whatever that thing was I said. Your first and last answer for all of your final solution shipping needs.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for Helpful Snowman Podoween.
Hello, friends. Hello, Podoweeners. Podoweenies? Is that what you guys are? Today, we have a task. Now, I wondered, there's this online retailer that we all know about, Amazon.com. Hey, do you want to be amazed today? Go to Amazon.com, and you'll be amazed. Now, this is kind of, I think there was a book written about this called The Everything Store. And that was kind of the, the name that caught on for this place, right? And so, because it's called the Everything Store, I started wondering, do they really have everything? And one of the things I started wondering is whether or not they had cremation urns. Because I was like, yeah, I wonder where you get those, and I wonder how much they cost. And I wonder, like, you bring these to the crematory? It's classy if you call it a crematory. Like creme fraiche. Creme not so fresh is what goes in these urns. And I wondered, like, if I run one of these places, am I like, God damn it, everyone's buying these urns from Amazon. They're undercutting us. So I did a little search. Turns out you can definitely buy urns on Amazon. And they even have, like the sponsored ones at the top. The first one at the top here is Smart Choice Classic Funeral Cremation Urn for Human Ashes, a variety of colors available. Adult urn with velvet bag. This is a silver one. Silver is the cheapest, $39.99. Now you can also get black, which looks classy. Blue, which looks crazy. Brown, which looks just weird. Gold, which looks like you think quite a bit of yourself. Pink, which is insane. I don't know why you would get a pink urn unless you are a Barbie. Or I guess maybe a breast cancer thing, but isn't that supposed to be like breast cancer? I mean, anyway. And white, which looks basically like a toilet. Also, amusingly, the pink one has in memory of John Smith, which is kind of funny, on a little engraved plate. So let's just look and see. And this one comes in at it is a reasonable $39.99, which I'm like, that is a smart choice. Now, I'm not sure what this is made of. Let's see. It says it's high quality and will last forever. It doesn't actually say what it's made of. So let's just go down a little further and find out some of the reviews. Now, it's highly reviewed, 214 reviews. Should the urn be kept in the nice bag sent with the urn? Someone kept it, but the urn is beautiful, so it can be displayed. What size person in pounds will fit in it? And the answer just says she was about 140 pounds. Okay. Let's see what the reviews are. Nice blue color, but it does not seal properly. The box was dented and ripped when delivered. However, luckily, the urn was well packaged. The color is beautiful, however, it lacks in its functionality. As you can see in the image, the lid was dented a bit as well. The lid does not lock in place. It is not threaded or properly sealable unless you do what I did and epoxy seal it. I feel this is important to know, especially if you're putting your loved one's ashes in it. If it knocks over, it will spill out, frowny face. So this is good to know if you're shooting like some kind of a rom-com and you have great-grandma's ashes on the fireplace and Ben Stiller needs to spill them over. This one was packed with perfection. It's good. I didn't expect the urn to be so sturdy, being that I only paid what I did. But I was pleasantly surprised that the item was not only beautifully made, it was bigger than I expected. I didn't think it would fit my father's cremains, but I was wrong. I was looking for an urn that I thought, quote, fit my father's style, and this one was shaped differently than most, and the colors are great. This one's got a picture of it by a seaside, and it easily held the remains of a 6'3", 220-pound man. I think people are really concerned about whether or not the cremains will fit in something, and it's like, man, there is not a lot left. I don't know why people think that, like, oh, geez, my dad was kind of fat, so his cremains, it's like, he's not going to have 800 pounds of cremains. Good God. Let's see, and just looking at more reviews here. I'd like to go to the lower reviews, if possible. 1 star. Waste of money. Cheapest urns I've ever seen in my life. This urn was supposed to be for travel, and now with the loose lid, I have to purchase another urn. The lid does not screw on tight. Doesn't close properly. Yeah, okay. So most people don't like this because the lid doesn't screw down. So let's go up in price, $74.77 for an Athens gold brass cremation urn for human ashes by Divinity Urns. Affordable urn for ashes, $74.77. That seems pretty affordable. They also have some related ones that are one with doves on it, one with dolphins on it, and one with purple butterflies. Let's see what people say about this one. Attractive urn. Nicer than I thought it would be. As nice as many of the urns sold for much more at a funeral home. It's beautiful. Can't wait to put Mama in it. She's going to love it too. That makes me concerned that Mom is still alive. And she's like, I cannot wait to... She's sharpening a knife while she says that. Grandpa fit in there just fine. I mean, I tried asking him if it was comfortable, but he was a bit ashen and cold. Jesus Christ. Okay. You know, sometimes you got to laugh through the pain. Laugh through the pain of leaving the Amazon review for an urn. Exactly what I wanted. Bought this for my cousin, and he was thrilled with it. See, this is another one that I'm like, can you give me a little more clarity on? You bought this for your cousin. He was thrilled with it. What does that mean? Is he's still alive? Is he not still alive? Are you giving us a funny joke? Let's see, clocking in at $59. Smart Choice Royal Cremation Urn for Human Ashes. Affordable, handcrafted. I don't think handcrafted. Handcrafted seems to be like, there's this kind of controversy a while ago because it was like you could put organic on things that it was like, well, that means you only use this amount of pesticide or something like that. I feel like handcrafted is the same, where it's like, it doesn't really mean that. Will this hold the ashes of a 160-pound man? Yes, I believe so. My aunt was about that size. Oh, fatty! Just kidding. Would this hold a 250 pounds man? Yes, but very heavy. I would suggest for a man or strong person to handle it. Oh, the urn is heavy. I would suggest for a man to handle it. This is from Lissa, by the way. If you think I was bad for making fun of a fat lady who's not even fat, just think about this person who's like, I think only a man can handle this urn. Oh, my God. Perfect size to put my 4-year-old son's ashes, who passed away on March 26, 2018. Glad I could afford to buy. Too bad it cost so much just to have a big urn, especially since I had to pay overnight shipping to get it in time. Jesus Christ. Also, he died March 26, 2018. This was a review left April 21st, 2018. Like, what compels a person to buy an urn on Amazon and then leave a review? I looked at a number of urns, and like your son is dead, and a month later you're just like, well, I guess I better catch up on the things I bought on Amazon. Jesus Christ. Do you think like when you buy an urn that it's like, here's suggested products related to that item? Or do you think it's sort of like, let's leave it alone? You know what I mean? Like, okay, this person has a dead person. We don't need to. They got the urn. They're probably set for now. I think they're fine. I looked at a number of urns from my mother-in-law's ashes before selecting this one. I'm so very pleased with its beauty and quality, especially given its very affordable price. Even my husband noted how lovely it was. We will be honored to display it at her service and have purchased a small vault to protect it when we bury her ashes in the family plot. I like that it's like, I'm buying this for my mother-in-law. This sounds like a mother-in-law joke or something. I purchased this after the sudden passing of my dog. It was a great comfort to me to find that it was quite large, as described. It fit her ashes and some keepsakes. It's a beautiful urn that I feel happy to have placed these remains in. These times are hard enough. I'm grateful to this supplier for their care of presentation, packaging, and high-quality products. See, that I get. That I'm like, all right. You're like, I had to do it with this dog and blah, blah, blah. There's no design. The only thing is people need to know if they plan on traveling with it is it won't pass through an x-ray machine. I'll have to ship it to where the service should be. Yeah, duh. I think this is a pewter urn, so it's not going to go through. Pewter Dirk. Let's see if we can find some... Oh, also they have wooden box urns. Now this one is only $17.72. That's pretty good. I feel like these are more embellished than I would like to embellish my own box urn, I think. Is the medium large enough to hold the ashes of a 70-pound dog? What I can share is that it held the remains of a 150-pound woman, with the assumption that all remains were actually deposited. Good Lord. My mom was over 300 pounds. Will a large be good? It was perfect for half of my dad's ashes. That's weird. Which is the best size for a 6-pound cat? I would say small. My 18-pound dog fit in a small. It just depends on how well they cremate the animal. My 16 dog I had to get a medium for because she was not cremated as well. Jesus fucking Christ. The things that people say. Ugh. I have to be honest. I bought this box urn expecting to send it back. The picture just doesn't do it justice at all. This box is beautiful. My husband has terminal cancer, and I wanted him to help pick his urn, or at least like the one I picked. So we decided to be a little unconventional and not go with the upright urn. We are so pleased with our decision. Jesus. Honestly, for the price, it's amazing. Like, isn't that weird? This is like the ultimate version of like, all right, I went to buy my husband a new pair of jeans and I insisted that he come with me because I want to get something that he likes, right? But he's just like, oh, just get whatever. And it's like, no, I want to get something that you're actually going to wear. And it's like, yeah, I want to get an urn that you're going to like. I don't know. That would be that's such a weird husband-wife activity to me. Don't ask me why. I mean, it makes sense. I don't know how else you would do it, but at the same time, I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to be involved in that part of the process, you know? If I'd want to sort of like be part of the picking out the old urn there. I mean, I would be fine picking out my own and just being like, here it is. But I don't think I'd want to be like, let's discuss the pros and cons of these different things where your burnt up body is going to go in when you're dead because you have a terminal illness. Now here's a nice one. Eco-burial biodegradable urn designed to bury. It's just kind of a wooden canister, which is a good idea, except it's like, then you consider, well, I'm getting this shipped in from Amazon, so really it's, coming across the country in a completely non-ecologically friendly fashion. But whatever. And it's just a wooden tube. You could probably just get a cardboard tube or a wooden tube, right? If you wanted to do that. I don't know. Just a thought. Is this TSA approved? Ooh. There's one review, and it says just what I expected. I mean, I guess if you're expecting a wooden tube that you can put someone's remains in, it's bamboo, which is a sustainable resource. Can hold up to 100% of the ashes of most people. I mean, it's so funny that like these reviews are so concerned with the size of the ashes it can hold, because I'm just sort of like, yeah, I mean, as if you're gonna bury someone, aren't you just like, I don't know, like how many people are burying somebody who it's like they had to back a truck up to the house to get them in the ambulance or whatever. Good Lord. Okay. Well, there you go. So you can buy an urn on Amazon. I'm going to consider it. Keep an eye on my wish list for the next couple months. Maybe I'll fall in love with something, and you guys can really help me cross the Rainbow Bridge. I know that's where dogs and cats go, but like that's where I'll just go to.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Oh, hello, listeners. Welcome to another one of these. Fuck that music. I'm done. I was trying to do it slow, and then I was like, fuck it, I'm done. In case you can't tell, I have a cold. So we're going to do our best to do our duty to God and our country, to help other people, and to obey the law of the pack. Today we're talking about Shelley. Not Mary Shelley so much as AI Shelley. So what is Shelley? Shelley is about a year old at this point, and as a project that somebody did. Let me read you the description. Well, when you go to About, this is very obnoxious because you go to the About and it's got a timeline, and it's like 2,000 years ago, the beginning of everything, the mysterious origin of Halloween traditions, blah, 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 blah. And you're like, oh, okay. 1,000 years ago, first signs of artificial intelligence. And it's like, Jesus Christ. Okay. That'll be good. So I don't think I need to know, 1840, first computer program ever written. Good one. So 2017. But here's what it says. Shelley is a deep learning powered AI who was raised reading eerie stories collected from Reddit, the subreddit No Sleep. Now as an adult, and not unlike Mary Shelley, her Victorian idol, she takes a bit of inspiration in the form of a random seed or a short snippet of text and starts creating stories emanating from her creepy, creative mind. But what Shelley truly enjoys is to work collaboratively with humans, learning from their nightmarish ideas, creating the best scary tales ever. If you want to work with her, just respond to the stories she would start every hour on her Twitter account, and she will write with you the first AI human horror anthology ever put together. So you can read some of the stories that Shelley has done. Let's see. I'm trying to find, there was a place you could see the first one. The first Shelley story. So here's the initial story by Shelley, right? This one was started by Shelley. When I heard the phone ring again, I ran to the stairs. As I was running down the stairs, I started to hear crying. I shone my phone around the corner of the staircase and saw the crying baby getting closer. I crawled over to it and kicked it as hard as I could. The crying from the stairs turned into a soft metallic sound. Wait a minute. I saw the crying baby getting closer. I crawled over to it and kicked it as hard as I could. Okay. So Shelley did a story, #baby, that's about kicking the baby. And so I think if my understanding is correct, then what happens is after kicking the baby and there's a soft metallic sound, then somebody responds on Twitter, and then Shelley picks it up again. So the response is, I turned back towards the hallway I came from. Nothing seemed to be the same. I felt lost. Things had been moved from their place. Boy, whoever this Twitter person is it should be, you can find me on Twitter @commasplice. And then Shelley comes in, and the only thing that caught my attention was the light from the hallway. At this point, I could not believe what I was seeing. I turned around and noticed that the furniture had been removed. I had to get some more visibility from the hallway. The crying got louder. I turned around and saw something moving. Then someone else. There it was again, the baby, ... He was bloody but still breathing, and somehow talking to me. Manuel, it is not so easy to do away with me. You need to play with me, then I will let you go, but only after I chew your face. I stare at the baby, and then for the first time I realized the baby was me. Jesus. Shelley. Me, I screamed at the top of my lungs. I turned around and saw a face moving back and forth in the baby monitor. This person is turning around. Let's see. I ran down the stairs, showed my phone. Okay, I turned a corner. I crawled over and kicked it. Turned back towards the hallway. That's 2. Turned around to notice the furniture had been removed. I turned around again and saw something moving. I turned around again and saw a face moving. So there's been 5 times turned. This is like Shelley's big trick. Oh, there's a 6th. Well, there was a one that was the person. So Shelley's big trick seems to be I turned around. Okay, so there was a face moving in the baby monitor. This is a person. Its eyes melted, its face twisted, opening up to reveal a nightmarish scene. I stared transfixed, but the image flickered. And then Shelley says, not even a moment later, the camera shut off. Person says, I pressed the switch, but nothing happened. I looked around. In the corner, I see something that sends shivers down my spine. Shelley. It was a man. He was completely naked and white with blood on his hands. He stared at me with those big black eyes, and then he spoke. I want to show you something. Person. From his wide open mouth, 3 hands emerged and caught hold of me, dragged me closer to him. Everything went black. So yeah, I gotta say, I mean, I was pretty ready to rag on Shelley, but the things other people were saying were pretty dumb. I mean, every one of these is I turned and saw this, and then I saw this, and then I saw that. And it's like, well, what are you doing? What is happening? Why don't you run away? Why don't you do something? It's like, I turned and saw a thing. What do you mean, why don't I do something? I turned and saw it and looked at it, and it was there. And that's what I did. Should we try number 2? This one has mostly Shelley, it looks like. I don't know what it is with this Manuel. Oh, this is like the same story. This is weird. It starts the same way. Okay, let's try this one. This had 3 participants. So when I heard the phone ring again, I ran to the stairs. As I was running down the stairs, I started to hear crying. I shone my phone around the corner of the staircase and saw the crying baby getting closer. I crawled over to it and kicked it as hard as I could. The crying from the stairs turned into a soft metallic sound. Now here's the other person. All of a sudden, there was no sound. There was pin drop silence. Oh, there you go. Then the shrill cry of the baby rattled my bones. Shelley. I could feel my shoulders shaking, and I felt like I was being stabbed in the neck and everything went black. I woke up before I could even get the courage to move. As I attempted to move my arms, I heard footsteps approaching my door. I was horrified. Person. I saw him as he walked with a axe handle in one hand and a piece of putrid flesh in the other. Shelley's not great, in Peter's opinion. Should we try another one? Here's one that's called Pregnant. That sounds scary. So let's try this one. This had 2 participants. I don't know if that includes Shelley as one or not. Shelley. The doctors said that he had been bound to another hospital for some time after the doctor had called him a nurse. What? He had to restrain himself from the pain and the fact that he was determined to be injured for a month. He was a man who was pregnant, of course, so that made him more powerful. Other person, at a great cost, loosing his immortal soul to an unknown damnation just to be able to go back and change what had taken her away. And then Shelley breaks in. From him, each passing day, the baby shuddered and trembled, unable to speak. There was a time when he was so alive, so strong, so proud of his daughter that he was aware of the fact that other person, it could be misunderstood by others. What they had was just love. Shelley, the doctor said that he was a monster, but was not aware of the person that was in control. Person. What's curious is that neither did him. The child, his child, was actually the incarnation of an old, forgotten entity. Shelley. He was not male or female. He was a demon of some sort. Shelley is interesting, because it's like, all right, if you're going to tell me he's a demon, and it's like he's not male or female, he was a demon, I'm like, I mean, maybe buried the lead a little there. Maybe start with the demon, and then the not female or male. I mean, I kind of assume that a demon probably has, gender identities that I don't understand. Person. Its purpose he knew not and did not care either. Shelley. It was part of his life. Every single one of the pastors had some kind of demon. It had the same eyes, but not red. It didn't seem to be smiling. It just stared at him. After a while, the smile got wider, and the human body started to move. It looked different with a sinister grin. Person. As it approached him, a thick fog started to form. Strange, unthinkable colors filled the air, and, Shelley, a light flickered on and off. As soon as the light was off, he saw his body rise up. So that was, nonsensical. That was pretty bad, except for he was a man who was pregnant, of course, so that made him more powerful. That part I was like, all right, now we got something, but then it just goes to shit. Let's try one more. Just looking for one that looks good, like grotesque distance, attic 2, slit his own throat, grabbed my face, tiny bed, constant banging, kid on the couch. These all sound like names for an improv group or something. Human, humanoid. How about black slimes? That sounds pretty good. All right, here's one. Here's the story as started by Shelley. Let's do this one. 2 participants. Shelley. They were small, but they were all scattered around the tunnel, and it was like they were not made of impossibly black slimes, and they were just looking at me as if they were dead. I was freaked out, so I just stayed and listened to them chanting the same tune again. Person. Rhythmically chanting in unison. The slimy creatures were somehow trying to form human shapes, observing me with their tiny eyes. I realized they were trying to copy the way I look, my clothes. Oh, Virgin Mary, what are they? Shelley, throats? I looked at them and I saw their limbs stretching out like strings. Then they started to move. They started shaking. Person. Then they all descended from all over the tunnels, forming a straight line of perfect clones of mine. The chanting stopped all of a sudden. They were now marching forward toward the city. I tried calling 911, but there was no coverage. I must stopped white those slime monster clones before they reached civilization. I mean, at least, I guess, Shelley is not great, but is at least a little more coherent than most of our participants, our human participants, which is kind of not so much a horrific thing as a sad state of affairs. But, if you want to take that as like, ooh, isn't it scary that this is the state of our public school system? There you go. So take from that whatever fear you will. We're either teaching AI to terrify us or come off like a stupid teenager who's failing at life.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Bum, 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 bum. Welcome. So last time we talked about Shelley, which was an AI designed to scare us with narrative, which it turned out that an AI isn't very good at. There's another one, though, that was actually a precursor to Shelley, which is called the Nightmare Machine. Nightmare Machine was designed to create scary imagery. And basically it was like, can an AI learn to scare us, right? Can machines learn to make us scared? Which I was like, yeah, probably. And so there's kind of 2 categories. The Nightmare Machine was fed a bunch of information and then was given 2 tasks. It does haunted faces and haunted places. Now, the haunted places are not scary, right? There's different styles here. So it's like haunted house. But that style, it just turns everything gray and makes, these wavy lines and stuff like that. It looks very cheap and not scary. There's a style called Fright Night. And that seems to be like a very untalented artist creating Starry Night over various landmarks. Slaughterhouse is like bloody crappy pictures that are wavy, which is not scary either. And Toxic City, which is pretty scary when you consider the state of the environment. Inferno is probably the scariest one. It looks like, fiery red, whatever. The Louvre looks pretty scary because when you make that like a red, scary, fiery place, it looks like something out of Silent Hill. I'm sorry, I'm not terrified. I'm experiencing a cold. Okay? But Haunted Faces seems scarier. And you can actually vote on the faces to help make it scarier. So I'm going to do that right now. And, make the world a scarier place. So here we go. Face 1 out of 10. This looks like a doll with no nose and a cleft palate, except it went to the side of the mouth. I'm going to say scary. I can say scary or not scary. This looks like the Ring Girl or something. Not scary. Some people seem to think that's scary. I don't. This looks like a scary man in an alley with a smashed nose. I don't know if I find this scary. He looks like he's holding a penny in front of his eye, like he's got a monocle made out of a penny. I'm going to say not scary. I mean, I don't want to get beat up by this guy, but he's not scary looking. This guy just looks like a nerd from your high school with a weird smile. Now, this is like a deformed girl with her brain exposed and a line of stitching down her forehead and a mustache. I'm going to say scary. See, here's what's weird. I don't find these images scary, but I'm trying to think, like, if I saw this person in real life, and if I saw this person in life, I'd be like, that's noticeable. This just looks like a lady with a really dirty face. I don't find that scary. This is a lady with fucked up teeth, which is, such is life. Now, this looks like a baby with no eyes and vampire fangs and a scar down its face. That's scary. This looks like just a fucked up looking guy, which isn't scary. This looks like a monkey, which is not scary. It's very enjoyable. And I finished the Haunted Faces challenge. So now I've got a special Hall of Faces, which I can share on Twitter. I'm not going to, because why would I do that? I didn't know that was a challenge to do that. I feel like all these things are like market research of some kind that will come back to haunt me someday. You know what I mean? I'll be like, oh, well, I wish I hadn't done all those voting on faces back in Podoween 2018. My hubris, my desire to do Podoween 2018 overcame my my thinking, my smarts, my intelligentsia. And now they know things about me that I wish they didn't know about me. You know how, like, if you ever signed up for a psychological test in college, because it's like all the psych students had to do a test where they told you it was this thing, but it really wasn't that thing. It was really some other thing. That's what I feel like I just did. So that's the real scary part of that, I suppose. I like how a lot of this year's Podoweens are ending with, and that's the real terror of that, is now they're going to sell me some kind of inflatable raft or something that I didn't think I wanted, and then I buy, and I don't know why, because they know the key to my marketing heart. All right. Well, there you go. Say a prayer for my departed monies, I guess. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Dun, 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 dun. Hey, everybody. Welcome to another one of these. We have a very special treat for you today. Very special because I can't remember if we did it before. I do need somebody to... I've put Poonmaster Flex on the job, but so far she hasn't gotten around to it. Because, you know, she's like a busy adult with a real life who hasn't been able to do everything that I've asked her to do because it's like a million things. However, one of the things is, you know, I'm not sure if she managed to go through my old Podoweens and make me a spreadsheet list of things that I've covered because I don't really remember. However, I don't think we've done this before, and even if we did, it was a while ago. So a while ago, I did let's see, it was October of 2015, so it's been 3 years now. I did an article for Lit Reactor called Every Goosebumps Book Summarized in One Sentence. In one sentence. By smell. Inspired by, you know, a fellow writer there had done an every Stephen King novel summarized in 140 characters or less. So I did in one sentence. And that's what we're going to do. Now, you may remember once long ago, we went through all the presidents, and I basically did a roast of our U.S. presidents. And after each president, I would play a little sound effect, which isn't very loud right now. Hold on. But that's the sound effect. So that's how you know that that's done, and I've moved on to the next one. So we're going to just go through it today. So if you read this before, I don't know what to tell you. Fuck off. This is the out loud version. And if you haven't, get ready for a treat. Warning, this does contain spoilers for the original Goosebumps series, the movie The Stuff, the Rocky Saga, and also The Sixth Sense, for some reason. All right, here we go. Welcome to the Dead House. The classic struggle of inheriting real estate from a great uncle only to find out your new home is on Zombie Avenue, USA. Stay out of the basement. Two bastard kids spend 160 pages doing the exact opposite of what the title advises. Monster Blood. Kid is convinced to buy a surprising miracle substance that doesn't directly mention erections but does cause a dog to double in size. Say cheese and die. We learn that it's never a good idea to steal a haunted camera or really any object from a man who goes by the name Spidey. Curse of the Mummy's Tomb. The real title should be Curse of the Mummy Hand a Kid Bought at a Garage Sale, and somehow no one has a problem with this except other mummies. Let's Get Invisible. The moment R.L. Stine probably regretted wasting Spooky Attic, Invisibility, and Haunted Mirror in the same book. Night of the Living Dummy. A hilarious dummy makes fun of old people and vomits green liquid all over an overweight principal and is unfairly railroaded for entertaining people exactly as he's supposed to, even though he may have tested sympathies when he strangled a dog. The Girl Who Cried Monster. A lonely, homely librarian is shamed for eating live snails and turtles. Hashtag check your privilege. Welcome to Camp Nightmare. Not even kidding, this book for children ends with a boy being handed a rifle and told by a camp counselor to hunt the other campers in the woods, at which point the boy turns the gun on the camp counselor and fires. The Ghost Next Door. Holy shit, M. Night ripped off R.L. Stine, and I'm sorry to the thousands of you who read The Ghost Next Door and now have had The Sixth Sense spoiled, but how did nobody ever tell me this before? The Haunted Mask. May have watched the movie and cheated on this one, may have watched not the exact right movie, and may have been reminded why we all loved Cameron Diaz. Be careful what you wish for. Because for some reason, every genie is a huge jerk who definitely misinterprets wishes on purpose because they think it's hilarious. Piano lessons can be murder. A robotician hits a roadblock in making robot hands, decides the best option is to kill people, steal their hands, and then add robotic stuff onto them, sort of the way a bad middle school scientist glues an egg timer onto a cooking spoon to cruise straight through to a C+ at the science fair. The Werewolf of Fever Swamp. The best part by far is what brings the family in this book to the Florida swamps. In a fit of good old-fashioned sciencing, Grady's dad decides to test the scientific hypothesis deer can live in Florida, already 100% true, by the way, by bringing a bunch of deer to Florida and seeing what happens. You Can't Scare Me, in which mud monsters are at fault for two boys having to write a 1,000-word essay entitled It's Wrong to Steal Living Things and Drop Them on People's Heads. One Day at Horrorland. The existence of the greatest theme park ever, with rides like a coffin cruise and deadly doom slide, is threatened by an ungrateful family of dweebs. Why I'm Afraid of Bees. Imagine The Fly, except it's called The Bee and was made in 1994, and being good at skateboarding plays a pivotal role, and then you've pretty much got it. Monster Blood 2. I'd like to take this moment to recommend a film called The Stuff for its lazy title and great evil yogurt premise that seems to parallel the Monster Blood books quite nicely, minus enormous hamster, plus a picture of a guy's face melting. Deep Trouble. A man named Dr. Deep and his muscular graduate student are doing something on a boat that doesn't matter because the sexual overtones here are just too strong to allow thoughts of anything else. The Scarecrow Walks at Midnight. Finally, we get someone defeating a supernatural foe while saying the concise and always inaccurate, never again. Go Eat Worms. A creepy worm collector kid is a Raiders fan, always wearing his Raiders cap, and I'm pretty sure I should feel something about that as a Colorado resident, but football is really confusing, and there's the whole Bo Jackson factor, and frankly, I just don't have the energy. Go Speech. Okay, at this point, 22 books in, I have to say there is a shocking display of lazy, neglectful, borderline abusive parenting in these books, which usually involves leaving kids with weird aunts or uncles for months at a time, and I just wish these parents had done a little more family planning and thought about whether they really wanted children in the first place. Return of the Mummy. The same kid from the last Mummy book manages to end up in Egypt again, lost in a pyramid again, and screws around with spooky artifacts again, and it's still pretty hard to feel bad for a kid who carries around a mummy hand, which is a human hand, by the way, an actual hand that belonged to a person and was mummified for religious purposes beyond some jerk-ass kid carrying it around to show his buds and make a bong out of it in college, parentheses, somehow, parentheses, probably. Phantom of the Auditorium. Is the school auditorium haunted, or is there just a bum living in forgotten corridors under the school? And the real question, which is the worst indictment of the state of American education? Attack of the Mutant. A pudgy comic book nerd named Skipper has a pretty lousy time, as one might expect for a pudgy comic book nerd named Skipper when he's sucked into a comic book world and doesn't have ass-kicking powers and a ponytail. My Hairiest Adventure. Some kids use an untested tanning product and suffer the consequences, and also another kid is known for wearing a Raiders hat, and this seems to be an ongoing theme that I can't understand without really getting into a lot of NFL history, and screw that, I'll just wait for Goosebumps 385, the hauntedest Raiders hat, to show up. A Night in Terror Tower. Resisting time travel up to this point is really a badge of honor for the series, but let's face it, it was inevitable. The Cuckoo Clock of Doom. I spoke too soon about time travel as Stein double-ups and jumps right back into the soupy waters of time travel in the very next title, but the main character does use it to wipe his sister from existence, so kudos for taking it way further than necessary after a tame first outing. Monster Blood 3. It's very strange to me that the most recurring character in the Goosebumps universe, the Gooseverse or Bumpaverse, if you will, is a tub of goo that just seems to make stuff big when you eat it, not to mention the recurring cast of Monster Blood characters who seem almost willfully unable to learn a lesson about why it's a bad idea to ingest concentrated, viscous evil. It came from beneath the sink. A valuable lesson is learned here. You can't just throw away a monster that is ruining your life, a lesson parents can impart to children if they follow my advice and screen Basket Case for their kids at the appropriate age of 4. Night of the Living Dummy 2. Why the kids who previously owned a living dummy didn't dispose of it is one question, but perhaps the more interesting question, why did they stuff an entire sandwich inside the dummy's head before they gave him away? Really? The Barking Ghost. I almost cut myself off there. The Barking Ghost. There's a strange aspect of these books in that they all have weird, unnecessary details, such as the main character in this book collecting snow globes, which is the kind of character trait reminiscent of the way a Nicolas Cage character will eat yellow and red jelly beans from a martini glass for no reason. The Horror at Camp Jelly Jam. Each of these books has a tagline on the front, and with this one, tennis, ping pong, monsters anyone? I think we hit an all-new low just by naming things and ending with, oh, and by the way, there's monsters, so hang in there. Revenge of the Lawn Gnomes. A gnomes come to life story badly masks the true tale of domestic problems manifested by parents arguing over whether or not plastic flamingos and other kitsch items belong in a front yard, which, for the record, they absolutely do, and you're wasting your yard with natural beauty. A Shocker on Shock Street. Yeah, they should have just called those Freddy movies A Nightmare on Nightmare Street, because why use more words than you have to? The Haunted Mask 2. A bunch of kids are supposed to stay out of the basement because that's where the haunted masks are, and the kids definitely don't stay out of the basement because there's nothing kids in these books like more than not staying out of a basement they're supposed to stay out of. The Headless Ghost. Are most ghost stories where the ghost wants something, a head returned, a videotape copied, whatever, and uses confusion, terror, and indirect communication to get it, just metaphors for the way people communicate in romantic relationships, or am I just a sad, introspective sack who can't even enjoy a headless ghost without thinking of where my life has gone wrong? The Abominable Snowman of Pasadena. More like the adorable Snowman of Pasadena, who saves a girl's life by hugging warmth into her, thereby getting us a happy ending and really pissing off a 12-year-old Pete who read a Goosebumps book and didn't expect it to end with a restorative hug. How I Got My Shrunken Head. Well, an old lady just kind of showed up and gave it to me, but it turns out we're buddies, and I'm retitling this adventure Head and Me, The Quicksand Escape. Night of the Living Dummy 3. There's something about dummies where it's okay to have them get really violent in these books, punching a child in the face and watching a group of living dummies pounce on another dummy and beat the bejesus out of him. Bad Hair Day. Magician turns out to be evil asshole rabbit, a minor twist on the evil asshole human magicians we are accustomed to, a plot that seems blown by the cover, no? Egg Monsters from Mars. At one point, the egg monsters form a living, sentient blanket of scrambled eggs to save a boy's life, but I kind of feel like being covered by a sheet of scrambled eggs while preserving your biological function may not really save your life. The Beast from the East. If you've ever played a game of tag with that jerk neighbor kid who keeps making up rules like penalty rocks and made in the shade and level 3 classic clone, actual rules from this book, then you've got a pretty good idea how this one goes. Say cheese and die again. This book starts with the main character narrating the plot of this book's prequel to his English class, a report for which he receives an F, which is kind of great as the reality is that R.L. Stine is giving himself an F for his own book. Ghost Camp. And now we're just putting spooky nouns in a bag, picking them out, and slapping the word camp on the end. How to Kill a Monster. Once again, there is one place in a castle that children are told not to go, and they go there almost immediately, interrupting a monster who takes a break from eating pancakes to chase them around for a while. Legend of the Lost Legend. Culled from the original title, The Legendary Legend of the Lost Legend of the Legend. Attack of the Jack-o'-lanterns. If you're turned off by flashbacks and it was only a dream, I would suggest skipping the first 2/3 of this one and then also the last 1/3, as the ending seems almost designed to make humans unhappy. Vampire Breath. Look, when it comes to vampire stories, let's just assume everyone's a vampire and not worry about it, and instead let's focus on the ending, which mirrors my own life in that the sighting of an air hockey table in any situation is an incredible relief. Calling All Creeps. I wonder how much time is spent deciding which titles warrant an exclamation point. Beware the Snowman. A family decides that the winters in Chicago suck too hard and they move to the Arctic Circle, RL's ultimate fuck you to Chicago climate and her people. How I Learned to Fly. Stars a boy named Jack Johnson who falls through a beach house floor, finds a book called Flying Lessons, and uses the philosophy inside to get girls. And I will pose the theory that, other than the actual flying, this is the secret origin of singer-songwriter Jack Johnson. Chicken Chicken. For which the description is this, and it's that picture of Kramer's head on a turkey's body from Seinfeld. Don't Go to Sleep. A young boy wakes up in a 16-year-old body, and you can just feel the onanism happening so fast and furious between every chapter break. The Blob That Ate Everyone. In the end, the tale is actually being read aloud by the blob monster in a workshop-ish situation, and the true monster is the person who suggests a completely different ending that misses the entire point of the blob monster's work. The Curse of Camp Cold Lake. I'd be remiss if I didn't use/waste this one to just mention how, even in this late in the series, the cover game is pretty strong. My Best Friend is Invisible. Sigh. How is it that as soon as I compliment something about this series, it comes back to bite me in the ass because this cover blows? Deep Trouble 2. The connection is pretty loose to the original, but it does involve the sea, so whatever, and it does carry on the rich tradition of a child who seeks revenge on another child after being the victim of a prank, and doing so by initiating a prank that would almost certainly kill the original prankster. The Haunted School. I feel like the Goosebumps wiki says it best. Despite the title, there are no ghosts in this book. Werewolf Skin. An alternative to the werewolf lore where werewolves hide in their skins and put them on for the full moon, and a delight to furries everywhere. I Live in Your Basement. The ultimate use of It Was All a Dream, including a chapter that ends with the cliffhanger, it wasn't a dream, and then the revelation of, wait, yep, totally a dream. And Monster Blood 4. Monster Blood is clearly the Rocky of the Bumpaverse. 4 is a case of going totally off the rails. 5 will probably be an unmitigated disaster, and Monster Blood Balboa will undoubtedly catch me unaware and leave me a complete mess of tears and joy. Well, there you have it. Whoop, there it is. That is our list of Goosebumps books. I hope you enjoyed that, you fuck. Because that took me a lot of work. Both times. Well, all right. Well, regardless of how you felt about it, it's over now, and we'll see you tomorrow.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Hello, potties. Today, we're going to look into the past. The past of one of our great publications. You know, it's been tough this year to watch the sort of fall of journalism. And I wanted to do my part. And that's why we're going to read some parts from a Weekly World News from October 1995. Now, the cover story isn't very shocking. It's World's Fattest Man Loses 2,301 Pounds. So he now weighs 212 pounds. So I guess he was like 2,500 pounds, which he looked pretty bad. He looks better. They photoshopped him very well. But I know there's always spooky stuff in here. For example, the first thing in here is how to put a curse on your enemies and ruin their lives in 4 easy steps. So let's see. Let's just look, and there's like an article interrupting this about greedy government bigwigs have devised a daffy scheme to rake in millions of dollars a year by building a chain of bowling alleys on top of the Great Wall of China. But let's check this out. Here's how you curse someone. Los Angeles. Why does this have a place? This is like earthquake report. It's like Los Angeles, but this is nonsense bullshit. So they're like Los Angeles, and it's printed on the newspaper, but then there's a graphic of like a scroll on the newspaper that looks, carefully torn. Very professional. A controversial new book tells you how to put curses on your enemies and actually destroy their lives by harnessing the dark powers that reside deep within you. All you have to do, says famed sorcerer and occult leader Damien Molkren, is forget about the golden rule and resign yourself to the fact that vengeance, and plenty of it, is the only thing that will make you happy. So really what you have to start with is to be like, my life is empty other than revenge, so let's do revenge. At that point, you can follow Molkren's simple 4-point plan for unleashing the evil powers that will give you the upper hand in your battle with any enemy, no matter how strong they might be. Sorcerers, witches, and warlocks aren't the only people who can cast spells and put curses on people. With a little training, anyone can do it. Even you, he said. Whose frightening new book, When Bad Things Happen to Bad People, is slated for a Christmas release. My 4-point plan is simple enough for a child to follow. Well, that's good. I don't know if it's an easy thing for a child to be like, I'm going to give myself over to the idea of revenge. But whatever. Let's skip to the 4 points. Rise from your bed at midnight. What kind of curse putter-oner is in bed already at midnight? Rise from your bed at midnight, sit cross-legged on the floor in a dark, empty room, and whisper the words, evil, live, evil, over and over for 1 minute. In your mind's eye, picture the person you want to curse. I don't know if this is evil, live, evil, or evil, live, evil. As the image of, this is 2. As the image of the person appears to you, visualize great harm coming to him. For example, you might watch with delight as a car runs over him or he falls down a flight of stairs. Oh, classic. 3, savor the victim's agony, but don't forget the misfortune you visualize is the misfortune your victim will suffer in real life. If you visualize the victim losing an eye, the victim should lose an eye. If you visualize death, the victim should die. Carefully consider the consequences of your actions before you proceed. Now, before this, you just told me, just give up, realize that revenge is all you have, and go, full steam. And now you're like, well, think about it. Don't get crazy. 4, as you continue to revel in the imaginary evil you've brought to your enemy, whisper, powers of darkness, make this so. Contemplate your actions for a minute or so, and then, says Molkren, your work is done. If you are sincere in your desire to punish an enemy and have absolutely no reservations about bringing him harm, the curse will work, he said. Well, that seems pretty doable. Seems pretty reasonable. This is too bad. They have a page 5 girl, which is like a lady in a bikini. If you'd like to be our page 5 girl, send a picture, a phone number where you can be reached, and some information about yourself. Let's see. This is eye-popping pinup girl Elaine Collins. She's a budding starlet who's been on Baywatch, Diagnosis Murder, and Tales from the Crypt. When she isn't toiling in front of the cameras, the delectable Belle heads for the great outdoors to enjoy her favorite hobbies, fishing, shooting, and horseback riding. Should I just Google Elaine Collins and see? It's like, she's going to be dead, right? This would be great if there was a weekly world news curse. It's like the page 5 girls. Someone came for all of them. Well, she looks older. I'll say that. if you can believe it. Ooh, Elaine Collins, WK Real Estate, huh? Who's Peter Capaldi? That's who she's married to. Oh, let's see. Here's her IMDb page. She's known for Soft Top, Hard Shoulder, 1992, Pay for Today, 1970, and Mrs. Brown, 1997. She's been married to Peter Capaldi since June 1991. They have one child. Well, that's good. Boy, not even like a CSI or something on here. Let me see who Peter Capaldi is, just so nobody yells at me. Well, he's a ghoul. This looks like a guy who plays a lot of, Andy Serkis type stuff. Apparently he was Doctor Who, huh? From 2008 to 2017. What the fuck? Well, good for them, I guess. He was in World War Z as WHO Doctor. So he was Doctor Who and Who Doctor. Eerie coincidence. Well, good for you. I'm glad that Elaine Collins is still kicking. Furious wife murders sloppy hubby by stuffing dirty socks down his throat. Okay. Oh, here we go. Fur coats made from Bigfoot hide selling for $750,000. Bigfoots are being hunted to extinction. Well, Tokyo. Cold-hearted fur trappers are making a fortune selling the pelts of a rare endangered species, Bigfoot. The 7-foot-tall creatures are being snared, shot, and skinned in the high peaks of the Himalayas so their lush pelts can be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars to make long-haired fur coats. A finished maxi-length Bigfoot coat can sell for as much as... Yeah, we know that. Last year, a designer bought 2 of the pelts and made luxurious coats from them, and now every wealthy woman in Tokyo wants one, said Hideo Kawabata, a fashion writer in Japan's major city. Okay. Word has Japan's major city. Why wouldn't you just say in Tokyo? Word has gone out to the Sherpas and other mountain tribes that there is big money in Bigfoots. In the past few months, there have been more than 20 Bigfoots, or Yetis, killed in the high mountain areas. If this keeps up, there won't be any of these rare creatures left. It's really a pity. It really is a shame. They're very beautiful once they're clean and groomed. Their fur is about 6 inches long, and when it is treated and cured, it is shiny and unusually beautiful. When the coats were first introduced in August, they created a sensation in fashion circles, the writer says. Now, I know people don't like fur, but at the same time, if this was like a, flesh-eating snow monster, wouldn't that be okay? Wouldn't that be like an okay thing to do or what? I don't know. I think so. Is Earth just months away from extraterrestrial invasion? Whether you believe in UFOs or not, this is a story you shouldn't ignore. This is one that makes me think like, well, no. But one guy says it's possible. He's a NASA consultant who leaked portions of a top-secret government report. All the guys, the pictures of, like, the doctors and stuff look like, that thing they do in The Onion? I don't know if they still do it, where it's, like, opinions on the street or whatever. And it's, like, just these 4 idiots. Here's a good one. Keep women off the road when men are driving. Give gals their own driving lane. Don't let them drive during rush hours. Test them for a special woman's driver's license. Oh, this is by Ed Anger. I think Ed Anger was like was their personality, that they had on here, who would write this, like, salacious stuff. There's a gross picture, supposedly from an electron microscope, of a tapeworm. I don't think a tapeworm has big googly eyes. Like, it looks like a Muppet, kind of, with a gross mouth. Jimmy the tapeworm. Should I let my teen daughter date my boss? Sure. Why not? Mom spends 25 years at Coma Girl's bedside. These aren't as supernatural as... We had a good thing with the Yeti coat going there. Jesus, they have a giant fucking crossword. Oh, it's called Bigfoot. And at the center, it's got Loch Ness monsters. Medical students expelled for throwing human brains at each other. Tokyo. Kashima University has expelled 4 medical students for pelting other students with human brains. School officials say the 3 men and 1 woman were dissecting cadavers in the science lab when one of the males removed part of a cerebral cortex from a corpse's skull and threw it at one of the other pre-med students. Within minutes, a brain fight had broken out. The students then reportedly opened the windows of the second-floor lab and began throwing the brains down on unwitting passersby on the street below. One girl was hit in the face and required treatment at the university's emergency room. School security officers say they're fairly certain that more people were involved in the brain throwing, but only 4 were witnessed. The expelled students said they didn't plan the brain fight. One of them said, "It just sort of happened." He blamed the odd behavior on the pressure of constant study and lack of sleep. "We just had to let off some steam," admitted Ayoko Hanyu, 19. "I guess things got a little out of hand." But Dean Shiro Tatsuno refuses to budge on his decision to expel the students. "We realize that our medical students are under pressure," said Dean Tatsuno, "but we expect our future doctors and nurses to conduct themselves like ladies and gentlemen at all times." Oh, awesome. I like that. Now here's a guy who supposedly paints the covers of Weekly World Newses on the heads of pins. That would be pretty dope if that was true. But I don't think he's going to be able to do that with this tool. "Homosexual dogs can be cured," says doctor. "If your pooch is gay, turn it into a red-blooded he-mutt for just $4,500. There's a guy, he looks like an evil wizard, and he's the director of dog rehab hospital that I guess rehabilitates a gay dog. Okay, here we go. This is by a funeral director. "Buying a used casket can save you big bucks on funerals. How? With a little air freshener and stain remover, they're as good as new," says expert. "Why can't we dig them up and cremate their remains and use the coffins for people who are dying now? Think about that. In those days, caskets were built to last. We could polish them up and reuse them for a mere fraction of what it would cost to build a new one. With a little air freshener and stain remover, they're as good as new." I mean, if people want a more modern coffin, we could even haul up some John Doe corpses, unidentified body, from the past 10 years. Why not burn their bones and get some use out of those coffins? These are great. Like, sometimes I really do think, well, this is not like a crazy thing. It's just like, obviously they wrote articles so that people would write in and be like, "What the fuck?" Stripper suffocates inside of cake she was supposed to pop out of. This happened in Italy. See, I think this is like an interesting, 6-year-old's teeth turned to gold after a lightning strike. This was in Mexico. The U.S. never told us that a U.S. astronaut was buried on the moon. It was his last wish to rest for eternity on the lunar surface. Who? Oh, the name is a closely guarded secret. Oh, God. These are great. I mean, here's a horoscope. "A relative desperately needs your help in straightening out tangled financial affairs that's too bad, but is too embarrassed to ask. It's up to you to make an offer to help. Go all out to impress that special someone, and the rewards will flow immediately your way." Gross. "An elderly relative would advise you to play it cool, but remember, it's your life and your love to give as you please." Yeah, fuck you, elderly relative. You don't know shit. "Tribal chief bans war paint because it gives him a rash." This is, I guess, a Nigerian guy who's like, fuck that. Which, that's fine. This is snapping turtle bites off vacationer's testicles. His wife lovingly comforts her future husband, Doyle, or Dale? Dale, D-A-Y-L-E, as he recuperates in his hospital bed. There's a great picture of Dale looking very sad and dopey. And a giant picture of a turtle, just when you thought it was safe to go in the water. "Your chances of meeting a murderer are greater than you think." 1 out of every 31 women in the U.S. has had a nose job. Oh, wait. And it's likely that 1 out of the next 1,000 strangers you meet has murdered someone. Well, how 1,000 strangers? When am I meeting 1,000 strangers? There's a ridiculous number of people to meet. Weekly World News, I'm starting to doubt the veracity of several of your claims, okay? This is over. This charade is over.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Oh, hello. Welcome. So, we usually end up doing a Nazi thing at some point for Podoween, because, I don't know if you've heard about these Nazis, but they're some fucked up individuals. However, I thought this time, as a warm-up, we would go to a little bit different part of the world, namely Russia. Because it turns out there's some pretty odd shit. And this is one of my favorites that I found, which was, and this was corroborated by a article in Smithsonian. So there's a legit source for this, but I'm just going to get into it. In February 1926, Russian biologist Ilya Ivanov set off. Do you ever have Russian McRussian name, set out for Guinea in French West Africa, where he planned to perform one of the world's most sensational experiments. Ivanov was an expert in artificial insemination and had used his groundbreaking methods to create an assortment of hybrid animals. Now he was going to try something even more radical, crossing an ape and a human. His trip to Africa was expensive and its purpose highly questionable, yet the Bolshevik government not only sanctioned it but also financed it at a time when few Russians were allowed to leave the country. Why would so eminent a scientist risk his reputation? And why did the Bolsheviks back him? It was the story with everything. Secret papers, an evil Soviet dictator, and a zealous zoologist hell-bent on breeding a creature that was half man, half ape. So that's what we're talking about here. Ape Man, or as I guess it's come to be called, Humanzy. When details of Ilya Ivanov's attempts to create an ape-human hybrid emerged in the 1990s from the newly opened Russian archives, they prompted a rash of lurid headlines. Ivanov became the Red Frankenstein. That's not so bad. His proposed liaisons were invariably dangerous. There was even the suggestion that he had been ordered to breed super strong, hairy warriors for what the Sun in London dubbed Stalin's mutant ape army. I don't know if the Sun is still the way it was then, but if it is, that's a paper I want to read. Yet Ivanov's efforts during the 1920s to create an ape-human hybrid had been anything but secret, according to Alexander Etkind, a Soviet-born specialist in Russian history now at the University of Cambridge. Ivanov's project was a sensation at the time and generated almost as many headlines as it would later on, but when no ape man materialized, the fuss died down and his research was forgotten. Some 60 years later, scholars reconstructed events from scattered letters, notebooks, and diaries held in assorted government archives. Despite years of digging, however, one vital part of the story remains elusive. None of these documents reveals why he did it, says Etkind. After examining the available evidence, he thinks he has an answer. At the start of the 20th century, Ivanov was, this is something so stupid that people don't get about science. It's like, why would you do that? And it's like, why the fuck not? Some asshole invented like Velcro, and that helps us, but it's not like a miracle. Think of all the things that have been invented since we've known about cancer. And it's like, yeah, isn't everything just like, why wouldn't you do that? Why can't you make my dog immortal? You know what I mean? Like, we can't extend a dog's life to like 25 years where they're still happy and healthy? And I'm like, why would you create an ape man? And it's like, why would you not create an ape man? That's the thing. People, I feel like boring scientists ask why, and interesting scientists ask why not. At the start of the 20th century, Ivanov was internationally acclaimed for his pioneering work in artificial insemination, AI. Now, hold the phone. I'm pretty sure that when people talk about AI, they're not talking about artificial insemination. I don't think that's what that Spielberg movie was about. And having perfected his methods, he was keen to see how they could be applied. His first big project was aimed at improving Imperial Russia's blood stock using sperm from the best stallions. Before long, he was pondering the possibilities of hybridization. With AI, god damn it, he reckoned he might be able to create novel types of domestic animal by crossing closely related species. Soon he had produced a Z-donk, a zebra-donkey hybrid. Well, that's not a big fucking deal. That's like two different color horses, basically, right? This is one of the things that pisses me off at the zoo, is you go there and I'm like, these are all just horses, right? These are basically horses. A Zubron, which is a European bison-cow cross. Oh, because bison and cow are so different. And I've had burgers of both, and there's a difference, but it's not stark. And various combinations of rats, mice, guinea pigs, and rabbits. These seem like all samey. I want a turtle, that's made out of giraffe. In 1910, he told a gathering of zoologists that it might even be possible to create hybrids between humans and their closest relatives. Duh. Isn't that where you're going when you're doing that kind of shit? Who's going to do that and just be like, it had never occurred to me that, I made this donkey fuck a zebra to make a thing that's really not as good as a donkey or a zebra. It's, it's got the markings of a zebra, which is really helpful in no environment other than its natural environment. But who goes to that trouble and then is like, it never occurred to me to think about doing this to humans, but now that you mention it. At that stage, Ivanov was simply speculating, but a decade and a revolution later, he was making plans to put theory into practice. In 1924, he put his proposals to the government. Despite the disapproval of the scientific establishment, the establishment, Ivanov got the go-ahead. You know what? Ivanov persisted, you fucks. And the funds to mount an expedition to Africa to collect apes. Documents show that the decision was pushed through by leading members of the Bolshevik government. In February 1926, Ivanov set off for Africa. His first stop was Paris. To my knowledge, that wasn't in Africa, but all right. Where he won the enthusiastic support of the directors of the Pasteur Institute and the promise of access to the chimps at its new primate center in Guinea, then part of the French West Africa. He reached Guinea in late March only to discover none of the chimps was mature enough to breed. He would have to return later in the year to capture some chimps of his own. Damn it. Ivanov passed the summer in Paris, where he spent some of his time at the Pasteur Institute working on ways to capture and subdue chimps, and some with the celebrated surgeon Sergei Voronov, inventor of an increasingly fashionable rejuvenation therapy. In a now notorious operation, Voronov grafted slices of ape testes into those of rich and aging men hoping to regain their former vigor. That's fucking amazing. That summer, he and Ivanov made headlines by transplanting a woman's ovary into a chimp called Nora and then inseminating her with human sperm. While the press waited for the outcome, reporters turned their attention to Ivanov's unusual project. The idea of an ape-human hybrid was both shocking and fascinating. Was it possible? Were humans really that closely related to apes? What would the result be like? And what were the Soviets up to? Well, wait a minute. Did this work? Oh, okay, hold on. In November, Ivanov returned to Guinea, captured his chimps. I like how he's like, well, I'm from Russia, and, Russia's great. Let me just be the first to say Russia's great. However, none of these chimps are of an age that I can inseminate them. So I'm going to just hang out in Paris for like a year. And me and this other guy are going to work on, some ape capturing techniques. And I'm like, hi, a big fucking net? You put a banana in a field and then you get a net? I mean, how hard is it to capture an ape? It can't be that difficult. In November, Ivanov returned to Guinea, captured his chimps, and with considerable difficulty, eventually inseminated 3 of them. By now, he had a second experiment in mind, to inseminate women with chimp sperm. Knowing that no local women would agree, he planned to do this under the pretext of a medical examination, but the French governor forbade it. I like how the French governor is like, so you brought to me a plan where you were just going to basically say you were examining some lady and artificially inseminate them with chimp sperm and then see what's going on. And he's like, yes, that's my plan. And he's like, that's going to be a no. I hate to set science back, but just sticking chimp sperm in a lady, that's a no. That is a firm no. None of the 3 chimps conceived. Okay, I guess that's the other chimps. So the chimps that he inseminated did not conceive, or the one that he put the uterus in, or whatever the fuck that was. He transplanted a woman's ovary into a chimp. None of the 3 chimps conceived. Disappointed, Ivanov headed home with 20 chimps to stock a new ape nursery in the subtropical Soviet Republic of Abkhazia. He knew now his best chance of creating his hybrid was to find Soviet women willing to carry half-ape babies in the interests of science. In the event, only 4 chimps made it to Abkhazia, and so while the nursery set about acquiring more apes, Ivanov looked for volunteers. You only kept alive 4 out of 20 chimps? I wonder if the ladies volunteering for this were made aware of that fact. By the way, we couldn't keep 16 out of our 20 chimps are dead. That was just transporting them. We didn't even really do anything. At least 5 women volunteered. So that sounds very crazy. I wonder about these 5 women. What possesses you to volunteer to carry a ape, chimp, human baby? Although the nursery did get hold of an assortment of apes, they never flourished, and by the time Ivanov was ready to proceed, the only adult male left was Tarzan, a 26-year-old orangutan. Ivanov pressed on until fate dealt his project a fatal blow. Tarzan had a brain hemorrhage. The orang has died. We are looking for a replacement, Ivanov cabled the woman he lined up to receive Tarzan's sperm. More chimps arrived in 1930, but Ivanov fell victim to the widespread purge of scientists and was exiled to Kazakhstan. He was released the next year, but died soon after. You hear about these purges of like scientists and leading thinkers and whatnot. And it's probably a baby in the bathwater situation, but maybe there were a few scientists that needed to go. Just saying. So why did Ivanov want so badly to produce a baby that was half ape, half human, and why did the Bolsheviks encourage him? Blah, blah, blah. If he crossed an ape and a human and produced viable offspring, then that would mean Darwin was right about how closely related we were to apes, says Etkind. Oh, so he wanted to prove that and bolster the reputation of Soviet science and use it as anti-religious propaganda. I mean, yeah, I guess so. But does that really explain why it's like, hey, we took this guy's balls off and like we took this guy's ball, his testicle, combined it with an ape testicle, and then like that was a thing we decided to do. That was an exciting thing for us. And you're going to tell me that like, oh no, there was a very good reason why we did that. I mean, come on. Give me a fucking break. It's like, oh yeah. Does it sound to anyone else like it's like, I don't know, this scientist was just doing crazy shit, and maybe he found his niche because he found something that no one else was willing to do because it doesn't really have a purpose. It's mostly just like, well, can we prove that humans and apes are closely related? And it's like, well, I suppose one way we could do that is to impregnate a lady with ape sperm. You know, another way we could do that is just kind of like wait for DNA shit to come along and just be like, oh, we're pretty closely related. And there you go. Well, all right. So that's Human Ape Man. Human Ape Man Z. Human Z. So the little break from the normal Nazi scientists before our next episode where we talk about a Nazi science thing.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Hey, everybody. So as promised, of course, I'm not going to make you wait forever for, Nazi talk. But today we're going to talk about a specific item called Die Glocke, which is German for the bell. So this is supposedly a top-secret Nazi scientific technological device, secret weapon. It's described by a Polish journalist and author, Igor Witkowski, and it was later popularized by military journalist and author Nick Cook, as well as by a bunch of other jerk-offs, and people who associate it with Nazi occultism and anti-gravity or free energy research. It's become a popular subject of speculation, and a following similar to science fiction fandom exists around it and other alleged Nazi miracle weapons, or Wunderwaffen. Mainstream reviewers such as former aerospace scientist David Mura expressed skepticism that such a device existed. Oh yeah, real scientists are like, I don't know if this exists, and it's like, oh well, thanks. Good one. Let's see, the history. Discussion of Die Glocke originated in the works of Igor Witkowski. His 2000 Polish language book, Prawda o Wunderwaffe, The Truth About the Wonder Weapon, reprinted in German and blah, blah, refers to it as the Nazi bell. Witkowski wrote that he first discovered the existence of Die Glocke by reading transcripts from an interrogation of former Nazi SS officer Jakob Sporenberg. According to Witkowski, he was shown the allegedly classified transcripts in August 1997 by an unnamed Polish intelligence contact who said he had access to Polish government documents regarding Nazi secret weapons. So I saw it from a secret guy who had a secret thing that was a secret. Witkowski maintains that he was only allowed to transcribe the documents and was not allowed to make any copies. This sounds suspiciously like Joseph Smith's whole golden plates in the desert thing. Although no evidence of the veracity of Witkowski's statements has been produced, they reached a wider audience when they were retold by British author Nick Cook, who added his own views to Witkowski's statements in The Hunt for Zero Point. Author Jason Colavito wrote that Witkowski's claims were recycled from 1960s rumors of Nazi occult science first published in Morning of the Magicians, and describes Die Glocke as a device few outside of fringe culture think actually existed. In short, it looks to be a hoax or at least a wild exaggeration. Or is that what they want us to think? Allegedly an experiment carried out by the Third Reich scientists working for the SS in a German facility known as Der Riese, the Giant, near the Wenceslas mine and close to the Czech border. Die Glocke is described as being a device made out of a hard, heavy metal, approximately 9 feet wide and 12 to 15 feet high, having a shape similar to that of a large bell. According to an interview of Witkowski by Cook, this device ostensibly contained 2 counter-rotating cylinders which would be filled with a mercury-like substance, violet in color. This metallic liquid was codenamed Zerum 525 and was stored in a tall, thin thermos flask a meter high encased in lead. Additional substances said to be employed in the experiments, referred to as Leichtmetall, or light metal, included thorium and beryllium peroxides. Witkowski describes Die Glocke when activated as having an effect zone extending out 150 to 200 meters, and for us who aren't jerk-offs, 490 to 660 feet, okay? Within the zone, crystals would form in animal tissue, blood would gel and separate, while plants would decompose into a grease-like substance. Witkowski also said that 5 of the 7 original scientists working on the project died in the course of the tests. Well, that seems reasonable. Based upon certain external indications, Witkowski states that the ruins of a concrete framework, aesthetically dubbed the Henge in the vicinity of the Wenceslas mine, some 1.9 miles southeast of the main complex Sokolek underground work of, this sounds like a bunch of gibberish, may have once served as a test rig for an experiment in anti-gravity propulsion generated with Die Glocke. However, the derelict structure itself has also been interpreted to resemble the remains of a conventional mining industry cooling tower. I hate that when it's like, well, there's this thing. It could be for this crazy, cool, supernatural shit, or it could be this thing which looks a lot like this other thing. Witkowski's statements, along with Cook's views, prompted further conjecture about the device from various American authors, including Joseph Farrell, Jim Marrs, and Henry Stevens. In his book, Hitler's Suppressed and Still Secret Weapons, Science and Technology, Stevens concludes that the violet mercury-like substance described by Witkowski could only be red mercury because normal mercury has no fluid compounds according to conventional wisdom. What? Stephen presents a story attributed to German scientist Otto Cerny as told to the then 13-year-old Greg Rowe around 1961, which alleged that a concave mirror on top of a device which seems similar in description to Die Glocke provided the ability to see images from the past during its operation. So here's what we know. There might be a thing. It might be for looking into the past. It might be for killing all things, and it might be for creating zero gravity. I mean, any way you do this one, I'm interested. I'd like to know more. I'd like to know more about what this is all about. Why not? But boy, does this seem like a... it does seem like, maybe the time has passed for this, but it does seem like there was a time during which you could, make up a Nazi thing and then just sort of be like, oh, this guy told me, and then he told me not to tell anyone. Why he told the journalist, I don't know. But there you go. Anyway, so there you go. Did you get your Nazi fix? You sick fuck? Did you get your Nazi fix from this goddamn show that can't help but do its Nazi fix every so often? There you go. Well, I hope you learned your lesson. And the lesson is, crime doesn't pay, I guess.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Oh, hello. So just because I wasn't sure you got enough last time, I thought that we would go over, a massive list of other Nazi Wunderwaffe. So, miracle weapons, basically. Most of which were, prototypes. But, some of them actually got used. So, as this description says, as the war situation worsened for Germany from 1942, claims about the development of revolutionary new weapons which could turn the tide became an increasingly prominent part of the propaganda directed at Germans by their government. In reality, the advanced weapons under development generally required lengthy periods of design work and testing, and there was no realistic prospect of the German military being able to field them before the end of the war. It's kind of interesting when you think about it, because you're like, really, the wonder weapon, quote unquote, was the idea itself was the real wonder weapon. I was gonna have the music just come back in right then, because it's like, oh yeah, that's probably better than going through all this shit. But there's a bunch of shit. I mean, there's a crazy amount of things that they made. Let's just kind of start at the beginning, but we're not going to go through all these. I mean, aircraft carriers, boring. Battleship, boring. U-boats, looks pretty boring. I mean, they have an air-independent propulsion? Wow. This boat was the first designed to operate completely submerged? Oh my God. This one's invented for littoral missions. Littoral. Oh, that's part of the sea close to the shore. Okay. Great. A self-prepared anti-aircraft gun. That's pretty awesome. Now, I will say that they all have, pretty cool names. Flakpanzer Kugelblitz, which is ball lightning. Sturrer Emil, which is stubborn Emil. That's an open-topped tank destroyer. Heavy tanks, Tiger 1 and Tiger 2. They have super heavy tanks. Landkreutzer, the rat, the lion, the mouse, and the Panzerkampfwagen. That's a super heavy tank. Reconnaissance tank is the Kugelpanzer, the ball tank. A prototype spherical reconnaissance/cable laying tank with a mysterious history. Sent to Japan and captured by the Soviets in 1945. Currently on display at the Kubinka Tank Museum. A ball tank, huh? That sounds like the little thing from Jurassic Park that those kids were screwing around in. When they're like, let's go off the beaten path. And it's like, really? That fucking movie, it's like, we're kind of bored of dinosaurs now. And I'm like, yeah, you think so? And most people, when you say that, they're like, of course we would. People are dumb. They get bored by things really quick. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I would go see Dinosaur Bones any day of the week when I was a kid. But real dinosaur, I mean, I think I'd go to that shit. Especially if there was fucked up ones. Experimental helicopter, a syncropter, anti-submarine gun. There's the Fritz X, a guided anti-ship glide bomb. There's the Karl Garat, the largest caliber self-propelled mortar ever deployed. The Heavy Gustav, railway gun. A super gun. A proposed super heavy self-propelled gun. Jesus Christ. Missiles. There's a lot of these. Like a lot. Gyroscopically stabilized. Liquid propellant. Okay, here we go. This is the kind of shit I want to see. The sun gun. A parabolic mirror in orbit designed to focus sunlight onto specific locations on the Earth. God damn it. On the Earth's surface. Now, this was started by Scottish mathematician John Napier in his book Secret Inventions in 1596. He published details of a giant mirror to burn enemy ships by focusing the sun's rays on them. That would be pretty awesome. In 1929, German physicist Hermann Oberth developed plans for a space station from which a 100-meter wide concave mirror could be used to reflect sunlight onto a concentrated point on Earth. That would be badass. And then in World War II, a group of German scientists at the German Army Artillery began to expand on the idea of creating a super weapon that could utilize the sun's energy. It would be part of a space station. The scientists calculated that a huge reflector with an area of 9 square kilometers could produce enough focused heat to make an ocean boil or burn a city. After being questioned by officers of the United States, the Germans claimed that the sun gun could be completed within 50 or 100 years. So that's all they needed, was a good 15 to 100 years. I guess it didn't work. That's too bad. That's too bad for them, huh? They didn't make it work out. A bunch of rifles, night vision, tank-mounted night vision, ferroliminal lycanthropizer. Oh, it's a fictional machine invented by American writer David Woodward, whose 1990 pamphlet of the same title speculates on its history and purpose. The brief, anonymously published work describes a vibration referred to as thanatoauric waves, which the machine electrically generates by combining 3 infrasonic sine waves with concomitant tape loops of unspecified spoken text, 2 beyond the threshold of decipherability and 2 beneath the threshold. The premise is that a mind-altering technology has for decades, at the behest of American intelligence during the Cold War, been withheld from scrutiny. Wait, what? What does it do? How does this work? I guess it's not real. So that's the bad news. The ferroliminal lycanthropizer. I thought this would be a thing that turned people into a fucking werewolf. You've let me down. You have let me down big time. I was expecting to see some crazy shit. You know what I mean? Some real weird shit from these German military. And they're like, oh, this is going to win us for sure. And it's like a rocket-powered ramming interceptor. Zeppelin rammer. Okay. Good one. That's what everybody else is, a Zeppelin rammer. Just can't stop talking about how fucking great Led Zeppelin is when it's like, it's fine. It's fine. But how many times do you have to hear all right. Well, there you go. I should have done what I was going to do, which is just cut it off at the beginning and just be like, and that's the scariest part of all.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
guys appreciating this song I made for you? I hope so. So, speaking of sound, we have something special to talk about today. We're going to talk about a little something called infrasound. So there's an article on Atlas Obscura about infrasound. And basically, infrasound is something that they use on movie films. Okay? Movie films that you may have seen, such as Infrasound, the movie, and Infrasound, and You. But it's something that composers, I guess, use, especially in horror movies. And it's basically sound you can't hear, but you can sort of feel it. Here's a quote. The sound itself could be created by an instrument that one would normally be able to identify, but is either processed or performed in such a way as to hide the actual instrument, says Harry Manfredini, whose score for Friday the 13th was cemented in the thrasher film genre of the 1980s. The sounds that do this to us aren't always unusual, but their deep rumblings or high-pitched squeals signal danger, almost, blah, blah, blah. But there is, like, sounds that use... that create in us an instinctual fear response, such as those recorded in the test subjects of a 2011 study at the University of California. Often these sounds are buried in the complex movie score, or sometimes as subtle sound waves that give an adrenaline rush like a mini internal roller coaster. One unsettling and hidden sound that is given credit for freaking out an audience is infrasound, a low-frequency sound that cannot be heard, but literally unsettles human beings down to our bones. Infrasound, which exists at 19 hertz and below, can be felt, but human ears begin to hear sound at 20 hertz. Infrasound exists in nature and is created by wind, earthquakes, avalanches, and used by elephants to communicate over long distances. Well, if there's something that freaks me out, it's an elephant talking to another elephant. At a high enough volume, it may be possible for humans to perceive sound as low as 12 hertz, but even common objects can emit infrasound, something some horror movie composers use to their advantage. Filmmaker Gaspar Noé admitted in an interview that he intentionally used sound that registered at only 27 hertz in his 2002 film Irreversible. The movie is technically an avant-garde thriller rather than classic horror. I hate that. It's like, you know how what's the difference between a avant-garde thriller and classic horror? There'll probably be boobs, but it'll be more tasteful. And also, they want to show it at like a film fest or some shit. But the intense violence, raw camera angles, and disturbing images and content have made it dip into the horror movie category. Blah, blah, blah. You can't hear it, but it makes you shake, Noé told Salon. In a good theater with a subwoofer, you may be more scared by the sound than by what's happening on the screen. In Irreversible, deep rumblings and a swaying, otherworldly grinding sound increases in volume, causing the viewer to feel dread just before extremely disturbing imagery begins. The 2002 movie Paranormal Activity was also rumored to use infrasound, though even if the deep rumblings in the film are above the 20 hertz threshold, they seem to do a good job of unsettling audiences anyway. So there you go. Abstract sensations cause anxiety due to the very absence of an object or cause, some guy said. Without either, the imagination produces one which can be more frightening than the reality. So basically, the infrasound makes you feel like something's there, but you don't know what it is. Now, dear listener, I have a confession to make. I've been playing a 19 hertz piece of infrasound this entire time. Can you feel it? Is it rumbling in you? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on a piece of 8 hertz infrasound as well. And I'm going to crank up the entrance into what you're hearing. And I'm just going to play it for like a minute. Now, this is not a trick to get you to turn up your headphones or something so I can then go like, "Wah!" Like those internet things where it's like, look super close and you'll see a spooky thing and then something jumps out at you or something. This is legit. This is as legit as this show gets. So I'm gonna turn on. I've got now both going. I've got the 19 hertz and an 8 hertz, both at the same time. And I'm just gonna crank it up and give you about 30 seconds of that. See what you think.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Oh, hey, everyone. Welcome to another one of these. So today we've got a serial killer story. So you may or may not have heard of the serial killer Rodney Alcala. Alcala? Here's the deal. This guy was also known as the dating game killer. And on September 13th, 1978, this dude appeared as a bachelor on the dating game. He was one of the eligible bachelors and was actually chosen by the female contestant. And at the time, he had already killed people. Now, this lady ended up not being one of the victims. After the show, she talked with the guy, and he offered to take her on a date, but she didn't like it. According to what she said, I started to feel ill. He was acting really creepy. I turned down his offer. I didn't want to see him again. And another one of the bachelors from the show, too, said, Rodney was kind of quiet. I remember him because I told my brother about this one guy who was kind of good-looking, but kind of creepy. He was always looking down and not making eye contact. And so after this rejection, apparently, the dating game killer claimed that he killed between 50 and 100 people. This is an interesting thing about old serial killers is they will say, well, he killed this many people, but they're like, we don't really know. So his signatures included beating, biting, raping, and strangling, often choking victims until the point of unconsciousness. Then once they came to, he'd start over again. And on his first known attempt at killing, he was successful at only 2 of these things. The victim was Tally Shapiro, an 8-year-old girl he lured into his Hollywood apartment in 1968. She survived her rape and beating, though, and her life was saved by a passersby who reported a tip to the police on a possible abduction. Alcala fled his apartment when the police arrived and remained a fugitive for years afterward. He moved to New York and used the alias John Berger to enroll in film school at NYU, where, ironically enough, he studied under Roman Polanski. After being recognized thanks to an FBI poster, he was finally identified as the perpetrator in the rape and attempted murder of Tally Shapiro. He was arrested in 1971, but only sent to prison on charges of assault. Shapiro's family kept her from testifying. And after 3 years behind bars, he spent another 2 years in prison for assaulting a 13-year-old girl. Then they let him travel to New York to, quote, visit relatives. And investigators now believe that within 7 days of his arrival there, he killed a college student named Elaine Hover, who was the daughter of a popular Hollywood nightclub owner and goddaughter of both Sammy Davis Jr. and Dean Martin. Soon after all this, he got a job at the Los Angeles Times as a typesetter under his real name, which was now attached to a substantial criminal record. Typist by day, and by night he was luring young girls to be part of his professional photography studio, or portfolio. So anyway, the year after, someone walked away unscathed, and, she said she saw his portfolio, which in addition to shots of women included spread after spread of naked teenage boys. And police have since released parts of his portfolio to the public to aid in victim identification. And you can actually still do this. You can get on and see Rodney Alcala's photo album. Because it's like they want to know, because he had pictures of more than 100 women and children, which may include photos of other victims. And if you do look at that, you can call 800-577-TIPS, which is not a waiter hotline, but a thing. So here's the real beauty of this whole thing, is we've got the footage of the guy on the dating game. So I'm going to describe this to you, but we're going to also play it and see what he's like.
Dating capital of the world. It's the dating game. Here's the star of our show, your host, Jim Lyon.
First of all, amazing set. Very 70s looking. I just realized I did this cheap dates program at work, and this is totally where they ripped off the poster from.
Hey. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I feel like for the host, too, they got this guy, and he's like wearing a tuxedo shirt with a suit and a bow tie, and he's got, glasses. He's not awful looking, but not great looking. And you're like, yeah, we want to get kind of a dweeb to be the host, right? Because we don't want to take away from the eligible bachelors. And it's got to be tough when you're the guy who's like, I'm your man. I'm just the dweeb you're looking for.
And welcome to the dating game. And we'll get right underway. It's time to meet our first 3 eligible bachelors for game number 1. And here they are.
Now, if you're unfamiliar with the dating game, they have kind of this rotating set. All 3 of the bachelors are sitting in director's chairs from a movie set, all next to each other. They can all see each other, but the female contestant, who asks the questions can't see any of them.
Good luck, gentlemen. Well, let's see. Bachelor number 1 is a successful photographer who got his start when his father found him in the dark room at the age of 13, fully developed.
In the dark room. Yikes.
Between takes, he might find him skydiving or motorcycling. Please welcome Rodney Alcala.
Rodney Alcala. So he looks like a very 1970s guy. He's got maybe a little Eric Estrada look to him. Not a bad looking guy, though. They're right about that.
And it's time to meet our young lady for game number 1.
And it just cuts too, so now it's cutting to meet the lady.
And here she is. Here is a young lady with a wealth of experience. She once earned a living
Yikes.
massaging feet, but she quit when her boss suggested that she work her way up. Then she taught school in Phoenix, Arizona, and now she's here to educate our 3 bachelors in the art of amour.
She looks like she's got a smile on her face that's like, just keep smiling. They told you to smile. This guy's going to just say a bunch of stupid shit.
Welcome, if you will, sensational Cheryl Bradshaw. Hello, Cheryl. Don't sit down yet. Just a minute.
Kissed him on the mouth, because this is a 1970s game show.
Want to make sure everything is straight. You relaxed? You feel okay? All right. There are 3 bachelors over there. There'll be 1, 2, and 3. Ask them anything you like to find out more about them, except their name, age, occupation, or income, okay? And we're going to start by having them say hello to you and see how they sound. Number 1, would you say hello to Cheryl, please?
We're going to have a great time together, Cheryl.
Dun, 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 dun.
Hey, and here we go.
Okay, a cut.
Bachelor number 1.
Yes?
What's your best time?
Jesus. Did they give this lady some kind of... Bachelor number 1. What's your... Okay.
The best time is at night, nighttime.
Why do you say that?
Because that's the only time there is.
The only time.
I mean, this is almost unfair because, like, knowing that he's a crazy person now and listening to it, and it's like, the nighttime is the only time there is. And you're like, Jesus, is this guy from, like, one of those fucking Underworld movies?
What's wrong with morning, afternoon?
Well, they're okay, but nighttime's when it really gets good. Then you're really ready.
I'm a drama teacher, and I'm going to audition each of you for...
Her mouth is like, her lips stretch out to see so many of her teeth. It's like, it looks like her skin is going to peel back and reveal her entire skull.
My private class. Bachelor number 1. You're a dirty old man. Take it.
Come on, over here.
Oh, honey, we ought to go out and boogie.
Really?
Well, that's interesting. I mean, it's weird too, though. Like that one, you got to be like, I don't know, what are you supposed to do when they're like, I want you to pretend to be a dirty old man, and it's like, that's gonna help you decide to go on a date with me. If I do it, does it help if I do a good job or a bad job?
Bachelor number 1. I am serving you for dinner.
Oh.
What are you called, and what do you look like?
What?
I'm called the banana, and I look...
I'm called the banana. Like, I can't tell if this is the ravings of a serial killer or if this is like, I mean, what are you supposed to do when you're asked, what are you called? When I'm serving you dinner? Is that like a normal part when you're being served dinner? What should I call you? I've never had a waitress at a restaurant be like, what do you want me to call you during this dinner? I'd be like, I don't care. Table 15.
Good.
Can you be a little more descriptive?
Peel me.
He literally meant peel my skin off, please.
Later, Bachelor 1. Later.
Welcome back to the dating game, and Cheryl, we have reached the moment of truth, as we call it. You heard from the bachelors. You got some great dramatic presentations, some good answers, but now I'm going to...
It's really, the horror of this for me, since the theme of this year's Podoween seems to be the real horror, is that, like, a full half hour of TV, you know, of this one guy, and also the setup of the show goes down to 5 minutes. So, like, there's a maximum of, like, 15 minutes of show in a half hour.
You a question. Will that date be Bachelor number 1, Bachelor number 2, or Bachelor number 3?
Bachelor number 2 looks like an asshole. He looks like a rich asshole in every movie, and Bachelor number 3 is bald.
Who gets the dates?
Well, I like bananas, so I'll take 1.
Number 1, Bachelor number 1.
Well, you sure found a date who's bananas.
All right. Well, there they go. However, you did leave one remaining, and this is your date, and I want to tell you something about
she's about to see him for the first
Cheryl.
time. This is a much better show. Is the dating game, but one is a serial killer. You know what I mean? And it's like, try and not date the serial killer. And she lost the game. I mean, good Lord.
The skydiver, so he's got a lot of nerve. He's into motorcycling. He's also a fine photographer. Say hello to Rodney.
He's got an entire portfolio full of dead people.
Rodney, come on and say hello. Congratulations, Rod. You did it with the one answer. Well, as far as I can see, Cheryl and Rodney, it looks like the two of you may be involved in some sort of racket. So we're going to have you take to the court. Oh, first you'll receive tennis lessons from expert Naomi Besa
Court for murder
of the famous Kirkwood Tennis Club. That starts. And you'll soon be acing everyone off the courts. And to make sure you both look as professional as you'll become, complete tennis outfits will be provided by Bill Darling's Tennis Shop. It'll really make you look like part of the racket set. Then it's off the Magic Mountain, one of America's greatest...
This is kind of a cheap prize. tennis lessons and tennis outfits, and then you get to go to Magic
Complete
Mountain.
amusement
That's
park
something.
with plenty of excitement to challenge any daring dater, like the Revolution that'll help you turn the town upside down, and of course the world's greatest roller coaster, the Colossus. Magic Mountain, just a half an hour north of Hollywood, California. So have fun playing tennis. Thank you.
Oh, she kissed the host again.
Thank you. Okay. You can go relax, meet each other, say hello, get acquainted, and they'll be back. And before we begin our next game, let's find out what runners-up will receive today from Johnny Jacobs.
So there you go. That's what happened. Do you gotta wonder, do you wonder later, you're like, I was on this show, and it was a dating game, and the date that I picked was fucking a serial killer, it turned out. That's gotta make you wonder, right? That's gotta... So that's what we call a game changer, I think. Oh, God. Well, there you go. There's some audio for you of a serial killer who went on to kill many people. He'd probably killed many before that and would go on to kill many, many more after. And somehow wound up on the dating game. I don't know what the lesson is there. I don't think there is one. So fuck it. That's just some crazy shit.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Oh, hello. So today we're going to talk about a method of execution. Not so much the method of execution that you might find in a prison or something like that, but, one of those horrible things, like what do you call that shit, the boats, scaphism or something. This is called blowing from a gun. It's pretty succinct. Blowing from a gun was a method of execution in which the victim was typically tied to the mouth of a cannon, which was then fired. George Carter Stent described the process as follows. Wouldn't it be fun to be George Carter Stent and you're like, what I'm known for is in Wikipedia, I described this really fucked up thing that I saw and I'm used in that. Here's the description. The prisoner is generally tied to a gun with the upper part of the small of his back resting against the muzzle. When the gun is fired, his head is seen to go straight up into the air some 40 or 50 feet. The arms fly off right and left, high up in the air, and fall at perhaps 100 yards distance. The legs drop to the ground beneath the muzzle of the gun, and the body is literally blown away altogether, not a vestige being seen. Blowing from a gun was a reported means of execution as long ago as the 16th century by the Mughal Empire? Mughal? Is this what Muggles are? And was used until the 20th century. The method was utilized by Portuguese colonialists in the 16th and 17th centuries from as early as 1509 across their empire from Ceylon to Mozambique to Brazil. The Muggles used the method throughout the 17th century and into the 18th, particularly against rebels. Well, no wonder these Harry Porters hate them so much. But the method of execution is most closely associated with the colonial government of the British Raj. Following the Indian Rebellion of 1857, blowing from a gun was a method the British used to execute rebels, as well as for those natives found guilty of desertion. They began implementing this in the latter half of the 18th century. The destroying of the body and scattering the remains over a wide area had a particular religious function as a means of execution in the Indian subcontinent, as it effectively prevented the necessary funeral rites of Muslims and Hindus. Thus, for believers, the punishment was extended beyond death. This was well understood by foreign occupiers, and the practice was not generally employed by them as concurrent foreign occupiers of Africa, Australasia, or the Americas. Most recently, there was an exceptional use of the practice in Afghanistan in 1930. So basically, the common method is to tie a man to the front of the muzzle of the gun and then have him shot. Loading the cannon with an actual cannonball is on occasion reported. Good Lord. But more commonly, the use of a blank cartridge or grape shot is attested. What the fuck is a grape shot? A type of shot that is not one solid element. Oh, okay. But a mass of small metal balls. The following description of the manner of tying up the convicted is from Afghanistan in 1839 by Shuja Shah. The three men were then tied with ropes to the guns, their backs against the muzzle. The rope fastened to one of the spokes of the wheel, passed with a knot round the arms, over the muzzle of the gun, round the other arm, and then to the spoke of the opposite wheel, which kept the body fixed. Although immobilizing a victim in front of a gun before firing the cannon is by far the most reported method, a case from Istanbul in 1596 alleges that the victim was actually put into the gun and executed in that manner. Now, I saw that in the circus. That's not real. Reports exist that attest that on occasion people were fastened to rockets and blown into the air. This is said to have been punishment for a Brahmin during Hyder Ali's reign, 1761 to 1782, and also in an 1800 treason case. Here's a section, problems with the method. Well, I mean, let's see. Things did not always work out according to plan at such executions. Can you imagine? This crazy fucking idea didn't work exactly as they thought. At a mass execution in Firozpur in 1857, there was an order that blank cartridge should be used, but some guns were loaded with grape shot instead. Several of the spectators facing the cannons were hit by the grape shot, and some had to have limbs amputated as a result. Jesus Christ. In addition, some of the soldiers had not been withdrawn properly and sustained injuries from being hit by whizzing pieces of flesh and bone. In another case, a soldier who was to be shot managed to fall down just as the shot went off, with the following result. One wretched fellow slipped from the rope by which he was tied to the guns just before the explosion, and his arm was nearly set on fire. While hanging in his agony under the gun, a sergeant applied a pistol to his head, and 3 times the cap snapped, the man each time wincing from the expected shot. At last, a rifle was fired into the back of his head, and the blood poured out of the nose and mouth like water from a briskly handled pump. This was the most horrible sight of all. I have seen death in all its forms, but never anything equal to this man's end. Others reported with shudders how birds of prey circled above the execution place and swooped down to catch pieces of human flesh in the air, while others were nauseated by the dogs loitering about the place of execution and rushing to the scene to devour some of the delicacies spread around as a result of the execution. Jesus fucking Christ. There's quite a long article about this, I gotta say. It's basically about every time it's happened, or every time it was used. And it's just like, I mean, hundreds of people must have been killed this way. But yeah, that was a pretty good one. Problems with this method. And it's like, well, here's one problem. And this guy describes it like, basically, I saw the worst thing I ever saw. Now, I've seen a lot of people die, but this was fucked up. Of all the fucked up things I've seen, this was the most fucked up. Now, I don't know if that was a problem with blowing from a gun, to be fair. If we're going to be fair to something that there's really no reason to be fair to, I gotta say I'm not completely convinced that this is the fault of the method so much as the poor application of the method. But that's just classic Pete being defensive of tying someone to a cannon and blowing them into pieces.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Damn it. I blew it. Did you hear that cough too? I'm not having a good one. But let's just move right along. Let's ignore that and move into the fun part, which is today's Podoween topic, execution by elephant. Execution by elephant has a shockingly long and in-depth Wikipedia article that I'll just read the first part here. Execution by elephant was a common method of capital punishment in South and Southeast Asia. I don't think you need to get that specific with me between South and Southeast, but that's fine. Particularly in India, where Asian elephants were used to crush, dismember, or torture captives in public executions. The animals were trained and versatile, able to kill victims immediately or to torture them slowly over a prolonged period. Most commonly employed by royalty, the elephants were used to signify both the ruler's absolute power and his ability to control wild animals. Whew. The practice, blah, 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 was eventually suppressed by the European empires. While primarily confined to Asia, the practice was occasionally adopted by Western powers such as ancient Rome and Carthage, particularly to deal with mutinous soldiers. I'm just imagining a different thing of like Dumbo. You know what I mean? Where it's like Dumbo is an executioner elephant. And so there you go. That's a whole thing. But like, I'm going to just look at some of the accounts. They have several different accounts. This one is actually by Alexander Hamilton, who we all know from the musical Hamilton. Brought us some great songs like Somebody Once Told Me the World Was Gonna Roll Me. Let's take his account from Siam. For treason and murder, the elephant is the executioner. The condemned person is made fast to a stake driven into the ground for the purpose. Alexander Hamilton likes to capitalize a lot of words. I'm going to read that sentence, or that part of that sentence, that 1.5 sentences, and then tell you what is capitalized. For treason and murder, the elephant is the executioner. The condemned person is made fast to a stake driven into the ground for the purpose. Here are the capitalized words. For treason, murder, elephant, executioner, person, stake, ground, purpose. Almost all of them. I guess it's all the nouns? And the elephant is brought to view him and goes twice or thrice around him. And when the elephant's keeper speaks to the monstrous executioner, he twines his trunk round the person and stake, and pulling the stake from the ground with great violence, tosses the man and stake into the air, and in coming down, receives him on his teeth, and making him off again, puts one of his 4 feet on the carcass and squeezes it flat. Gross. I guess elephants there were trained to throw the condemned in the air before trampling them to death. There's another short version from 1821 in Vietnam. The criminal is tied to a stake, and Excellency's favorite elephant runs down upon him and crushes him to death. Let's see. Here's the Muslim traveler. I don't know how to pronounce the name IBN. I need something. Ibn Battuta, visiting Delhi in the 1330s, left the following eyewitness account by elephants, of execution by elephants. Upon a certain day when I myself was present, some men were brought out who had been accused of having attempted the life of the vizier. They were ordered, accordingly, to be thrown to the elephants, which had been taught to cut their victims to pieces. Their hooves were cased with sharp iron instruments, and the extremities of these were like knives. On such occasions, the elephant driver rode upon them, and when a man was thrown to them, they would wrap the trunk about him and toss him up, then take him with the teeth and throw him between their forefeet upon the breast, and do just as the driver should bid them, and according to the orders of the emperor. If the order was to cut him to pieces, the elephant would do so with his irons, and then throw the pieces among the assembled multitude. It's like a Gallagher show. But if the order was to leave him, he would be left lying before the emperor until the skin should be taken off, and stuffed with hay, and the flesh given to the dogs. Boo! Let's see. Here's another one. An account of one such torture and execution in 1814 has been preserved in the Percy Anecdotes. The Percy Anecdotes sounds like a really boring book and or like a cute name of like a young adult novel from modern times. The man was a slave, and 2 days before had murdered his master, brother to a native chieftain called Amir Sahib. About 11 o'clock, the elephant was brought out, with only the driver on his back, surrounded by natives with bamboos in their hands. The criminal was placed 3 yards behind on the ground, his legs tied by 3 ropes which were fastened to a ring on the right hind leg of the animal. At every step the elephant took, it jerked him forward, and every 8 or 10 steps must have dislocated another limb, for they were loose and broken when the elephant had proceeded 500 yards. The man, though covered in mud, showed every sign of life, and seemed to be in the most excruciating torments. After having been tortured in this manner for about an hour, he was taken to the outside of the town when the elephant, which is instructed for such purposes, was backed and put his foot on the head of the criminal. Bam. There's a nice woodcut that appeared in a bunch of magazines. How about Sri Lanka? Crushing by elephant had been abolished by the British after they overthrew the Kandyan Kingdom in 1815, but the king's execution elephant was still alive and evidently remembered its former duties. Some guy comments. During the native dynasty, it was the practice to train elephants to put criminals to death by trampling upon them, the creatures being taught to prolong the agony of the wretched sufferers by crushing the limbs, avoiding the vital parts. With the last tyrant king of Candy, why are they calling this Candy? This is weird. Candy. This was a favorite mode, the king of Candy. And it's like, oh, he sounds cool. And then it's like, there's a favorite mode of execution, and as one of the elephant's executioners was at the former capital during our sojourn there, we were particularly anxious to test the creature's sagacity and memory. The animal was mottled and of enormous size, and was quietly standing there with his keeper seated upon his neck. The noble who accompanied us desired the man to dismount and stand on one side. The chief then gave the word of command, ordering the creature to slay the wretch. The elephant raised his trunk and twined it as if around a human being. The creature then made motions as if he were depositing the man on the earth before him, then slowly raised his back foot, placing it alternately upon the spots where the limbs of the sufferer would have been. This he continued to do for some minutes. Then, as if satisfied that the bones must be crushed, the elephant raised his trunk high upon his head and stood motionless. The chief then ordered him to complete his work, and the creature immediately placed one foot as if upon the man's abdomen, and the other upon his head, apparently using the entire strength to crush and terminate the wretch's misery. The wretch. West Asia. At Nineveh, there was an elephant. Its head is not protruding. It is big, eats about 2 wagon loads of straw at once, its mouth in its breast, and when it wants to eat, it protrudes its lip about 2 cubits, take up straw with it, and puts it in its mouth. This is like a kid's book. Once there was an elephant. He ate 2 things of straw a day. When the Sultan condemns anyone to death, they say to the elephant, "This person is guilty." It then seizes him with its lip, casts him aloft, and slays him. So there you go. There's a way to be killed that I hadn't really thought of. Elephant. Executed by an elephant. They have great strength. With great power comes great responsibility, elephants. That's what you need to know. And it might be your responsibility as an elephant to slay some wretch, I suppose. Sucks to be an elephant.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Well. So today we've got a turning of the tables. We talked about elephants used to execute, and now we're going to talk about an elephant who was executed. This is the story of an elephant named Mary. She was born in 1894 and died September 13th, 1916. So she was aged 21 to 22. They didn't know her exact birthday, I suppose, which kind of makes sense. Also, she could play musical instruments and pitch baseballs. She was 5 short tons. I don't know what that means, but 4,500 kilograms and was 11 feet 9 inches tall. So here's what happened. September 11th, 1916, a homeless man, this guy, Red Eldridge, is about to have his 9/11. A homeless man named Red Eldridge, who landed a job as a transient hotel clerk, was hired as an assistant elephant trainer by the Sparks world-famous show Circus. He was killed by Mary in Sullivan County, Tennessee, on the evening of September 12th. Eldridge led the elephant parade, although he was not qualified, riding on the top of Mary's back. Mary was the star of the show and walking at the front. Now, I think this is interesting that it's like, you're a transient hotel clerk, and you're just like, I'm going to take a job being at the circus. And they're like, well, you seem uniquely qualified to lead the elephant parade. There have been several accounts of his death. One, recounted by W.H. Coleman, who claimed to be a witness, is that he prodded her behind the ear with a hook after she reached down to nibble on a watermelon rind. She went into a rage, snatched Eldridge with her trunk, threw him against a drink stand, and stepped on his head, crushing it. A contemporary newspaper account from the Johnson City staff said that Mary collided its trunk vice-like about Eldridge's body, lifted him 10 feet in the air, then dashed him with a fury to the ground, and with the full force of her beastly fury is said to have sunk her giant tusks entirely through his body. The animal then trampled the dying form of Eldridge as if seeking a murderous triumph, then with a sudden swing of her massive foot hurled his body into the crowd. That one sounds a little more embellished, if you ask me. So let me get this straight. She lifted him 10 feet in the air, then smashed him on the ground, and then sunk her tusks through his body, and then trampled the dying form of him, and then swung her massive foot and kicked him into the crowd. So here's the bad news. Most accounts indicate that she calmed down after the incident and did not charge the onlookers who began chanting, "Kill the elephant, let's kill it." Catchy one. They hadn't really got the rhythm of these things down, I suppose, yet. But whatever. Within minutes, local blacksmith Hench Cox tried to kill Mary, firing 5 rounds with little effect. Pow, 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 pow. And he's like, this is not working. All right. Meanwhile, the leaders of several nearby towns threatened not to allow the circus to visit if Mary was included. The circus owner, Charlie Sparks, reluctantly decided that the only way to quickly resolve the potentially ruinous situation was to kill the wounded elephant in public. Now, this is a film, right? he's got to make that decision. He's like, it's the only thing I can do. Got to keep the circus. This circus has been in my family for five weeks, which in circus terms is a long time. Consider it. We hired some rando to just fucking lead the elephants around. On the following day, a foggy and rainy September 13th, 1916, Mary was transported by rail to Unicoi County, Tennessee, where a crowd of over 2,500 people, including most of the town's children, assembled in the Clinchfield Railroad Yard. The elephant was hanged by the neck from a rail car mounted industrial derrick between 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock that afternoon. The first attempt resulted in a snapped chain, causing Mary to fall and break her hip as dozens of children fled in terror. The severely wounded elephant died during a second attempt and was buried beside the tracks. A veterinarian examined Mary after the hanging and determined that she had a severely infected tooth in the precise spot where Red Eldridge had prodded her. The authenticity of a widely distributed and heavily retouched photo of her death was disputed years later. Because there's this photo that's supposedly of it, but it kind of looks like a early Photoshop kind of thing. But there you go. Isn't that kind of fucked up? I gotta say that was fucked up. It's weird that they killed this elephant. They just kind of like, I don't know. The elephant killed some dude. And then they're like, well, there's only one thing for it. Clearly, this elephant is mad with power. Everyone's like, well, don't bring that elephant to our town. But then, like, I suppose in 1916, how do you execute an elephant? Really? I mean, what is the method here? Doesn't seem like there'd be a great method. But, hey, what are you going to do? You break her hip and then you fucking hang her. And then what do you do with that corpse? You let those kids go to town. Fill her up with candy and they get their piñata sticks and they really get to work, huh? Seems like the right thing to do. Seems like the only right way to handle it.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
So, after the last episode, I did find out that there were more than one elephant execution. There was more. And I found 3 in particular, Chunny, Tyke, and Topsy. So I was like, you know what? I don't want to leave unfinished business. This is Halloween. This is not the time to leave unfinished business. I don't want the ghost of Chunny haunting me because Mary got her due and Chunny didn't. So Chunny was an elephant that they moved to London? Yeah, he was moved to London in like the 1809 or 1810. And he was on exhibit there and that kind of shit. But his death, he became dangerously violent towards the end of his life, attributed to an annual paroxysm, perhaps his musts? This is the thing that elephants go through, and it makes them crazy. Aggravated by a rotten tusk, which gave him a bad toothache. On 26 February 1826, that's how you know it's old-timey, on date, month, year, while on his usual Sunday walk along the Strand, Chunny ran amok, killing one of his keepers. He became increasingly enraged and difficult to handle over the following days. and it was decided that he was too dangerous to keep. The following Wednesday, March 1st, I switched to that one because this is America. His keeper tried to feed him poison, but Chunny refused to eat it. Soldiers were summoned from Somerset House to shoot Chunny with their muskets. Kneeling down on the command of his trusted keeper, Chunny was hit by 152 musket balls but refused to die. Chunny was finished off by a keeper with a harpoon or sword. The floor of his cage was deeply covered with his blood, and it was said that the sound of the elephant in agony was more alarming than the reports of the soldiers' guns. Well, I would think so. I think a gun is an alarming noise, but it's like, well, this is expected. Really crappy gun. 152 musket balls, and an elephant's not going to die. Here's what I'm learning. An elephant would be still a reasonable weapon of war into the early 1900s, is what it sounds like, because it sounds like they have a really difficult time. Hundreds of people paid the usual shilling entrance fee to see his carcass butchered and then dissected by doctors and medical students from the Royal College of Surgeons. You like that? I like how it's like the usual shilling. I mean, that's crazy, right? They're like, oh, okay. It's usually the shilling to see that. Although, is it crazy? Is it crazy that that's how much it costs to see like a executed carcass butchered, or is it crazy that we don't do it now? That we're like, well, you can't see the body. That would be insane. All right, here's Tyke. Tyke was an African bush elephant who, on August 20th, 1994, at a circus in Hawaii, Tyke trampled and critically injured her groomer, throwing him around numerous times in the process before killing her trainer, who was knocked to the ground, dragged, and crushed to death under Tyke's massive trunk after he attempted to save the other dude from dude or lady, from being trampled to death during the attack. Tyke then charged out of the arena and into the street outside. She additionally attacked and nearly crushed publicist Steve Hirano, who tried to stop her from escaping from the circus parking lot. A nearby police officer, seeing the attack, fired multiple shots in the direction of the elephant, distracting her and causing her to flee away from Hirano. After a half hour of chasing Tyke down, local police officers fired more than 86 shots at the 8,000-pound elephant. Tyke finally collapsed from the numerous wounds and died. Okay, so this is 1994. It took a half hour and 86 shots, more than 86 shots. Let's call it an even hundo. And Tyke finally collapsed. So in 1994, an elephant could still kind of get out there and kick some ass, it turns out. Finally, we've got Topsy. Topsy is probably the most famous executed elephant, which is kind of interesting because it doesn't seem like, okay, so accounts vary what happened, but the story is that in 1902, a possibly drunk guy wandered into the menagerie tent where all the elephants were tied in a line and began teasing them in turn, offering them a bottle of whiskey. He reportedly threw sand in Topsy's face and then burnt the extremely sensitive tip of her trunk with a lit cigar. I mean, okay, this guy sounds like a real asshole. It's funny to me, it's like, to think of old-timey shit, I picture just a drunk guy wandering around, lifts a literal tent, and then he's like with the elephants. Topsy threw Blount to the ground with her trunk and then crushed him with her head, knees, or foot. Newspaper reports on Blount's death contained what seemed to be exaggerated accounts of Topsy's man-killing past, with claims she killed up to 12 men, but with more common accounts that during the 1900 season she had killed 2 circus workers. Journalist Michael Daly, in his 2013 book on Topsy, could find no record of anyone killed by an elephant in Waco, and a handler attacked by Topsy in Paris suffered injuries, but there is no record of him dying. The publicity generated by Topsy's man-killing brought very large crowds to the circus to see the elephant. I mean, isn't that weird? As Topsy got off a train in New York, a spectator named Louis Dodaro used a stick in his hand to tickle Topsy behind the ear. Topsy seized Dodaro around the waist with her trunk, hoisted him high in the air, and threw him back down before being stopped by a handler. Because of this attack, the owners of the circus decided to sell Topsy. Now, Topsy, so far, does not seem to be crazy in as much as she's just like, I'm not going to take any shit. I mean, you know, she's got a reputation for being a bad elephant. Your love is like bad elephant. Let's see. Topsy was sold to something else. Topsy was used in publicity, moving timbers, and even the fanciful airship Luna, part of the amusement ride A Trip to the Moon, characterized in the media as penance for her rampaging ways. During the moving of the Luna in October 1902, William Alt was involved in an incident where he stabbed Topsy with a pitchfork, trying to get her to pull the amusement ride. When confronted by a police officer, Alt turned Topsy loose from her work harness to run free in the streets, leading to Alt's arrest. The occurrence was attributed to the handler's drinking. In December 1902, a drunk Alt rode Topsy down the streets of Coney Island and walked or tried to ride Topsy into the local police station. Accounts say Topsy tried to batter her way through the station door, and she set up a terrific trumpeting, leading the officers to take refuge in the cells. The handler was fired after the incident. So this guy tried to ride Topsy down the street and batter her way through the station door and trumpet and whatever. So anyway, then they fired the handler, but no zoos or other circuses would take her. So it was decided that she would be put to death by electrocution. So here's what's kind of interesting about it. It's 25 cents admission, of course. And they chose to shoot was an island in the middle of the lagoon for the Shoot the Shoot ride. So that's fun. It's fun that you have that. There was coverage and posted banners around the park on all four sides of the makeshift gallows advertising opening May 2nd, 1903, Luna Park $1 million exposition. This is 1903. On hearing Thompson and Dundee's plans, the president of the American Society of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals stepped in and forbade hanging as a needlessly cruel means of killing Topsy, and told Thompson and Dundee they could not conduct a public spectacle and charge admission. They went over alternatives with him, attempts to euthanize elephant, including poisoning, but that, as well as a 1901 attempt to electrocute an elephant named Jumbo 2 years earlier in Buffalo, were botched. After much negotiation, which included them trying to give the elephant to the ASPCA, a method of strangling the elephant with large ropes tied to steam-powered winch was agreed upon. They also agreed they would use poisoning and electricity as well. So the date was set. The press attention brought out an estimated 1,500 spectators. They allowed 100 spectators into the park, although more climbed through the park fence. Many more were on the balconies and roofs of nearby buildings, which were charging admission to see the event. The details of the electrocution part of the execution were handled by the local workers from the power company. They spent the night before stringing power lines from the Coney Island electrical substation 9 blocks to the park to carry alternating current they planned to redirect from a much larger plant in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. At Bay Ridge, the staff was told to get an engine ready and clear a feeder and bus to Coney Island Station. Topsy was led out of her pen into the unfinished Luna Park by an elephant expert. Newspaper accounts of the event noted that Topsy refused to cross the bridge over the lagoon, ignoring prodding by Goliath and even bribes of carrots and apples. The owners of Luna Park tried to get William Alt, who would not watch the killing, to lead Topsy across the bridge, but he declined an offer of $25 to coax her to her death, saying he would not for $1,000. Good for him. They finally gave up trying to get her across the bridge and decided to bring death to her. The steam engine ropes and electrical lines were re-rigged to the spot where Topsy stood. The electricians attached copper-lined sandals connected to AC lines to Topsy's right forefoot and left hind foot so the charge would flow through the elephant's body. With the chief electrician Sharkey making sure everyone was clear, Topsy was fed carrots laced with 460 grams of potassium cyanide by press agent Charles Murray, who then backed away. At 2:45, Sharkey gave a signal, and an electrician on a telephone told the superintendent at Coney Island to close a switch, and Luna Park chief electrician Hugh Thomas closed another one at the park, sending 6,600 volts from Bay Ridge across Topsy's body for 10 seconds, toppling her to the ground. According to at least one contemporary account, she died without a trumpet or a groan. After Topsy fell, the steam-powered winch tightened 2 nooses placed around her neck for 10 minutes. At 2:47, Topsy was pronounced dead. Blech. During the killing, the superintendent of the Coney Island station, Joseph Johansson, became mixed up in the apparatus when he threw the switch sending power to the park and was nearly electrocuted. He was knocked out and left with small burns from the power traveling from his right arm to his left leg. Now, here's something very interesting about Topsy in particular, which is that Topsy is on video. There's video. You can watch this video of this execution. It's basically an elephant standing there, not looking real happy, and then starts smoking and just falls over. So there you go. That's the rest of the elephants. Wanted to make sure and get all the elephants in there. Did we have a lot of fun today?
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Hey, everybody. So today, we're talking about a story that came across my desk. Now, this came to me from what I thought was an unusual spot, which is the Wall Street Journal. But this came out a couple days ago and says, Disney World's big secret, it's a favorite spot to scatter family ashes. Fans say treating the park as a final resting place is the ultimate tribute, assuming they can sneak the remains past security. There's a picture from 2009. It's got that burned in. You know how cameras at one time, it was like, let's burn in the date so we can remember when this was? Which I have mixed feelings about. Because I guess on the one hand, you would never see that in like an artistic photograph. But on the other hand, that's not bad. Although I would think you'd remember scattering your father's ashes or whatever. Her mother's. I guess this is her mother's ashes outside of Cinderella's castle. She's like in the grass, which looks like an area you're not supposed to be. This is by Eric Schwartzel, E-R-I-C-H. The spookiest spelling of Eric. I'm just going to read a little part of this. Custodians at the Walt Disney Company theme parks in Orlando, Florida, and Anaheim, California use code words to disguise the messier aspects of their work from visitors. When a manager radios for code V cleanup, it means a patron has vomited. Well, that's real creative. Code U signals urine. Again, I bet you clean a lot of vom and urine at the old Disney. A lot of kids there, a lot of old people. No code is kept under more wraps at Walt Disney World and Disneyland than the call for a HEPA cleanup. It means that, and that's an HEPA. It means that once again, a park guest has scattered the cremated ashes of a loved one somewhere in the park, and an ultrafine or HEPA vacuum cleaner is needed to suck them up. Disney custodians say it happens about once a month, which is hilarious because I'm like, so that means they get called to clean it up once a month. But I mean, how often is it happening that people don't even know? Anyone who knew my mom knew Disney was her happy place, said Jody Jackson Wells, a business coach in Boca Raton, Florida, who in 2009 smuggled a pill bottle containing her mother's ashes into Walt Disney World. Once inside, Miss Wells helped spread ashes on the platform of It's a Small World near a head-spinning bird, a moment in the ride that always made her mother laugh. Later in the day, overcome with grief, Miss Wells hopped over the barricade surrounding the lawn outside Cinderella's castle and ran across the grass, flinging them as she crossed. I had 2 fistfuls of the ashes, and I literally leapt like a dancer. Like I was a dancer, she said. Oh, this is weird. You can see the picture of their family, and it's like one of the daughters and the mom look identical. Creepy. That's Creepsville. Custodians say it's a signature and secret part of working at the happiest place on earth. It is grisly work, but a cathartic release for the bereaved who say treating Disney parks as a final resting place is the ultimate tribute to ardent fans. Human ashes have been spread in flower beds, on bushes, and on Magic Kingdom lawns, outside the park gates, and during fireworks displays on Pirates of the Caribbean, and in the moat underneath the flying elephants of the Dumbo ride. Most frequently of all, according to custodians and park workers, they've been dispersed throughout the Haunted Mansion, the 49-year-old attraction featuring an eerie old estate full of imaginary ghosts. Thanks for letting me know that it's imaginary ghosts. The Haunted Mansion probably has so much human ashes in it that it's not even funny, said one custodian. Disney said that the behavior is strictly prohibited. They did install personalized commemorative bricks in 1994, but they did ban the words in memory of, worried they would remind guests of death. Yeah. I mean, yeah, can't you just put the person's name on it? Do I need to go down this brick road and be like, oh, here's a bunch of fucking dead people who now have a brick at Disney World? That's weird. She spread her father's ashes this lady. Someone else spread the ashes of his mom. He went on It's a Small World. I was still crying. The song is playing over and over again, and there are those happy little animatronic things, he said. I remember thinking, this is weird. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, smugglers say getting the ashes past security is easy if they are transported in prescription pill bottles or makeup compacts. Others hide Ziploc bags at the bottom of a purse or a knapsack. When ash residue is discovered on a ride, Disney workers tell guests they must shut down due to technical difficulties. Then a manager rides alone through the attraction looking for any ash piles, while colleagues may hand out fast passes to assuage guests who must leave before the custodian turns up with the high-powered vacuum. I don't know what that was that I just did. One former Disney employee said she and others got in trouble after they coined their own term for the ash cleanup, Code Grandma. There was a false alarm with funnel cake powder. Also, I guess spreading ashes without a permission is generally a misdemeanor. Officers have responded to calls, but couldn't recall any arrests being made. Well, probably because it's a misdemeanor. Idiot. Anyway, this is a bunch of stories about people spreading ashes. You know, and it's like people who are going to, and I'm like, I mean, is anyone working there going to be like, I don't think so, Tim. Like they'll see that person's name on the tickets or whatever and be like, go fuck yourself. Also, that's funny that must be one of the things of being a manager at Disney World. That you're like, I didn't really expect that. I'd be riding a ride. It's like you have to ride a ride because you got to figure out where these ashes are. All right. Here's my opinion on this. The spreading of ashes in a place. Okay, number one, I do think it's fine to just spread ashes somewhere outdoors, for example. Like you're not supposed to put them in, the San Francisco Bay, right? But I'm like, what's going to happen? I think it would be fine. I can't imagine it would be a big deal, but whatever. You have to like charter a special boat and do all this shit. Basically, it sounds like a money-making scheme to me. Because what do they think is going to happen? They're just going to be bulk dumping ashes in the water? I mean, if you as an individual have, I don't know I think it's like a 10-pound-ish box of ashes and you dump them in the water, like, is that a big deal? But it's a little different than dumping them at Disney World, right? Because that's like if somebody came... trying to think what my Disney World is. Spirit of Halloween store, which would be fine. Because also they'd be like, I mean, this is just a closed Office Depot, so really, we don't give a shit. Okay, like, if I was going to have my ashes spread somewhere like Powell's City of Books, let's say, I wouldn't encourage that being done in a blatant way. I'd be like, just, spread some, not 10 pounds, and spread them casually throughout the day. Don't leave a big fucking pile somewhere. Because, like, you shouldn't just leave a pile of shit, by which I mean stuff. The stuff that a person was made of, which is, a pile of shit. But you shouldn't leave a pile of anything. You shouldn't leave a pile of sand just on a ride, right? Like, they're trying to create this environment. And it doesn't involve just like, why is there a pile of sand just sitting there? Now, the Haunted Mansion, part of me is like, maybe the way they should handle that is be like, let's have a designated part of the Haunted Mansion where it's cool to dump ashes. A limited quantity, because we don't want to go crazy. And you got to understand, eventually they're just going to get vacuumed. That's the part that's sort of hilarious as people are doing this. And it's like, well, they're just going to get fucking vacuumed up, right? I think you just got to be sly. The other thing is, I would have more respect for people if it was like, I wanted to spread my dad's ashes at Disney World badly enough to like smuggle it in my butt like cocaine. Because if somebody did that, then I would genuinely feel bad for them if they got in trouble. Because I'd be like, you know what? If they smuggled it in their butt, if they encased it in their body, if they cut a hole in their stomach and shoved it in there, whatever. I lifted part of my scalp and put it underneath. I don't know what crazy ways people smuggle drugs. If I swallowed the ashes in a condom and then vomited it up in the bathroom at Disneyland and then used those to spread the ashes, that would be completely acceptable to me because I'd feel like they earned it. They didn't just like, oh, I'm going to empty out a makeup compact and then just put this in there. Compact? The makeup thing, the circle with the mirror. That's like the small version of the giant thing where, someone goes, makeup in an old movie and then poof, a huge pillow full of flour hits someone in the face. Maybe that's just cartoons. I don't know. Point being, I feel like, all these people are like, why is this such a big deal? And it's like, I don't know, man. Like, what if someone lived formerly in your apartment and they were like, we're real happy. You know what I mean? We were really having a good time. And I want to now spread those ashes in your apartment because we used to live there. So I want to spread my father's ashes in your apartment. I mean, would people be down with that? I don't know. Now, this one is like Kim Pesolano, a 47-year-old optometrist office worker from New Jersey, dumped a small amount of her mother's ashes in the water underneath It's a Small World. I didn't want to clog the filter, she said. See, there you go. That's fine. And now she revisits Disney World to commemorate her mother's death. That's kind of weird. Commemorate my mom's death. The 15th anniversary, so it's a significant one, sort of. But anyway, this is pretty funny, though. This guy took his dad's ashes. To cheer him up, Mr. Lurie had the group stop for photos with characters, including Mickey Mouse and Goofy, posing with the camera bag containing Mr. Milne's ashes conspicuously center stage in each picture. So he's got... Oh, it was his father's partner. Okay. To Disney World in 8 baggies hidden at the bottom of a camera bag. His father, who had been in a depression following Mr. Milne's death from AIDS, came along but was reluctant to join in. So this guy was like, this is going to be fun. I'm going to put him in this bag, and I'm going to take pictures with these characters, and he's going to be like, quote-unquote, in the pictures. See, that I like. This is like somebody pushing the limit, but not just like dusting shit everywhere. They're like, this is going to be funny because it's like, oh, that picture of Mickey Mouse where I'm shaking Mickey's hand, that bag is my father's ashes. Oh, man. I like that one. That's a good one. I don't know, man. I just don't like. I don't like the sappy story of like, it was fun. We had a fun time there one time. So I want to spread, I deserve to spread someone's ashes, but I do kind of like the fuck you aspect of taking the pictures with these. What can I say? I have a riddle wrapped in a mystery of a packaged in an enigma and, regifted as suspicion. All right. Well, there you go. How can I pass up talking about, Disneyland as the ashiest place on earth? Bunch of ash holes there.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Oh, hello, boys and ghouls. You ever heard that one before? Ladies and gentlemen, because maybe you dressed as okay. So what do we have for you today? Today we have a very fresh story. It's only 2 days old, and there are two things that we talk about a lot on this show: butts and teeth. It's kind of the beginning and the ending. Now this is from a smallish, what looks to be a small town newspaper, I guess, Valdosta. It's in Georgia, where it's 55 degrees and clear right now. The headline: hundreds of teeth found in downtown Valdosta wall. So let's take a look. Construction workers bit off more than they could chew Tuesday when they discovered teeth buried in a building wall. Bit off more than they could chew. First of all, ha 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 ha. This is okay. This is the kind of thing I think about because lately, every once in a while, you see some self-righteous stuff about how important journalism is and so on and so forth. And then you see something like that and you're like, yes, thank God. Like, I would be so angry if I paid for my kid to go to college and they were like, I'm going to major in journalism. And I was like, oh, Christ. And then they're like, construction workers bit off more than they could chew. And I would just an email with a screenshot of that and be like, so this is what you're doing with your life now? Workers were readying commercial space at the TV Converse building located on North Patterson Street in downtown Valdosta when they found an estimated 1,000 teeth buried in a second-floor wall. A photo of the findings has been shared almost 150 times on Facebook as of 1 p.m. Thursday, sparking social media interest. Dustin Merriman, project manager for Converse, confirmed crew members have disposed of the teeth. Now, hold on. That's all it says about getting rid of the teeth. They've been disposed of? It doesn't tell you how. No one asks how. No one's like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Also, this article doesn't actually have the picture of the teeth. Let's hang on. Teeth found in Valdosta wall. I'm going to find the picture. It's been shared like thousands of times, but they're like, oh, we're not going to show it. Oh, is this it? This is awesome. If this is it. That's a lot of teeth. They're pretty gnarly looking. They look like they might be some wisdom teeth in there. How fucked up would that be? Okay, let's get back to the story, but we'll come back to this. Disposed of, though. So they threw them in a garbage bag and threw them out. I always wondered, like, if you wanted to have a macabre collection, do they, like at the dentist, they extract a tooth? I mean, I don't assume they, like, pulverize it or something, right? They probably just throw it out. Let's see. Where were we? Amid this discovery, the question as to how the teeth got into the wall has been raised. Yeah, no shit. Is that not the... Well, okay, you brought up the first question I had, which is, how did this happen? But then the second question is pretty hot on the heels, which is, how did they get in the wall? Harry Evans, researcher for the Historical Society, said the Converse building was constructed in 1900. Its first tenant was Dr. Clarence Whittington, a dentist. Evans said another tenant was Dr. Lester G. Humans, who remained in Converse until at least 1930. Humans came to Valdosta in 1911. Ellen Hill, Valdosta Main Street director, said the downtown agency caught news of the teeth through social media and began research into the building's history. From what we could tell, that building was the original location of Vincent and Barnes drugstore, which then turned into Barnes Drugs. They were on... Okay, this is getting way too, like... Some asshole who works at, like, the museum of this town that no one cares about is like, this is my day. My day has finally come. And they're like, what's there? And they're like, well, first it was a drugstore. Second, and everyone's like, okay, I didn't realize it when I asked the question, but the question I was asking is, how the fuck did there get to be a bunch of teeth in the wall? And they're like, oh, there used to be a dentist there. But I'm like, hold on. Oh, here. As far as the address, all it says is over Vincent Drugstore. Telephone number is 118. How about that? Oh, my God. But there was a receipt for a tooth extraction. Yeah, I mean, it answers... This is the problem that stupid people think. They're like, oh, I found the information. There was a dentist there. That explains how the teeth got in the wall. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. It doesn't... When I go to the dentist, I don't assume they just take a tooth and just stick it in a little hole in the wall. Maybe that's what they do. And maybe we're all just finding out about this now. But I kind of doubt it. So no, it doesn't really explain anything. I mean, it makes you feel better in that you're like, okay, well, this isn't a serial killer, probably. But pretty weird. I'm not sure if it was a common practice between dentists at the time, but it's very strange that there were two other people that said, hey, we've had that happen too. Apparently 2 other Georgia cities had buildings where teeth were found in the walls, former dental offices. It's been suggested that the Lowndes County Historical Society received the teeth through Donald Davis, Historical Society Executive Director, couldn't confirm this. The museum would be pleased to receive the teeth, however, it has not been officially confirmed to us that they would be offered. Lieutenant Adam Bembry said nothing has been reported to the police department as of press time. So far, we have not been notified or have located any evidence of a crime. No fucking shit. What a stupid article. What a stupid article about a great thing. Okay. Here's the thing. Instead of your little joke about biting off more than you could chew, this is what I want to hear. I want to hear about the construction worker who took a sledgehammer to the wall and then a bunch of teeth came pouring out. Because that's fucking amazing. And at first he's like, a lot of debris in this wall. And then he starts looking and he's like, what the fuck? And what do you do the rest of the day? You're just like, this is fucked up, man. Like you picked up a handful of teeth before you even realized what they were. Would you pocket one? I would pocket one for sure. Because no one's going to know. I like too, it's like, oh, well, we better make sure and contact the police. Yeah, because there's like thousands of teeth in the wall of a dentist's office. I mean, that's weird, but what are they going to do? It's like this is from like 1911? I don't know. I had a fun... looking at this too, they have a what's trending on their site. This is the most trending story, I'm sure, by far. But I saw this headline that was like, cats overcome adversity. And I was like, what? And then it was like, beat Eagles on field goal. And I was like, oh, okay. These are like teams. I was like, how did a cat overcome adversity? What adversity was this cat facing and how did it overcome it? I'm very proud of it, don't get me wrong. But I was curious. It's like, how did this happen? And with that bombshell, I guess we're done. Thanks for listening. We'll see you tomorrow. We're almost there. It's almost over.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Hello, friends. Well, today we are going to go south of the border. I think south of the border. Well, okay, allegedly south of the border. I'm on a website called Creepy Classics where you can get a bunch of old DVDs, like monster DVDs and stuff like that. And one of their sections is Mexican monster DVDs. And these are, going back like to the 50s. It's the oldest one I've seen so far. And there's a bunch of stuff I've never heard of. So I thought we'd go through these and just see what was going on with monster movies down Mexico way. So these are in alphabetical order, and our first is the Aztec Mummy. Dr. Almada disturbs the rest of the Aztec mummy by... What? Oh, disturbs the rest of the Aztec mummy by... I thought it was like, disturbs the rest of him. What? But it's his rest. By removing armor from its tomb. Now the mummy's curse is upon him and his fiancée. The mummy is one cool-looking mummy, a shock-haired, teeth-bearing, parched-skin horror. And these all end with, in Spanish language, no subtitles, or sometimes, in Spanish, English subtitles. So we got a mummy movie. The Batwoman. Stars Maura Monti. A female wrestler called the Batgirl is also, by night, a masked crime fighter with some cool electronic devices. The wrestling costume is very similar to Batman. When she's the crime fighter, it's a bikini, a cape, and a mask. Pretty crazy. I like that when she's a wrestler, she's wearing a Batman outfit. And to fight crime, it's like, better get down to that bikini. Crime doesn't pay. Unless you wanted to see someone in a bikini, in which case it does have a certain amount of payoff. Black Pit of Dr. M. This could also be titled, All Heck Breaks Loose at the Asylum. If you were not going to use the word hell in a horror movie, I guess so. There's weird experiments with life and death by moonlighting hospital doctors. Yeah, sounds pretty good. The Brainiac. The outrageous monster from the past. A warlock is somehow brought back to life through a mysterious comet that passes the Earth as it did as his execution centuries before. The evil warlock is now a blood-sucking, long-tongued beast that takes human form to walk among humans. Nutty. That one sounds great. I like when a description of a horror movie says, for some reason, because it's just like, or somehow, and it's like, this isn't really clear, but whatever. There's another version of this. Oh, this is dubbed in English, but it looks like the same movie. Castle of the Monsters / Conqueror of the Moon. Double feature. A horror comedy with all the classic monsters and a comedy sci-fi with special effects listed from Destination Moon and other films. So these are like 1950, 1960 movies. Chabelo and Pepito vs. the Monsters. Two young scouts out camping venture into the woods to discover monsters alive and lurking. There's also a secret tunnel that leads to a Monster Mountain mystery. Who wrote these? They're like Monster Mountain Mystery. I believe you. Two young scouts. This scout, I'm trying to look at this picture. Doesn't look particularly young. Click to enlarge. When you click to enlarge the picture on this website, it gives you the same picture inside a giant white box. Curse of the Aztec Mummy. Now hold on. We started with the Aztec Mummy. Now we're at Curse of the Aztec Mummy. The Angel, a masked superhero, arrives on the scene to try and stop a master criminal, the Bat, a.k.a. Professor Krupp, who has stumbled onto the cursed relics of the Aztec mummy and the mummy itself. Huh. This is weird that it's like a superhero story. It's kind of like if they did, Batman meets the mummy, but there's even more going on. Because it's like, who does what? Curse of the Crying Woman. An ancient curse by a female banshee is alive and bringing death to all who travel near the castle. What castle? A castle. Banshee, that's not one you hear a lot about. Curse of the Doll People. Now we're talking. An undead voodoo priest brings an army of 3-foot dolls to life that lurk in the shadows and murder. Creepy, eerie film that will have you watching your back. That sounds pretty solid. An army of 3-foot dolls. See, this is the problem with like your Huckies. He's one guy. You need to have like an army. He should have brought the whole factory to life. That would have been amazing. Doctor of Doom. So this is not to be confused with Doctor Doom. This is Doctor of Doom. Best I can figure is there are these wrestling women that want to save the world from the Doctor of Doom. This nutty doc has gone and removed a bunch of people's brains and stuck them in apes, making zombie apes. And you know, that's not a good thing. South of the border horror. Yeah, no shit. We're already this far. All right. I don't know why you would put a man's brain in an ape, but what the hell, right? Frankenstein the Vampire and Company, a.k.a. Frankenstein. Oh, sorry. I don't know how to say Frankenstein in Spanish style. But Frankenstein El Vampiro y Compañía stars Loco Valdez, Jose Jasso, Martha Elena, and Cervantes. And Cervantes? Just Cervantes? No doubt about it. This is the Mexican version of Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein. Well, that sounds all right. I could live with that. Frankenstein. I wonder if Frankenstein is one of those words that in Spanish is still Frankenstein. Frankenstein. You know, like if they're doing a commercial. The Ghost in the Monastery. One of the creepiest horror films of the 1930s, a trio of travelers gets lost in dark woods. A robed stranger gives them shelter of an old monastery for the night. Odd events that slowly reveal the supernatural horror of the monastery. No thanks. Now this sounds better. The Living Coffin. Mexican creature feature with the crying woman back from the grave for revenge. It's up to Gaston Santos and Crazy Coyote to stop the horror in Skeleton Swamp. That sounds fucking awesome. I think my winner so far is still Curse of the Doll People. But let's keep going. Man and the Monster. Every time a man plays a piano, he becomes a grotesque werewolf / Mr. Hyde type murderous beast. If you like Mexican monster movies, you'll like this one. It's not very much detail. He kind of looks like he's wearing a Michael Myers mask, but I can get behind it. I like that it's every time he plays the piano. That seems like a very avoidable task. It's not like, well, I have to take this medicine to live, but it turns me into this. It's like, well, I like to play the piano. Masked Killer / Rider of the Skulls. Masked Killer. In a small canyon town, a mysterious masked phantom is killing the innocent townspeople. Well, that one's pretty much summed up by the title. Rider of the Skulls. Mexican mix of horror elements that brew into one of the best south of the border horrors I've seen. This one is just called Monster. The hideous Dr. Ling, looking like Lon Chaney from Phantom of the Opera, is a very mad scientist set on resurrecting corpses and creating life. A beautiful young newspaper girl stumbles upon his eerie castle by answering a strange newspaper ad. That sounds pretty okay. Resurrecting corpses and creating life. The New Invisible Man. A man is wrongly accused of killing man. He is sentenced to life imprisonment and has slipped some invisibility serum to help him escape and prove his innocence. Unfortunately, the serum drives him bonkers. This is what I'm talking about. I like a movie where it's like just kind of the setup has a lot going on. Like, you know, okay, he's wrongly accused of killing someone. So now he's in prison. And then to get him out of the prison, someone gives him an invisibility potion, which he takes and he gets out, but then he's crazy. Night of the Bloody Apes. A doctor experiments with transplanted ape hearts into humans and uses a wrestler's body. Oh man, what a bad combination. An ape-like monster results who has his eye on the women and is now deadly in the wrestling ring. I like that these wrestling horror things cross over, but they don't like, they become monstrous, but they're still wrestling. Or you become a superhero and it's like, my day job is professional wrestler. That is what you call hiding in plain sight. It's like, who is this Batwoman superhero who's beating everyone up? I don't know. Do you think it could be the Batwoman wrestler? No. She wears a suit. This isn't a bikini. That wouldn't make sense. The Panther Woman. A group of Mexican wrestling women take on a cult of evil women that worship cats. An ancient magic shapeshifts the coven into leopard creatures that attack local villagers. A wrestler called the Angel aids the crime-fighting wrestling women. Well, that sounds all right. I don't know. I'm into the cats, so I don't know. Oh, here we go. Robot versus the Aztec mummy. The Aztec mummy is back, lurching, creeping, and shuffling his way to a frenzied killing spree. A mad doctor steals a priceless breastplate from the mummy. This sounds familiar. The mummy rampages after it. A robot is used to try and stop the undead creature. This sounds exactly like the other movie. But, the other Aztec mummy is one of them. But then they're like, okay, we could use the first 45 minutes of that. And then the last 45 minutes, let's be serious, 28 minutes, is we put a robot in and he fights that. Santa Claus. This is it. The Christmas movie that warped the minds of a generation. Released in the United States to the children's matinee market through the 1960s. It features Santa Claus fighting a devil from Hades named Pitch. Well, that sounds pretty awesome. I don't know if this isn't a creepy classic, but maybe. Must be. Must be something creepy about it. Santo and Blue Demon versus Dracula and the Wolfman. Holy shit. Stars Santo and the Blue Demon. Now, Santo looks to be a wrestler. I assume the Blue Demon is also a wrestler. Decades ago, a powerful magician defeated Count Dracula, but he has come back and seeks revenge upon the planet. He recruits the Wolfman and a pack of ghouls to assist in terrorizing the world. Now, see, this sounds good, because I'm like, all right, Dracula and the Wolfman come back, and it's like, who should fight him? And in, our movies, it's like, I don't know, like Keanu Reeves at his worst, or like a Johnny Depp type, and they're like, fuck that. Huge Mexican wrestlers. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I agree with that. That's who I would want doing it. Let's see. They also Santo and Blue Demon versus the Monsters / Santo in Atlantis. You'll see Frankenstein's monster, mummy, vampire, the Cyclops, Wolfman, and more. Santo and Blue Demon versus Dr. Frankenstein. They got a thing going here. It's brain swapping time. Dr. Frankenstein wishes to revive his wife and plans to do it by restoring a good brain in her cranium. But where to find a brain to experiment with? The doc's monster keeps Santo away. What? Santo in the Terror of Dracula. What happened to the Blue Demon? A doctor invents a time machine, and what better way to test its ability than to go back through the centuries and hunt for Dracula's treasure? Sure. Sounds like a great idea. First thing I would have thought of is what this says. That's funny. I've been kind of making fun of this, but then we made the same joke, and now I feel bad. But what fun for our masked hero, the doctor and his beautiful daughter. Jesus, Santo in The Vengeance of the Aztec Mummy. Santo hoofs it with a group of scientists to study an ancient tomb. I wonder if he wears his mask the whole movie. Too bad there's a scroll saying that all must die who desecrate the resting place of this ancient race. Time to start wrestling with a living mummy. I assume also the monsters in this movie are also like, wrestlers, because then you get some wrestling action. Like, there must be wrestling action in here, right? There would be no way. It's kind of like, you make Commando and you're just like, let's just have Schwarzenegger carrying a big log around. And it's like, why? Because you got fucking Schwarzenegger in your movie. Just take his shirt off. That's the point. We've got Santo in The Vengeance of the Crying Woman, Santo in the Wax Museum / World of the Dead, Santo versus Frankenstein's daughter, Santo versus the Riders of Terror, Santo versus the She-Wolf / Ghost of the Strangler, and then we get to a new movie. Spiritism. A lady acquires a mummified hand, and it will grant her wishes. Her son is dead. What should she wish for? Oh, no, don't do it. Too late. Mexican horror version of the classic monkey's paw story. Well, yeah. And Pet Cemetery. Little Pet Cemetery in there. Although this is from 1958, Stephen King. Triumph of the Champions of Justice. Stars Blue Demon, Superzon, and Elsa Cardenas. Plus The Invisible Phantom. Far out wild Mexican cinema at its most strange. Two Ghosts in the Girl / Ghost Jesters. Mexican spooky comedies with the comedy team of Tintan and El Loco Valdez. Witch's Mirror. Stars Rosita Arenas, Armando Calvo, and Isabella Corona. A doctor kills his wife and has serious mother-in-law trouble. She's a witch that curses him. Well, that was a mistake. So he killed his wife and then the mother-in-law. This is a dark version of Bewitched is what this is. He kills Samantha and then the mother-in-law is like, I'll make you pay, Darren. Darren? The Witch. La Bruja. A real morality play with a doctor's daughter killed by gangsters out to steal a science secret. Steal? The doctor vows revenge and makes an old hag that belongs to a weird cult beautiful with a serum. She can stay beautiful if she kills for him. Oh, that's fun. So it's like a kind of a Little Mermaid almost. Wrestling Women versus the Killer Robot. A mad scientist creates a murderous robot and sets it on the loose to tangle with a team of wrestling women. Why not? As usual, simple fun, crowd-pleasing entertainment. And finally, Wrestling Women versus the Mummy. Stars Lorena Velazquez, Armand Silvestre, Elizabeth Campbell, and Robert Canedo. A pair of wrestling women go undercover to help fight a crime ring. They wind up mixing it up with an Aztec mummy that can change into a vampire bat. Wacky, fun Mexican film excitement. Boom. So there you go. That's what our friends south of the border have been up to on Halloween. Doesn't sound too shabby. Sounds a lot like what we were up to be honest. See, we're not so different, you and I. Super spooky.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Hey, listeners. What do we have for today? Well, a thing. We have a thing to do for today. Can you believe it? What I found is several advertisements, or advertisements, as they're sometimes called, for different 1-900 numbers that you could call that were kind of creepy or spooky or Halloween related. Got about 5 of them here. Let's start with Creep Phone, because, that really tells you everything you need to know, right? Creep Phone.
If maniacs, zombies, aliens, monsters, and madmen are your line, then try this. Creep Phone, the phone number nightmares are made of.
I like this guy's voice. Creep Phone, Creep Phone, Creep Phone.
1-900-909-CREEP. Creep Phone puts you in touch with the baddest of the bad. And now you can be a Creep Phone star. Record your own screaming monster madness. You may be heard by millions of Creep Phone fans nationwide.
Wait. So I can get on there and record my own story, and then other people will hear it. So here's what I think is happening. I think that not only is this stupid to call in and hear these stories, but probably they didn't even come up with any actual creepy stories. They're just like, we'll just let everyone else do it. This is sort of like they used to do these 900 numbers that are like chat rooms, with like a sexy lady. And it's like you're going to call it and be connected to live hot singles and stuff like that. This is kind of the monster, this is the version that you're interested in when you're 11. And then you turn 13 and you're like, no, I want that lady. But when you're like 11, you're like, yeah, I want to be on the creep phone.
Call now. Under 18, get permission before calling. $2 first minute, 45 cents each additional minute.
$2 for 1 minute, 45 cents each additional minute. Should we do the math on this? Okay. So that'd be like 45 cents times 59 minutes, right? And see how long. If you were on creep phone for an hour, it would be like $29. If you spend an hour on creep phone. This is a thing that kids will never understand. Because I was thinking about this, because I talk to Poon Master Flex like an hour every night. And it's like phone minutes used to be a thing. Like, do you know anyone who goes over their minutes on their phone? And that's like not a thing. And also long distance. It used to be like, oh my God, you made a 1 hour long distance call? Grandma's calling on Thanksgiving, but let's keep it crispy so that we don't rack up a phone bill here. Keep Grandma moving. You know how she likes to ramble. Oh, there was just a little bit of static for us to hear. Let's see. What do we have next? What do we have here? Let's try. Oh, there's another creep phone. Oh, God. It's trying to stop an ad. Okay. Success. Nope. 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 God, no. Okay. Oh, it didn't like that, did it? Here's another creep phone.
Creep phone. When you call us, the terror begins. Creep phone. Real life. Ghosts and zombies talk to you. Dial 1-900.
More like real death, ghosts and zombies.
90 creep. That's 1-900-490-creep. Randomly selected callers get connected to me live.
Who are you?
Up. We're waiting for you, pigeon. If you're under 18.
Wait a minute. Did that say we're waiting for you, bitches?
If you're under 18, make sure you're live. Hurry up. We're waiting for you, pigeon. If you're under 18.
That sounded like we're waiting for you, bitches. Hold on.
We're waiting for you, pigeon. If you're under 18, make sure you're
Did that say we're waiting for you, bitches? Was this a thing? Because it's like, all right, what's someone going to do? Record this and then call and then complain? And by the way we get them is they call and complain. Well, who are they going to call? And then it's $2 to connect. We've got it.
You're calling. Just $2 per call.
Ha 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 ha. And they're like, just do a creepy laugh also. That's kind of a standard operating procedure. Let's see. Okay, now we've got one with Al Grandpa Munster Lewis, 1-900 Junior Vampires.
Hiya, kids. It's me, your friend Grandpa. I gotta tell you, I am...
He's standing in a very extremely smoky room. I wonder if he showed up and looked like shit and they were like, let's just smoke out this room so that he's not as alarming appearing. Someone's like, he's supposed to be a vampire, and it's like, yeah, let's just do the smoke.
Starting a new club, and I want you to join. It's called the Junior Vampires of America. I mean, you'll hear scary monster stories. Now, to call, you got to ask your parents' permission and call.
I love how this was their thing, too. They're like, well, as long as we tell them they have to ask their parents' permission, like, what can you do if the kid calls? Do you think, like, the kid would call and the parents would ever call back and be like, they didn't have my permission. Oh, my God, I'm sorry. Here's your money back.
This phone number, 1-900-909-4300. You'll hear all about my monster.
There is, like, an inflatable skeleton in the background, a bubbling and brewing chemistry set. He's kind of just, like, walking around. I mean, this looks like your grandma dressed up as a vampire and just teased little shreds of hair that she has left out to the side.
Friends, learn how to get a free vampire patch and a list of special vampire tricks and secrets. So
I like how it's like, get a free vampire patch once we've milked you for $18.
Or 1-900-909-4300. Learn how to scare your friends, even yourself. Join Grandpa's Junior Vampires of America Club, and
God, I hope that he had to record all the audio for this. I can just picture him and he's like, I can't believe I'm doing this again. Here we go. His widow's peak of hair is just drawn on his head, by the way.
make you a junior vampire.
Hey kids, call 1-900-909-4300. That's
They didn't even let him finish his line. We'll make you a junior vampire. Call 1 hey kids.
Junior vampire.
Hey kids.
Listen to this.
You a junior vampire.
Hey kids, call 1-900-909-4300. That's 1-900-909-4300.
He's looking off to the side, as soon as he finishes talking,
and I will
too.
make you a junior vampire.
Hey kids.
I think he's looking off to the side because he's the second I finish this syllable, I'm out of here.
Call 1-900-909-4300. This
is also $2 first minute, 45 cents each additional minute.
1-900-909-4300 to hear Grandpa's scary stories and join the Junior Vampires Club. Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each additional. Ask Mom or Dad first.
Well, there you go. Grandpa Munster. Let's see. Okay, here's Zombie Phone Line.
The phone zombies are very, very dead, but they're not in their graves.
The phone zombies are very, very, dead.
And they're not walking the night. They're in the phone line, and they've got your number.
Okay, there's a guy in an extremely cheap-looking... This is the cheapest commercial I've ever seen.
Dial 1-900-490-DEAD. Randomly selected callers get to talk to me live in the flesh. When you reach me, you'll wish you never called.
Only $2 a call.
When you reach me, you'll wish you'd never called. That's probably true because it's only $2 a call. You'll be like, I wish I'd never reached you. You're right. Lastly, we've got one called Freddy Freaker. Now, you might be confusing this with Freddy Krueger, but this is a large-eared yellow alien. He looks a little bit like that yellow bastard from Sin City.
It's the freak phone, and here's the party freak, Freddy Freaker, dancing new sensation,
Dancing new sensation. He's obviously like a rubbery doll that they're just make him sway around. His arms are stuck out to the side. His face is frozen in a sort of smile.
Nation, doing the freak, call now, 1-900-490-FREAK.
At least they're trying. At least there's a song.
The party, the fast and easy way to hear what's scamming from New York to LA. Call now, 1-900-490-FREAK. What's happening, what's jamming? Party till you drop. Dial and hear the action.
Party until you drop, motherfuckers.
1-900-490-FREAK. $2 a call.
$2 a call. Oh, this is a playlist someone made for this song, and it's 302 videos long. Oh, but there's a slightly different version. But 302, so this is about 150 minutes. This is 2 hours of if you want to hear this song over and over. Well, there we go. We did it. Another one in the dust. Is that what we say? Thanks for listening. We'll talk to you tomorrow. I mean, we might as well just leave off with this, right? There's no point in... We've got a perfectly serviceable song here.
It's the freak phone, and here's the party freak, Freddy Freaker, dancing new sensation, grabbing the nation, doing the freak. Call now, 1-900-490-FREAK. Join the party, the fast and easy way to hear what's scamming from New York to LA. Call now, 1-900-490-FREAK. What's happening, what's jamming? Party till you drop. Dial and hear the action. What's hot and what's not? Call now, 1-900-490-FREAK. $2 a call. It's the freak.
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Hey everybody. So I have a good news, bad news situation for you and for me, for everyone. The good news, bad news situation is that my internet's not working. So the bad news is I can't read the combined obituary that I created in Google Docs. Everyone loves Google Docs, myself included, except when you don't have internet access, it blows. But the good news is I can still read the ones I was sent for our contest winners. For those of you who are listening to this and haven't been listening all through, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, why you would listen to them in this order, but it's been Podoween. It's been Podoween for 30 days, dum-dums. Get with the program. I think day 8 was this year's challenge. Every year there's a challenge for which there's a prize, and this year's prize is pretty sweet. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I'm going to let anyone who wins the prize tell you if they so choose. I guess I'm going to read the obituaries that the other folks sent, because they're pretty good. The first one I got, I'll read them in the order I got them. The first one I got was from friend of the show, Jen. It came with an email. Hey, Peter, here's my obituary submission. I told Ian I was afraid of being too mean, but he said some quote about how you'll never be funny if you think about going too far. And it also starts with an asterisk. I'm not really qualified to write this because what did I know about Peter, but everyone else was too grief-stricken. Peter Dirk died sometime in January, we think, but he wasn't found until April. Oh, God. This is a thing that I would like, though. Like, if I was going to die, I think it'd be good if they found your corpse to be that corpse that, haunts a fireman or whatever for the rest of his career. He's like, one time I saw something real fucked up. And they'll be like, oh, I know that guy. Honestly, I always thought he was going to die by suicide, but it looks like a car hit him while he was out running and he got stuck in a snowdrift. We didn't realize he was missing for a week because he usually took a few days to respond to a text or call. Aw, zing. I'm dead and you're zinging me? But that's true. I don't respond to texts or calls very quickly. Calls I'm even slower. Texts, I don't know. It depends. But yes, I'm not quick to respond to those. I'm perversely proud of not responding to texts very quickly. That's probably one of my not good qualities, but there you have it. The thing Peter loved to talk and write about most was shit. At his request, his friends and family shared with him the details of our most harrowing poops. He also shared his worst poop stories with us, usually on his podcast. I'll never forget the way he described spraying a stream of diarrhea across the wall of a YMCA bathroom. That happened. That did happen. In my current role, I've cleaned some bathrooms, and I do feel bad for whoever cleaned that bathroom. Like, if this was now, I would probably make some effort to clean the bathroom. But at that time, I did not. I was very young. But I do feel, sometimes I wonder, is my current role the penance for what I'd done to whoever was at that YMCA? Was there a witch working there who cursed me and said, held up a finger and was like, pooper? Peter requested that in lieu of flowers, mourners send a small stool sample to be placed inside of the casket so that he can later be cremated with friends and family. I like that idea. Be cremated with a bunch of turds of people that I know. I'm like, you don't have to, what are you going to do? Cut off a finger? Just throw a turd in there. You make one of those every day. I wonder if the people at the crematorium would be upset about that, or if they'd be like, whatever. I mean, you are burning a dead body. There's probably poop in a dead body. And does a dead body burning smell better or worse than in burning poop? I don't know. That's a tough one. Either way, I don't care. Just like put them in my pants pockets or something. Put a backpack on my body and put them in there. Be like, oh, he really liked this backpack. The next one's from Ian. Hey, buddy, here's an obit. So I guess not as concerned about my feelings. Peter David Dirk grew up in Greeley, Colorado. He went to school at Greeley Central and joined the cross-country team. He did well on the training runs that took him away from school, but he found the return loop extremely depressing. This is true. I hated school. After a brief stint getting his car stuck on county roads between Fort Collins and Greeley, Peter attended UNC. It's also very true. Pete was a common sight on campus because he was the only one with a coat hanger capable of removing the most stubborn of poops. This may be what I'm best known for amongst the staff at my work. Let this be a lesson to everyone. You can win Colorado Librarian of the Year, but if you tell everyone about the time you busted up a huge turd with a coat hanger, that's what you're going to be known for. It's like sometimes people think we're known for our best moment and our worst moments. And I don't know which breaking up that poop, is that my best moment or my worst moment? You know, is that the moment that I was like meant to be here? It was prophesized, foreseen, or is that just a thing that happened? Let's see. He worked at the High Plains Library District for several years, taking medical leave after a customer asked Peter if he would be fined for the dog-eared pages in an ebook. I do sometimes wonder, like, what is the thing that's going to be? Because I've had some pretty stupid things. What is going to be the thing that I will look back on and be like, and that is when my soul died. Or that's when my body died along with my soul. Like the soul's been dead, but that's the one that pushed me into physical infirmity. After the infirmities that plagued his teeth and bowels joined forces, Peter was severely weakened. He was too weak to celebrate his monthly tradition of getting a cold. He is survived by his cat, Roomba 3, and his Roomba, Dibweef 6. Those were Roman numerals. So I almost said 5. Because I was like, let's see, 5 and then 1 is 6. Yeah, that's real, man. How am I going to go down? It's like, I don't know, man. The teeth and the bowels met in the middle, and that was it. That could work. The last one I got was from Poonmaster Flex. And I have to, it comes with a picture at the top, which is a nice touch. It's of me posing triumphantly with a bunch of toilets. If you actually go, at some point I got the URL peterdirk.com. And I don't think I really did anything with it, but I do think you can see this picture if you go there, or part of it. We went on a date to Manitou. I don't know if I told this I did a podcast where I was talking about the expanded version of the story I eventually told. It distilled and told it about Sicily. And I was talking about bad dates we've been on, and this was definitely one because it was like we went to Manitou Springs to go climb the incline, which is like this big hiking trail that's got like a bunch of steps. It's basically like a big staircase almost. It's like a Colorado landmark. And we got there, and it had been closed for like a week because they were doing renovations or something. And we stayed in this hotel, and out back of the hotel there was a bunch of toilets. So anyway, I took a picture. Well, she took my picture there. Mr. P. David Dirk, more affectionately known as Derek, Hey You Butt, or Fucksface McShit, died in what can only be described as an attempt at a brave and heroic yet idiotic feat. Taking a stroll in the scenic alleyways of Greeley, Colorado, where he was born and raised, Peter stumbled upon a graveyard of toilets. Wanting to send them off in the most fantastic way possible, Peter decided they each deserved one last dump. All 69 of the porcelain thrones. I see what you did there with that 69. The strain was too much on Old Man Pete, who had recently gained an exorbitant amount of weight due to Twix building a factory next door and Peter creating a contraption to funnel all the reject Twix out of the factory and directly into his mouth. And his cold, black heart gave out. but not before he broke the poles of 28 commodes. I mean, that's a respectable number of dumps, especially bull cracking dumps. You know, if I found someone dead and it's like he was trying to take these 69 dumps, he only got 28 in, I'd be like, I mean, my hat is off to him. And over my face, because the stench is probably horrendous. Peter's life was an all right one, although he was haunted by the fact that he could never be Pee-wee tall or understand the magic of tuna helper plus crushed up Doritos. He enjoyed the simpler things like singing Baby Shark, do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Watching gifs of dogs running into enormous piles of leaves, and trying to remember the setup to a joke whose punchline was polka dots. Peter leaves behind a number of eccentric millionaire ideas, most prominently his Whole Enterprises and Kindergartner Cat's Vomitron machine, all of which are for sale to other interested eccentric millionaires. If interested in purchasing these golden inspirations, please contact his extremely sad, grieving, yet open to the right price partner, Cassie Sherholt. There you go. So I guess this is what everyone thinks of me, huh? You bastards? No, I'm just kidding. Those are great. That is exactly what I wanted. You gave me just what I wanted. That's how that song goes, right? You know, between being out of tune and doing the wrong words, it's like sometimes I wonder if my songs even make sense. Anyway, there you go. We did it. Thanks for listening. Tomorrow, of course, is October 31st. And we've got a pretty good show planned for the 31st, I must say. It's got thrills, chills, and it's like a regular length episode, too, to kind of celebrate. So then we won't have one on this Friday, but then next Friday we'll be back to our regularly scheduled shit. You know, shit was the through line of these other ones, right? So this is also shit. But thanks for listening. And I hope you've had a good Podoween. Have a safe-ish Halloween tomorrow. And, you know, I don't know. Don't fall for like a trunk or treat or something. Don't take your kids to that. That's not fun. If there's no chance that they're going to get kidnapped and killed, what's the fun of Halloween?
It's time. 31 days, 31 podcasts. 31 days, 31 podcasts. Prepare yourself for helpful snowman Podoween.
Hey, all you Freddy Freakers out there. So, we covered some 900 numbers that you can call. Well, you could. But I found something of interest, which is I found a video online of what actually happens when you call one of these numbers. Now, this number is not one we covered. It's 1-900-909-FRED, which is a Freddy Krueger number. So, this is about 45 minutes of what happened when you called this actual number. And we can do it without the $2 for the first minute. Ooh, this is 35 cents for each additional minute. A little cheaper. Look at that. So should we get cracking? See what Freddy has to offer us? So, you know, we pick up our phone, we dial. We've just spent $2 for nothing, and then we get to this.
bedtime stories. And this one's a dream. My kind of dream. The kind
It kind of sounds like Robert Englund. It's possible, right? Here's one of the advantages of these 900 numbers, right? Is like it's the quality is so shitty. It's not like anyone's gonna know.
you don't wake up from. So listen.
When I opened my eyes, I thought I was having a nightmare. I couldn't remember who I was, where I'd been. Suddenly, I was just here, where sulphurous air hung thick in a blood-red haze. And then I noticed the creaking of wood. I was inside.
Okay, so wait a second. This is like what I feared from that other one, which is like, okay, so Freddy's not telling you the stories. Freddy is playing Crypt Keeper here. Now, do you think Freddy comes back, or do you think that that's the end of that?
A hideous slave galley, miles long, filled with row upon row of heat.
We are 35 seconds in, and the way that this horror story went is that this guy is in a slave ship. Yikes.
Bodies, and I was one of them, naked, sweating, bound in heavy chains, rowing rhythmically and endlessly to a slow, agonizing beat. Our warders walked among us, tall and terrible, faceless beneath their hooded robes. I heard a scream, and I saw them drag a prisoner to the middle of the ship, chaining his wrists to the ceiling, and then with barbed wire whips, they began to flay the skin from his bones.
I wonder if someone accidentally called this ever when they meant to call one of the jerk-off things, and then they were like, I don't know about this slave ship, but then they're like, hey, this whip thing is doing something for me. I'm having a minor awakening.
Closing every nerve ending as his body thrashed and twisted like raw meat in the air. Finally, they dragged his lifeless hulk back to the oars, and suddenly I knew the past. I saw myself in someone else's house, their money in my pockets, their blood on my hands, then the police, the bullets, a sudden burst of pain in my chest, and was this some sort of prison? I looked over at the slave man, and in horror, I saw that his skin was whole again, and he was rowing, his hollow eyes resigned to an eternity of unrelenting torment. An eternity. Yes, I was in prison, but with no windows, no bars, no escape, sailing the seas of my very own hell forever and ever and ever.
This sounds like one hell of a pleasure cruise.
Oh, he did go full Crypt Keeper. You know what? That wasn't bad. It wasn't horrible. Now, this was a $1.42, so we've paid $2 plus almost another 35 cents. $2.35. Was that a $2.35 story? Sure. I'll give it that. That's kind of a horrifying concept, right? And then Freddy comes in with his joke. I'll see you tomorrow. So he's like, okay, well, call back tomorrow. I guess that's probably what they want to, right? They want you to hang up and call back again, because then it's like that $2 is bam.
What's the matter? Missed the beginning of my story? Then hang on, because it's coming around again.
Oh, are you serious?
Over the meadow and to the woods, to Freddy's house we go. But sometimes it's better to stay on the road. Late one night in a rustic backwoods.
Okay, I thought this was going to be another story. Well, you know what probably happens, though? I bet this is constantly playing. So when you sign on to it, when you call in, there's like no guarantee of where it's going to start. So you may get on it, and then it's just like, and then I was on a slave ship, and I knew what I was. And it's like, wait, what? What? And then he's like, did you miss the beginning? Well, here we go.
A young couple lay huddled and out of breath among the thick weeds of an open field.
Do you think he's gone? Of course he's gone, Michael. He just wanted to scare us, that's all. With a chainsaw? I'd say that's overdoing it, Linda. Oh, you practically ran him off the road. He's probably just a local farmer. For all he knows, we could have been trying to kill him.
Well, I didn't mean to. He was the one hogging up the whole road with his damn pickup truck. I just wanted to pass him. How did I know the road was going to curve like that? Anyway, I'm the one who got the flat tire trying to stop.
Maybe we should...
Someone needs to tell this Michael, like, hey, buddy, 35 cents a minute, slow down. If there's a way you can express panic slowly, that's going to take you far in this industry of 900 number stuff.
Find him and apologize and see if he can give us a ride to the nearest town.
Are you nuts? The dumb okie came at us with a chainsaw, for Christ's sakes. And did you hear that creepy laugh of his? I'm telling you, Linda, there's something about being way out of the country that brings out the wacko in people.
Come on, Michael. You've seen too many horror movies. Just relax.
What was that?
What?
I thought I heard something.
That's the same guy.
Blind terror, Michael started running madly through the field. The tall weeds whipping his face as he tried to...
So far, this one's not as good because it's just there was some people and they were in a car, and then they almost ran some guy off the road, and then he came after him with a chainsaw. I don't know why they're out of their car or why they're in a field, and then it's like now he's attacking them.
He had to get to the road, had to get some kind of help. He had to put 1,000,000 miles between himself and that madman. Suddenly he could see the road up ahead. There was the pickup truck. Michael prayed that the keys were still in the ignition. He glanced over his shoulder as his feet hit the pavement. No sign of that madman or his chainsaw. Michael turned and reached for the truck. Suddenly, the door blew open.
Michael had a good scream. But that story doesn't make any sense. Why did they get out of the car? Where were they going? I don't understand. What was that about? And then how did he get back to the car? Like, none of this makes sense. This is a significant decline from the first story, which I was pretty concerned about because I was like, oh boy, slave ship. But then I was like, no, that kind of worked. And then this one is like, there's a guy with a chainsaw and he put it on a person and it sawed him. Not your best, Freddy. That's what I call... I'll get one. Now that's what I call... Oh, okay. I think Michael had a chain of heart.
Call me tomorrow, or I'll give that guy with a friendly laugh your address. If you have not heard this entire message, please hold on. It will repeat.
Oh, thank God. I was worried.
There's always beer when Freddy's here. Oh, it's you. You got a lot of guts calling me again. And I'm going to spill them all over your bedroom floor if you don't make it through today's tale.
A desolate warehouse on the edge of town. A lone figure steps cautiously into the basement laboratory of Dr. Colin Crane.
Colin? Colin, are you in there?
Go away.
Colin, is that you? I can hardly see you in this light.
Go away, Robert.
Colin, you've got to listen to me. You're a desperately sick man, Colin. Glandular cancer is nothing to play with. You've got to give up this idea of curing yourself. There's no time left to...
His friend, Steve Exposition, made his way down to the lab.
New serum of yours.
But it works, Robert.
What?
The serum, it works.
Good God, man, you didn't test it on yourself.
A desperately sick man will do anything, Robert. I injected the serum straight into my neck. You wouldn't believe how quickly it worked. It restructured the whole...
This guy's got a jigsaw quality to his voice, a real Tobin Bell thing going on.
gland. In 6 hours, the cancer was gone. But there was one small side effect.
Colin, I just can't believe that you... Oh, my God!
Robert looked up in horror as a grotesque, towering figure lumbered toward him out of the shadows.
Yes, Robert, it changed me. My senses are on fire, hungry for new stimuli. I'm feeding on every color I see, every sound I hear, on the very air around me.
Colin, listen
So he cured himself with shrooms, is what we've discovered.
to me. You've got to get some help. You've got to get... Oh! Colin, put me down. You're choking me.
Yes, Robert, it's all coming clear to me. I need something new to satisfy my senses. I need something new to fulfill this terrible hunger. I need you, Robert.
No! Colin, no! Oh, my God! Colin! Colin!
Bon appetit! Remember, call me back tomorrow.
Okay, so that one... I mean, so he did something to cure his cancer. What did they call it? Glandular cancer or something? And then it was like, turned him into a Mr. Hyde. And then he's like, experiences are so crazy right now. But then he's like, so I need to eat you? I don't know. I want to kill. That would be a funny thing if it was. This is like, it sounds like a scare tactic from like a conservative organization that's like, okay, think about this. When people get high, they love eating, right? Like, and music is better and whatever. You know what else is better? Killing people. It's a better experience.
Get hungry for you. If you have missed any of this message, it will repeat. back in the saddle again with tales that'll turn your stomach inside out. Of course, I can always do that for you.
Of course, line.
You don't make it to today's story. Listen.
It's late in the evening and you're standing on a remote beach in the West Indies.
I'll give them this. They found some good radio voices for these. It's like, whenever this happened in the 80s or the 90s, and they were like, we got these old-timey radio voice guys, a bunch of people who are on Twilight Zone and stuff. You got something for them? And it's like, sure. Can they read? Mostly. All right. They're in.
He's digging for a fortune in gold. A week ago when you met Charlie Perkins in the hotel bar, you thought he was just another nut with a phony treasure map. But then you asked around and
You thought he was just another nut with a phony treasure map.
out that long ago there was an old pirate's treasure buried somewhere on the island. And legend had it that the pirate captain himself slit the throats of all the crewmen who buried the chest so no one could reveal its location. There was even supposed to be a native curse on the chest because of its murderous history. But regardless of the myth, everything you discovered pointed to the treasure being very real. So maybe good old Charlie wasn't a nut after all, just a friendly, drunken soul who wanted someone to share the work and the wealth. He didn't know you'd like to share. So one night you killed Charlie, snuck up on him in his sleep and smashed his head in with a shovel. Then you chopped up his body and buried it in the sand. And now you're digging. The golden light of sunset burns your face as you cut into the wet sand. Suddenly your shovel clanks against metal. The chest. Charlie was...
Wait a minute. Why wouldn't we have him help me dig up the chest first before we kill him and find that it's real?
Chuckling with greed, you open the heavy iron lid and peer inside. But your eyes widen with horror as you see Charlie's bloody head staring up at you, laughing. And then suddenly the lid slams down across your neck.
Well, to answer
Oof. You know what's fucked up about that? I went to school with this kid who was like totally paralyzed, like neck down. And the story I'd heard, and this may be apocryphal, was that his dad had built him this big toy chest, and that when he was like a little kid, he was like in the toy chest and the lid snapped on his neck, and that's what like severed his spinal cord. How fucked up is that? Now that is a fucked up story. Like, how would you feel the rest of your life? I mean, this guy is in like a wheelchair. He can't really do anything. He's fed through a tube and stuff like that. I mean, how horrible is that? Well, I guess that story had a real counterpart that was actually far worse and more terrifying. The end. Oh, let me adjust this volume a little. All right.
more terror awaits you when you call me back tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
What's the matter? Missed the beginning of my story? Then hang on, because it's coming round again. Freddy's home.
Now that music actually sounded like the Nightmare on Elm Street music. Do 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 do. Finally.
Hey, you. You know what bugs me? Kids always thinking that Mommy and Daddy are going to save them from Freddy. But you know, they almost never do. In fact, sometimes.
On a sticky gray Sunday afternoon.
To be fair, one time Mommy and Daddy did save a bunch of kids from Freddy when they found out he was a pedophile and they like burned him. Well, I don't know if he's a pedophile or a child murderer. Either way, pretty bad. But those parents did a pretty good job. Not to shit all over your point, Freddy, but anyway.
Little Billy Evans ran into his house carrying a strange golden box under his arm. He found his parents sitting quietly in the living room reading the newspaper.
Mom, Dad, look what I found buried in the backyard under the old elm tree.
What you got there, Slugger?
What do you think it is, Doctor?
I don't know, Elaine. It's like some kind of ornate safety deposit box, but I've never seen one like this before. It almost looks medieval.
Now, Billy, you know what I've told you about not picking up strange things from the ground. I bet it's worth a lot of money, Dad.
Now Billy, our 40-year-old son who talks like a kid, we've told you about this.
Bet it's all solid gold inside. I don't know, Roger. It might belong to somebody.
Well, I don't see any harm in opening it, darling.
Oh, all right.
Billy looked up in anticipation as his parents peered cautiously under the thick metal lid. Instantly, their faces were bathed in a sparkling green light.
Roger, it's so bright I can't see.
It's not just light, Elaine. I can feel it. It's like jelly, cold and slimy, covering me, smothering me.
Oh, help me, Roger. I can't breathe.
Oh my God.
Billy watched in horror as his parents fell crashing to the floor. Green tendrils of light wrapping around them like oozing fingers, peeling off flesh and bone until their bodies fell apart into a sticky red pool.
Mommy! Daddy!
Sparkling green, it hovered for a
Mommy, Daddy. That was believable. Come on, Billy.
like a cloud over the steaming puddle, and then it moved quickly towards him.
No! Get away from me! No, let go of me! Let go of my legs! Please help me!
Some kids never learn. What was exactly the moral of that story? Billy dug up a golden box, and they were like, oh, let's see what's inside. And it's a blob monster that consumed them. And it's like, yeah, they should have known better. They should have anticipated that that would happen, because that seems very likely. This is like, see, that's not a good scary story, because it's just like a monster just showed up out of nowhere and killed 3 people that we don't care about. The end.
You can't get away from terror when Freddy's around. Oh, you didn't hear my entire story. Want to go around again? Then stay tuned. Freddy Krueger here, your master of ceremonies for today's tale. And this one's a real hair raiser, so turn off the lights and listen closely.
I remember it happened during the war. Late one night in the deep of winter, I was walking alone through the black woods. The moon hung full and yellow over the treetop.
What is this guy's accent? I can't really tell what this is. Is this just generic accent that some guy's making up, or is it real?
Yet I was late. God, I hated being late, especially in those dangerous times. And suddenly a German soldier jumped out from behind a tree, jabbing his bayonet into my arm.
This guy sounds more German than anything, doesn't he? Ooh, maybe that's the twist. Maybe I've just detected it.
Backwards, howling in pain. He laughed and raised the rifle to my forehead. Yes, his kind had killed many of my fellow countrymen, calling us gypsies and vagrants, slaughtering us like cattle. Suddenly a huge
Okay, so he's like Romanian? Maybe?
pounced from out of the dark, ripping at the soldier's throat with drooling fangs. The soldier grabbed vainly at his rifle while the creature bit and tore at muscle and flesh. I could see the blood spurting in tiny red fountains onto the pale moonlit snow. The soldier finally stopped thrashing, his life's breath gurgling out of the jagged gash under his chin. I looked down gratefully at the werewolf, and then at last I saw the hair rising on my arms and legs, the warmth of the moonlight finally changing my body into its natural form, and I began to feed of the fresh meat of the dead soldier. God, I hated being late, especially in those dangerous times.
So wait, he was late for the full moon? He was late to transform? I mean, how does that... I hate being late. But I mean, that's not... I don't know if I would describe that as late. That seems like a taking advantage of this gentleman's English as a second language skill to use the word late when what he really means is slow or something like that. What do I give that one? I was getting excited because I thought this was going to be like a vampire who was attacking people and was like a, you know, the Allies have finally recruited a vampire. But this just sounds like a werewolf who was in the wrong place at the right time of the wrong time. Second best.
Better late than never. But it'll be too late for you if you don't call back tomorrow.
Yeah, he's really pushing the like, why don't you just call every day? Instead of listening for 6 more minutes, call every day. So then we get that $2.
If you have not heard this entire message, please hold on. It will repeat.
And see, this bullshit is just another way to get another 10 cents because it just keeps saying, like, the message will repeat. And it's like, Well, why does it need to repeat? If you just made it sound like one long thing, no one will ever know.
Back again? Welcome to Freddy's. Yes, I want your soul and your heart, unless you can make it through today's story.
Look at that, Tom. Another one. Almost stripped to the bone. Is this some new form of cattle mutilation? What kind of sicko could do that?
Hell, Ryan, I ain't never seen nothing that disgusting done to a cow before. It's practically shredded. Sure weren't no coyote, I'll tell you that.
There's something about this stretch of land, Tom. Seems we've been losing a few head every night since we started moving our cattle across here. Can't figure it.
It's getting too dark to see anything now. I reckon we'd better get back to... Oh, there.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one of these started with like something about wagons or something that indicated to me we were going to hear a cowboy story. I wonder if these Freddy intros have gotten mixed up with their correct stories.
Shine your flashlight over there, Ryan.
Jesus, what are those things?
They look like some kind of prairie dog.
Prairie dog? They got fangs like a mountain lion. Poor heifer's being ripped to pieces.
Give me the rifle. They sure as hell burrow into the ground like prairie dogs. Did you see them disappear? Come on, let's take a look. Check out those holes, Ryan. They seem to be spread out all across the range, at least as far as my flashlight can carry.
Tom, look at this old sign I found over by those shrubs. See the date? This place was a goddamn nuclear test site back in the 50s.
Test site?
Nuclear?
Ryan. It is the land. And them things out there that used to be prairie dogs are now...
Tom, the horses!
Damn it, get even! Darkness, them horses is as good as dead.
How are we gonna get out of here? Those things are all around.
We'll have to make a run for it. A run for it? Now, how in hell are we gonna make a run? Oh, my...
Let's pause here for just a moment to all celebrate the fact that we're listening to a story about mutated prairie dogs.
Jesus, man, they're coming out of the town! They're coming out! Oh, help me, Tom! Oh, they're all over me! Oh, God!
So, you made it to this story, huh?
I mean, I wonder who wrote these stories. It kind of seems like maybe it was one person, and then they shuffled them, you know, in some way, but they were kind of like, some of them they tried a lot harder than others. You know, Chainsaw Attacker, they didn't try very hard. This one is kind of out there, but at least there's something going on.
Well, who cares? Because I'm still gonna come for you tonight. If you have not heard this entire message, please hold on and repeat. Freddy's back. And I'm so glad you called, because now I know where you live. And if you don't make it through today's story, I'll find you, and I'll split you in two.
I don't understand this thing that he's going on of like, all right, I won't kill you if you listen to this spooky story. He should just be like, hey, thanks for calling me. $2 is the cost that it keeps to keep me from coming to kill you. I mean, this is one step away from basically someone just setting up a thing that's like a 900 number chain letter. Call this number and Freddy won't come kill you, kids. Get your parents' permission first.
On a cold, dark night, two figures move slowly across the mist-laden moors of northern England.
Come on, Denise, don't dawdle.
But I'm cold, Henry, and I don't like being out here at night.
Now listen here, I've gone through enough trouble to get my hands...
Well, if it isn't my friend... Anything from the trolley, dear?
Lisa's money, I had to marry her for one thing, even though I loved you. Then disguising myself as a burglar, breaking into my own house, and chasing Alicia out here onto the moors where I knew her weak heart would give out. All of this I did for us. But now I look...
That is an elaborate plan to get rid of your wife. I faked a burglary of my own house, chased my wife out into the swamp, and I knew that her heart would give out. And now...
A fool, Denise. Possibly even a suspect, because the police can't find her body.
But Henry, you said you saw her fall.
Yes, it was somewhere right around here. Maybe she had enough strength left to crawl a little ways before she died. We must find her body, or I may never see her money. You do want to marry a rich man, don't you?
Yes, Henry.
Then check in those bushes. I'll take a look down here. Maybe she's sank...
Yes, Henry.
Well, Bonk, go on.
All right. But Henry, what if we don't find her body?
Then we must find some jewelry, or at least a piece of clothing, something that... Denise, where are you?
Henry.
Denise, is that you?
Oh, come on. I knew that wasn't Denise. And I just met her. Henry. Is that you? Did you talk in a spooky voice all of a sudden for some reason? Is there a particular reason you decided to talk in the scary swamp voice?
What are you doing here? I wanted to find your body. Then let me help you, darling. No! Get back! Oh, no, the fog! I'm being sucked down! Help me! Alicia!
Oh, God. These are the sounds of me being sucked down. These things you're hearing, that's me being sucked down.
I already have, darling. You wanted to find my body? Well, now you will at the bottom of the fog. Goodbye, Henry. No, Alicia, come back!
Fog bottom jeans.
I love happy endings. Call me back tomorrow or I'll get you. And your little dog, too. If you missed any of this message, it will repeat. It's Freddy Krueger on your phone. Hello, my old friends. I'm glad to see you're still with me because I got a killer of a story for you today.
See, now this one, he's like, oh, you're still here. Great. Nice to see nice to see you guys again. I'm glad that you found something you enjoy here and it keeps bringing you back around.
Hey, Sam, did you see it? No, Ed, and I could have sworn I hit it dead on. Well, there's no sign of that deer anywhere. It's like it just vanished into the pond. The pond? Oh, my God, Ed, look where we are. Oh, Jesus, now calm down, Sam. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that we're here. A coincidence? It was a year ago to this day that it happened, and we swore we'd never come near this place again. Poor Charlie. Now, Sam, we both know it was an accident. I guess so, Ed, but I've been feeling awfully funny about this lately. Maybe we should have told the police. Want to get locked up for manslaughter? Not to mention losing our hunting licenses for the rest of our lives.
Here we have hapless, not bad guy and obvious huge asshole. We probably should have told the cops that we had this hunting accident and killed our friend. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? We'll never have a hunting license again. Yeah, you're probably right. No, that guy is never right. That guy is always wrong. Always.
And you wouldn't have helped me bury him in the weeds if you hadn't thought it was an accident, Sam. Hey, he was my best friend, too. But how were we supposed to know it was Charlie?
Wait. You wouldn't have helped me bury him out here in the woods if you hadn't thought it was an accident? So the implication is, hey, if this hadn't been an accident, you wouldn't have helped me bury him? That sounds like the opposite of what I think is true, but okay.
Around in the bushes and not that deer we've been chasing. He was a good hunting buddy, and I'm sure Charlie wouldn't want us to lose our licenses over an honest mistake. Anyway, it's getting dark, so let's just get the hell out of here and try to... Hey, what the... I can't move. Neither can I, Ed. It's like something in the mud's grabbed a hold of me. Jesus, Ed, look! Rising out of the weeds, it's Charlie. Oh, God, Ed, look at his face. It's all eaten away. Oh, Charlie, please stay away. Jesus, Ed, his whole body's crawling with worms. So lonely, waiting for you to join me. Now, wait a minute, Charlie. It was an accident. No, don't touch me. So lonely, waiting for you.
It's not a very threatening line. Waiting for you. They should have just done, waiting for you. Join me. Instead of so lonely. I'm lonely. I'm bored. I'm fucking bored. Why'd you guys shoot me? I'm bored.
Remember, kiddies, only 12 more shopping days left until Halloween. And Freddy's got some special plans just for you.
Wait a minute. Did that say 12 shopping days? How would this know? Did they record special countdown to Halloween? What? This is blowing my mind. I don't understand how this worked. I need to puzzle this.
If you have not heard this entire message, please hold on. It will repeat.
Okay, wait a second. Now they gave up, and it's not even Freddy saying that. That's just some guy. Keep on the line. We'll keep calling. Bye.
Hello again, lunch meat. Get ready, because here comes a real slice-of-life story. Late one night at the home of Alex and Kate Wilkinson.
I'm coming. Oh, I wasn't expecting you this late. Please, come in.
Kate, I've got something important to tell you about Alex.
He's all right, isn't he, Jim? Please, tell me he's all right.
Now, don't worry, Kate. Things are going to work out fine. You know Alex is a national hero. The first human to actually pilot a spaceship through the tail of a comet. The data he
Oh, fuck.
reads will keep the boys at NASA busy for years.
Then why is he still in the hospital?
Well, Kate, it seems that certain unknown elements contaminated the inside of Alex's ship, and the side effects were more severe than we thought.
But, Jim, you said everything's going to work out fine.
Oh, yes, Kate, everything's going to be okay.
But I don't understand. If Alex is... Ow! Jim! Let go of my arm! You're hurting me!
Not Jim, Kate. It's Alex.
Alex? But how could... Oh, my God!
Oh my God. So he's inhabiting or shape-shifting or something, and he did that to come hurt his wife after. Okay.
In horror as hundreds of tiny tentacles burst out of Jim's body, his flesh peeling back to reveal a hideous green face that had once been her husband.
Alex! It can't be!
Yes, Kate, it's me.
But, Jim!
She's in here, Kate, with me. Oh, how I missed you, Kate. And now that I've found you, I want you to join us in here. Together we can seek our relatives, our friends. We can all grow together, getting stronger and stronger.
No! Alex! Please, let me go!
Kate tried desperately to free herself, but hundreds...
This is like Poon Master Flex really wanted to use the same dresser when we moved in together. Same principle.
Tentacles coiled tightly around her, pulling her slowly towards his ever-widening mouth.
No! Alex, please! If you still love me, please don't!
All Hallows Eve is only 11 days away, and Freddy's got special plans. And you...
Wait a minute. This is like subsequent nights, and it knew how many days it was from Halloween? How is this working? I don't understand.
Part of it, if you dare.
Are we going to get our good repeat?
Missed any of this message,
Oh,
it will repeat.
it went back to him. I wonder if it's just going to be that one guy who's like, if you've missed any of this message, keep listening. It'll repeat.
Welcome, my children of the night. Have you been getting your sleep? Oh, you have? Well, I'll have to put an end to that with this.
Wait a second. Freddy gets you in your nightmares, so you not sleeping would be bad for him. Just pointing that out. Just, in case we wanted to discuss the logic flaws of a 30-year-old phone number.
Or maybe with today's story.
I don't think the shortcut was a good idea, Dave. I don't see the highway anywhere. Looks like we're in the middle of a farm. Are you kidding, Bruce? All of Iowa was like being in the middle of a farm.
Bruce is right, honey. I don't think this road goes through to the freeway. You saw that sign about trespassing.
Who cares? This place is so spread out that no one's going to give a damn if one car... Oh, hell. There's a dead end up ahead. Now we got to turn around anyway. Don't sweat it, Dave. It's only a couple of miles back to the road. Holy cow, look up ahead. There's somebody standing in the road. Boy, they sure growing big around here. He looks like the Jolly Green Giant. Sure as hell looks like he wants to talk to us.
Come on, slow down. You're going to run him over.
Yeah. Hey, you kids, can't you read no signs? This here's private property. Now, you get out of that car. I'm going to put you to work feeding the pigs to make up for your trouble.
Dude, that guy sounds just like you, but with like a hillbilly accent.
Come on now. Don't make me get you off the hard way. This guy kidding or what?
David, what are you doing? Don't run him down.
Don't worry, I'm just going to nudge the dumb ox out of the way. Jesus, he's lifting up the car. Oh, God, hang on. He's going to turn us over. Are you two all right?
I think so.
And that's how the Green Mile ended up in jail.
Damn it, I can't move. Oh, my God, David, he's got a pitchfork. Oh, no. I warned you. Now I'm going to have to get you out the hard way. No, please don't. Oh, David! Oh, my God, he pulled Bruce out of the car like a...
Do you think that a guy who's strong enough to just lift over and tip over a car, does that man have any real use for a pitchfork? Or is a pitchfork just more likely to break from his strength when he uses it to kill someone? In other words, like, is there any weapon deadly enough that his hands are not the superior choice?
Hey, now it's your turn, Missy.
David! Help me! No!
David! Dana! No, mister, please don't! Darn kids just don't have no respect for private property these days.
Remember, the magic number is now 10. Only 10 more days till Freddy's
We have a
special
countdown.
Halloween treat. If you have missed any of this...
Does this mean we'll get to hear Freddy's Halloween treat? That's exciting. Man, I wish I'd known this. I could have had these for my countdown for my show. Oh, but who are we kidding? I'm not gonna do that.
Message, it will repeat. So glad you called, because Freddy's ready to rock and roll you with more blood-curdling tales that are always a cut above the rest.
There you go. That wasn't bad. Cut. He's Freddy. Etc.
Yeah, it's midnight here on the big 101 FM. This is Flip Dixon coming at you in stereo from the witching hour. And happy Halloween to all you children of the night out there. I'm going to take some more phone calls now, so let's find out where all the hot parties in town are happening.
We are listening to a radio DJ through a phone who's about to take phone calls through another phone. This is something strange about that.
Billy Miller, our faithful engineer, is standing in the booth by the phones waiting for your call, so let's hear from you. Yes, you're on the air with Flip.
Hello? Is this Flip Dixon?
You got him, honey, in the flesh. Now, where's the party?
Listen, you gotta warn people. Something came out of the sky tonight. Some kind of spaceship. Me and some friends saw it come down and landed by the old church and...
Yeah, darling. And these horrible green, scaly monsters with glowing red eyes came out, and if they touch you, you melt into a little pool of goop. Listen, honey, I've been hearing this story over the phones all night, and I don't appreciate these prank calls. I know it's Halloween, but enough's enough.
No, you gotta believe me. You got to...
My name's Flip, and I'm on the radio. I don't have time for shenanigans. Boing, boing, boing. Flush toilet.
People.
Save it for Orson Welles, honey. Now get off this line before I...
Oh, my God. No. Stay back, please. No, don't.
Also, I'm a lady being killed by a thing. And who did I call? The place that plays the platters that matter. Flip. 107.1.
Hey, honey, are you still there? Hello? Billy! Billy, are you all right? Billy? What's going on in there? Excuse me, folks. It appears we're having a little technical difficulty, and Oh, my God! It's true! They're in here! Horrible creatures! Hideous, scaly eyes like fire! Moving so slow like they're floating above the ground!
Ooh, and they're slow. That makes them extra scary.
No! Get back! No, don't touch me! No!
You think that was scary? Wait till you see what I got planned for Halloween!
I'm excited for it.
If you have not heard this entire message,
Get to it.
hold on. It will repeat. Freddy's home. Oh, you again. Well, Freddy's always in the mood for company. Especially splayed and roasted for a late night snack. Now, go
Why wouldn't you say Freddy always loves having guests for dinner, especially flayed and roasted? That's much better than company. That's like the joke, right? I think Freddy blew the joke.
Freddy Krueger has a tale to tell.
Well, Freddy Krueger has a tale for radio voice man to tell.
Bring that lantern over here. I found another junction box ripped out of the wall. I'm coming, Jack. Geez, that's the third one we found tonight. You know, the supervisor told me there must be something about this part of the sewer that attracts vandals. He says that every year on Halloween he gets hundreds of complaints from the folks in this neighborhood about goblins in the sewer.
Do your best accent, huh? Let's be a working guy. We'll get to work.
Probably just a bunch of kids in costumes, Frank. You know how they mess around on Halloween, egging houses, putting toilet paper on trees and like that? Yeah, but pulling out junction boxes is another thing. You know, Jack, kids shouldn't play in the sewer. It's dangerous down here. It sure is. In fact, Hey, Frank, did you see that? Someone just ran across the tunnel up ahead. Let's go get him. Hey, little fella, come back here. There he is, Frank. We got him cornered. Gee, Jack, I never been in this part of the sewer before. Part of the old system. It's been shut down for years. All right, kid, you're coming with us. Shine your flashlight on him, Frank. Yikes! What a creepy costume that kid's got on. No wonder the neighborhood thinks there's goblins down there. Look at those fangs on that mask. Take it off him, Frank, and we'll bring him up to the street. Yeah.
Just reach your hand into his mouth. That's probably where to take it off him.
All right, little fella. Let's get that mask off so we can see. Ah, Jack! He bit off my finger. I don't think that's a mask he's wearing. Frank, look, there's hundreds.
That's no mask. That's a goblin. By the way, I decided I would really like to get on the like Webster's dictionary board and get just enough control and power to go to the entry for ghost in the dictionary. And under the pronunciation guide, it's got the standard pronunciation and then alternate pronunciation, and it's ghost in the dictionary. Needs to happen.
All around us. If they're not kids, they must be goblins! Quick, Frank, make a run for it! Ah, Jack, help!
Well, yeah, if they're not kids, that's all they could be, right?
Nibbling at my knee! Oh, no, Frank, they're all over me, too! Oh, no, get off me! Help! Ah!
Remember, Halloween is just around the corner. And this year, the party's at Freddy's house. See you there.
Yeah, I'm hoping to. I want to get to this main event. Here's what I really want it to be, though. I want Halloween on here to be the second to last recording. And then there's a one after Halloween where it's like Freddy and he's like, well, kind of got that post-Halloween blues. You know how it is. Ah.
I'm glad you called today because I have an extra special story for you about things unknown.
I want to, next time I talk to Poonmaster Flex on the phone, be like, I'm glad you called today. I have stories about things unknown. Here's this thing that happened at work today.
Unseen, yes, a nightmare's always more hideous when it's hidden.
Detectives McCullen and Loomis walked into a secluded ward inside the city hospital. On the bed in front of them lay the bullet-riddled body of a middle-aged businessman named Charles Douglas.
What a bizarre case, Loomis. A successful guy like this with no past criminal record suddenly stuck
Loomis! He's in the wrong franchise.
wasting nuns left and right.
And he's still breathing after taking 13 slugs in the chest. We're lucky to catch this creep.
McCullen! Speaking of creeps, Burke, how'd you get in here? McCullen, you gotta listen to me. Listen, I'm sick of your crazy stories, Burke. Aliens taking over people's bodies to commit murder. You reporters will do anything for a headline.
Hey, we did it. I said woik, but he said moida.
And this is the truth. I've been on this story for months. There were others before Douglas. I seen it happen. When this man dies, the creature will have to leave his body to find another. That's when it'll show itself. That's when we can kill it. Loomis, please escort this civilian out of the security ward.
Let's go.
No! This creature lives to murder! We gotta kill it now before it finds a new home! Get him out of here!
This creature really enjoys killing. You know, some people like live to jet ski or something. This thing is like that, but murder.
There, aliens, give me a break. Well, it looks like you are dead now, buddy. At least you saved the taxpayers the cost of a trial.
McCullen turned to leave. Suddenly, something heavy struck the back of his head, sending him sprawling to the floor. Barely conscious, McCullen stared up in horror as the corpse of Charles Douglas leaned over him, bringing its chalk-white face close to his. And then he saw it, a huge, oozing, hideous creature pulling itself out of the corpse's mouth with fiery tentacles. McCullen tried to scream, but the creature plunged itself into his open mouth, and like a giant snail, it its way down McCullen's throat as he kicked and twisted on the floor. It had found a new home.
All right. That one was, at least that was a story. I'm surprised these stories are so short. I'm not sure, like, what the optimum, they must have figured out what the optimum amount of time was for these or something. That it's like, here's how long a parent will let them call. But, like, I didn't know anyone's parents who let them call this shit. But maybe it's B, here's how long a phone call here typically lasts before you hear, if you were listening on the line, you'd hear, what are you doing up there? Are you calling that fucking number again? Hang that up right now.
Certainly was a mouthful. Remember, kiddies, Freddy's got big plans for Halloween, and you're part of it. So call back tomorrow.
Oh, are we almost there? Are we going to get to hear Halloween?
If you have not heard this entire message, please hold on. It will repeat. It's Freddy time once again. But I ain't gonna tell you no more fairy tales. No. Because it's getting too close to Halloween. And I want to tell you about a little shindig I'm having over at my house. That's right. Freddy's gonna have a Halloween party.
Okay. Are we going to actually get a story by Freddy? That's what I feel like the best we can hope for and what I'm shooting for.
And you're all invited. Yes, all of you, my children. And I expect to see you there on Halloween for that time of your life.
Or death.
Have Mommy and Daddy drop you off at my door. But don't bother telling them when to pick you up. Because
Where does Freddy live again? Not clear on that one.
no one's going home. We're gonna have so much fun together. We'll play some of Freddy's favorite Halloween games. What kind of games? We'll just keep calling for the next few days, and I'll tell you all about them.
Make about 100 phone calls, and I'll tell you more. For several dollars, I will tell you exactly what my plans are.
On Halloween, if you're very lucky, you might even get to talk to me. For real.
Do you think there's any chance that Robert Englund was like manning the Freddy phone on Halloween? That would be amazing. Especially if that's what we're about to hear. Some kid's like, hello? Oh, it's Freddy. Okay. Yeah. How do you like me now, bitch?
Yes, when you call on Halloween, Freddy might be on the other line ready to talk to you live.
So it's vague because it's like Freddy might be on the line. But does that mean because Freddy might not be there for you in particular, or because Freddy might not be there at all?
So you better be prepared. And I want to know, have you been listening every day to my little stories, huh? Huh? You haven't? Well, don't just sit there by yourself eating your heart out. Let Freddy help you. I'll come into your room tonight and I'll... Maybe next time you'll learn to...
Come into your room and give you a gross blowjob thing?
When Freddy calls.
Speak to Freddy live. For details, call 900-660...
There we go. Here's the other guy.
FEAR, $1.50 for the first minute, 35 cents each additional minute.
If you have missed any of this message, it will repeat. Hello again, Nightmare fans. Freddy Krueger's back, and I'm strong.
At some point, we either lost Robert Englund or someone fucked up a tape and sped it up or something, and Alvin the Chipmunks him.
And then before.
Hi, this is Scott Shannon, a radio DJ from New York City.
Oh, there we go.
Saturday is Halloween. My friend Freddy's favorite day. It's a day to scare your best friends, but Freddy's got other plans. He wants to speak to you live on the telephone.
Happy Halloween, foolish mortals. Freddy Krueger has a special treat for you today. If you're one of my...
Okay, so this is the radio DJ doing his best Freddy voice, which is not good. Not professional. My Freddy is better than his. All right, hang on.
Lucky callers selected at random.
Lucky callers selected at random. That was pretty bad, too. Maybe he's not worse than me. But that's not a good benchmark. To be like, well, I'm better than Pete at something. It's like, I mean, good for you. What are you talking about? Every person in the world in sex? They're all better than me at it. That doesn't really mean a lot.
To be live. I mean, while you're awake. And safe. Talk to me live. Freddy Krueger is waiting just for you.
That's right. You can call 900-660-FRED. 660-FRED on...
Why wouldn't you get 666 Fred? Come on, idiots.
Halloween, and you might be one of the lucky or unlucky people to speak live to that nightmare on Elm Street himself, Freddy Krueger. When you call 900-660-FRED this Saturday, you
Now,
might...
am I going to get to talk to real Freddy Krueger or the one that I'm just hearing here? Because, no thanks.
find yourself on the line with the real live. That's right, the live Freddy Krueger. Frightening, isn't it? There's more frightening news. If you're the 10th caller to reach Freddy, you'll win a Freddy accessory prize kit, which includes a I Spoke with Freddy certificate and button. Forget Freddy live on the phone, Halloween Day. Now.
Oh, that's it? I thought it was going to be more things because I had more gasps ready to go. I guess that's all they're going to tell us.
Freddy wants you, so join his new fan club. Send $14.95 in check or money order to Freddy Fan Club, Box 528.
Jesus Christ, $14.95 for what, a button and a t-shirt? Well, I guess you could probably buy that t-shirt now on Etsy for $85.
Gracie Station, New York, New York, 10028. More on the Freddy Halloween giveaway tomorrow. If you didn't hear this message in its entirety, please hold on. It will repeat.
Freddy's here, and it's one day closer to my favorite holiday, Halloween. You know why I like Halloween so much? Because that's when all the other monsters and hideous deformed demons and ghastly creatures of the dark take the night off. Yes, that's what Halloween's all about. All Hallows Eve. The only night of the year you puny mortals have the nerve to mock the evil ones because they're not around. Your feeble attempts at being frightened.
Wait, where did they go? We dress up as demons and stuff because they're not around. I wasn't aware of that.
Really make me laugh with your costumes and your masks and your makeup and glowing pumpkins.
Yeah, you good. Yeah, you best. I like that slightly sassy Freddy. Sarcastic, sassy Freddy.
Need to be squished. Ooh, scary. Grow up, suckers. Because I stick around on Halloween. And you know why? Well, just imagine walking into the middle of a huge herd of deer on the first day of hunting season, huh? And you're the only hunter, huh? You see, you're all such easy pickings, and you're all mine. That's why I love Halloween. Now, don't forget.
I like the candy.
All invited to my party. Just pick up the phone on Halloween, call my number, and you'll be there. And you might even get to talk to me. For real, can you dig?
This kind of sounds like Halloween parties I really would have gone to in like middle school. Hey, Greg, can I come to your party? You can. If you follow these directions, give me $15. And you may, if you do get to the party, you may even get to talk to me.
Can you? The party's gonna be at my house, and we're gonna play all my favorite games, like pin the children on the wall, or bobbing for brains. And if you're real lucky, you might even win a prize, like living to see tomorrow. So don't fall asleep, because Freddy Krueger's coming for you.
Again, don't fall asleep because Freddy's coming for you. This is a mixed message.
Speak to Freddy live. For details, call 900-660-F.
He's back. This is the guy I like.
$1.50 for the first minute, 35 cents each additional minute.
If you have missed any of this message, it will repeat.
They should have had, I think having someone else do the, if you've missed any of this message, it will repeat. They should have had someone else do that, like a creepy kid or something. Because when Freddy does it, it's like you're taking him out of this world of fantasy and into the a little bit too real world for me.
He's back, and he's better than ever. Hello, my children. Halloween will soon be here, and I can't wait. What's that? You can't either? Well then, let's get ourselves in the mood with a little story from... Hey you! Where do you think you're going?
No, please.
You think you was gonna get away from me, huh? No way, sugar. No one gets away from Freddy Krueger. Now,
Wait, am I on the phone with Freddy? Where's he? Why is there a lady there? How is he chasing her? I'm confused. This phone call has an almost dreamlike quality to it. Oh my God.
you're all invited to my party on Halloween. So just pick up the phone.
Oh Christ, I know.
Maybe you'll get to talk to me for real.
Where are the stories? The stories are gone.
Maybe you won't even make it through tonight, because now that you've called...
I feel like he just pulled out of a dive bomb there because he's like, maybe you'll get to talk to me. Then again, maybe you won't. Because maybe you'll be dead before then. Not because this is a huge scam.
I know where you live, and I'll be coming for you in your dreams, in your deepest, darkest dreams. You'll just be lying there, sound asleep, safely tucked in your little bed, and suddenly you're on Elm Street, and those stupid little brats will be jumping their stupid little rope outside my house, singing my song.
Yes.
And then you creep up.
Oh, he's not going to do it?
Quietly, you go inside. Suddenly, the door slams behind you, and now you're falling, end over end, deeper and deeper into the darkest pit. And suddenly, you're flat on your back in Freddy's playroom. Are you ready to play? Huh? Well, how about a nice game of darts? Here they come!
Now, this is what I expected. I expected that Freddy was going to tell me about a nightmare that I'd be having with him or something. That is what I thought this was going to be. Not just like a cheesy story. Finally.
Until tomorrow, pleasant dreams.
Speak to Freddy live. For details, call 9...
Oh, for fuck's sake.
660 FEAR. $1.50 for the first minute, 35 cents each additional minute.
If you have missed any of this message, it will repeat. I knew you'd call me today because I know you want to spend Halloween with the original
Are we there? Did we make it? Is this Halloween?
animal, Freddy Krueger! Yeah, you...
The original Take a Party Your Body animal. Huh? Huh?
I'm at the right time. My Halloween party's in full swing. Go ahead, step inside. Everyone's having a hell of a...
My Halloween party, like a pendulum with a blade on it, is in full swing. Now let's do this again. My party, just like an axe, is in full swing. Ha ha, blah, blah, blah.
Where are you going? You're not leaving me so soon, are you? Oh. Yes. I guess you'll just have to try again, because I'm waiting for you. Remember, today...
Oh, now I get it. On Halloween, you call in, you don't get him. You call in, you don't get him. And every time you call in, it's $2. That's the real terror. The real terror comes, this is October 31st. Let's call it November 15th. When the phone bill comes and your parents are like, what the fuck?
It's Halloween, and we've got special work to do, you and I. You've got the body, and I've got the brain.
Yeah. This must have been somewhere after Nightmare on Elm Street 2 when he was inhabiting that kid's body. And he tore his skull off so you could see his brain. Freddy did. It's pretty awesome. But I don't know how you would know that unless you'd seen that movie. But I guess why would you call this if you'd never seen the movie? A lot of questions here.
But you gotta prove yourself if you want to join forces with Freddy. Be my kind of people.
Prove yourself by sending $14.95.
As if you're the type who checks under your bed before going to sleep.
Speaking of checks, $14.95.
You shiver under the covers when the lights are out, and tonight I may be coming for you. So all you little trick-or-treaters out there in your little costumes and masks and makeup, think nothing to fear as you go door to door begging for candy.
Wait a minute. We heard this part, right? That was the part I liked. Your little mask and your...
Watch out! Freddy Krueger's gonna be out there, too. Yeah, and if I'm not behind that next bush, or if I'm not around that next corner down the street, sooner or later...
If I'm not behind that bush and then that corner, and then I'm not driving the car, and I'm not in that group of teenagers that's pretty scary, and what you should probably really be afraid of, and then I'm not on a porch, and I'm not behind a door when you ring the doorbell, and I'm not there...
You'll have to go to sleep, and I'll be waiting for you. 1, 2, ready, missed any of this message, it will repeat.
Ah.
Hey, Freddy's back, kiddies. Guess what? The carnival's back in town. We're going to the sideshow, my favorite part. You know, they say you can't get much from a stone. Well, I'm gonna show you how.
Luther walked across the fairground. Nothing caught his eye until he...
I think we may have not caught Freddy on Halloween. Because now we're at a carnival. What the fuck? What happened? We spent all this money.
A long black tent with an old wooden sign.
Dr. Carrion's Carnival of Terror. See a collection of horrors from around the world and beyond.
Sounds good to me. In the darkness, he saw a man beheaded. A bloody Iron Maiden. A woman boiling in oil.
A wax museum. Big deal.
Surrounded by a pile of bones was a round black stone. Luther read the sign beside him.
Warning, do not touch the deadly blood rock. This seemingly harmless creature thrives on human blood. Oh, please. Something to...
This is like the ultimate in... There's this one brand of horror. There's usually a character in a movie like this, right? Where it's the character that you're like, well, of course that guy's going to get killed because he's like, don't touch this. Extremely dangerous. I'll go fuck yourself. And then he touches it and his hand melts off.
I'm Dr. Carrion. I see you're displeased. This whole show's a fake, guy, and so are you. And this stupid rock, you expect me to believe it's alive? Then pick it up, my friend. Unless you're afraid. I will. Blood rock, huh? There. Hey, what is this? Get it off!
It's a blood rock, asshole. He told you like 5 times. Duh. There was a sign. Read the fucking sign. Do you think this guy has time running this freak show to explain to every single person who passes through what the things are? No, that's why there's a sign. So that he doesn't have to tell the same story over and over. Blood rock, don't touch.
A drop of blood from Luther's body. Using him to a bone-dry hunt. Dr. Carrion set the blood rock back on its pedestal.
There, darling.
Step right up, folks. I guess there's a sucker born every minute. But don't you be one of them. Call me back tomorrow.
Don't you be a sucker. $2.95.
Kids, don't forget when you call tomorrow, you could be randomly selected to talk to one of our live...
What? Why do they have the Silence of the Lambs guy now? Kids, don't forget when you call, you could get the lotion on your skin.
Raiders have become eligible for your chance to win a trip to Six Flags in Houston. Go for a ride.
What the fuck is that? Is this someone trying to do a Freddy voice, or is this just they had... Okay, A, it's a Freddy voice. B, this is just some weirdo who worked at the radio station. They're like, have them do it. It's Halloween. C, I can't remember what C is. Doesn't matter. What the fuck? What is this?
Kruger here. If you didn't hear this entire message, hold on.
That was getting... Now he's getting so lazy. Kruger answers the phone. He's not even like, oh, you're back, whatever. He's just like, Kruger. Out. All right.
Well, congratulations. Welcome to Foldland. Ready to play my interactive brain game? Listen up, lunch meat. You gotta be good to beat me. Good and fast.
What is this? What is this? This is a different thing.
I don't take any prisoners. If you already know the rules, press 1 now on your touch-tone phone to get into the meat of it all. If you don't know the rules, stay on the line for one of my little piggies who'll give you all of that on how to play. If you don't have a touch-tone...
Is he one of his piggies a bored teenager who's like, so you push the buttons and you play the game?
You're already history. Too bad. So sad.
Are we going to hear it?
Hey, welcome to the Freddy Krueger Trivia Game.
God damn it. Hey.
We give away $250 every day to the player having the highest daily score. No individual caller can win the daily prize more than twice.
More than twice. They're like, so once you've won $500, you're done. Also, this is great because it's like, back in this time, was there any way to verify that anyone had ever won any prize ever? Like, I think of all these things that were in, like, Nintendo Power and stuff, and it was like, you could win a vacation to Florida for this. And I was like, How would I ever know if anyone actually won that ever? Or if they were like, hey, we're going to do this contest. Steve, you're taking your kids to Disney World, right? Take a picture of your son wearing this T-shirt in front of something, and we'll just put it in the fucking magazine.
He will challenge you to a series of questions related to his movies. By responding correctly on your touch-tone telephone, you accumulate points and get to wager all or part of your score in the Final Freddy. After the game, you will hear a message telling you if you have the daily high score. You have 5...
Well, this is interesting. This is new. I wish it hadn't waited till the last 10% of this to do this, but here we go.
...to respond to questions from level 1 and 2. You have 10 seconds to respond to questions from levels 3 through 5 and Final Freddy. There is a limit of 5 calls per day per household. For complete rules and regulations...
You can only spend like $15 a day calling this, okay? Let's not get crazy.
Write to Freddy, care of 900 USA, Post Office Box 7012, FDR Station, New York, New York.
Oh, damn it. I was going to say, let's guess the state. Damn it.
10022. Void where prohibited.
Using the keypad on your touch-tone telephone, please enter your home telephone number with area code first. Enter these numbers carefully.
Happy Halloween!
Oh, is this it?
Freddy Krueger has a special treat for you. Challenge Freddy. Win up to $10.
Oh, this is the commercial for the thing. Damn it. Damn it.
Even a chance to appear in the next A Nightmare on Elm Street film. Test your nightmare knowledge. Dial 1-900-860-4FRED.
This is where we find out.
See if you survive Freddy's boiler room. Dial now and play.
This is where we find out whether or not this really happened. Freddy Krueger 900 number contest appear in film. Did this happen? What happened when you called the hotline? No. See, it doesn't say anything. Is it possible that they won? Sure. But I don't see that here. You would think that would be Googleable, right? Where it's like, hey, this is the guy who won the thing.
Trivia, but you better look sharp. Freddy doesn't take any prisoners. What a rush. $2 the first minute, $1 each additional minute. Callers under 18, get your parents' permission before you...
Jimmy! Will you stop wasting your time watching that garbage? You should be doing your homework. I don't know.
Jimmy is 35, and his grandma is George Costanza's mom yelling at him.
Hey, Junior, I got something you can really sink your teeth into.
Oh, he pulls the kid into the TV.
Think you're brave enough to face Freddy? Well, now you can put your nightmare knowledge to the test and win money, or a chance to be in a nightmare.
It was like, win money, and it's showing a bunch of dollar bills. $1 bills.
On Elm Street 6, just pick up your telephone and dial 1-900-860-4FRED, and you can challenge Freddy Krueger in the ultimate trivia game. Hundreds of blood-curdling questions about all my films. You'll need a few pointers. Well, listen up, lunch meat. You can win $1,000 a day or a grand prize of up to $10,000. One lucky little...
I didn't know his lunch meat thing. This is the first time hearing that. Let's see. I keep looking for this, like... where it happened. Did it happen? There's one they did in 2010, which is, I guess, when they did the other one. But I'm not seeing anything that explains, hey, here's the person who won that thing and they got to be in Nightmare on Elm Street 6 or whatever.
Gets an all-expense-paid trip to appear in A Nightmare on Elm Street 6. $2 the first minute, $1 each additional minute. Callers under 18, get your parents...
This one's Omaha, Nebraska. Omaha, Nebraska. Well, chums, I think we did it. I think we've done another Podoween. Congratulations to you on making it this far. I wasn't sure you'd make it, and that I would make it. Thanks to everyone who listened. Thanks to everyone who sent in their obituaries. Have a happy Podoween, huh? Well, I hope you did. It's fucking over, so I don't know. Unless you're listening to this out of order, in which case you're stupid, but also it doesn't really matter. So I guess maybe I'm the stupid. Maybe what we really learned today is that I am the stupid. And on that note, have a great Podoween!